Welcome to Anime T23, where we dive deep into the most intriguing what I seen Rios in the anime universe. In today's episode, we explore a world where Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha teleport into My Hero Academia universe to protect this verse. Join us, we uncover how Naruto and Sasuke protect My Hero Academia universe. What if Naruto and Sasuke teleport in My Hero Academia Part 3? Naruto, Sasuke, and the UA staff assembled in the meeting room as soon as Naruto had reported his encounter with Toga. They had been a bit thrown off by the sudden news of a villain's break-in, but Nizu failed to be even the least surprised. He knew the UA security would have a hic, and thank goodness Naruto and Sasuke were here. While they were there, Naruto told them all he knew about Toga's quirk, though he let them know that may not be all there is to her quirk. After the meeting, Sasuke called Naruto aside. They both stood side by side, leaning on the wall opposite the door to Sasuke's room. "So, she turned into me?" Sasuke asked as he narrowed his eyes in thought with a small hint of disgust etched on his face. Naruto nodded in the affirmative and he sighed. "This brings us to what I needed to tell you." He began. "Yesterday, during lunch, someone cut my wrist with a knife." It was Naruto's turn to narrow his eyes. "Someone was walking around with a knife in school. Now that's weird," he said. "What does that have to do with this anyway? You said Toga had fangs," he said, his voice going quieter than before. "So, throughout my time being here, I've noticed that most people possess special physical traits. A tail, horns, an extra limb, or a larger organ all perform a specific task to assist one's quirk activation." Sasuke stated, "Toga's fangs, and there's only one thing I know fangs are used for: eating tough beef." Naruto joked with a grin and laughed a little, causing his dark-haired friend to narrow his dark eyes at him. Okay, I'm kidding, sheesh." He rolled his eyes. "Fangs are used for drawing blood. So that would mean Toga's quirk requires the blood of the person she wants to transform to, and in your case..." Sasuke nodded. "Yes, if her quirk requires blood, then she must be a slight with knives. After all, one must hone their skill in order to succeed or survive. The one who cut you, did you see her?" Naruto asked. "Ah!" "Before she disappeared into the crowd, I activated my Sharingan and got a good view of her face." Sasuke replied. "She had short ginger hair, a round face and green eyes. There were marks on her cheeks. That's not how Toga looked. She probably shape-shifted into that girl too." Naruto hummed and nodded his head in agreement before sighing. "God, I've never been this troubled since the Akatsuki. Trust me, they're not as troublesome." Sasuke said, "I'm going to look deeper into this when I'm free from the Endeavor Agency." All the while he spoke, he noticed the blonde smiling at him, which both irked him and weirded him out. He glared his eyes at him. "What? You're helping these guys, just like you help and protect the Hidden Leaf," Naruto said with a genuine smile. Sasuke just sighed. "It's the least I can do after causing them so much trouble. The sad truth is that the public does not even know whose fault it actually was. They blame it all on you. Hey, it's fine, Sasuke. I can handle a little hatred." Naruto waved him off and looked straight ahead, smiling. "I'm used to it." Dark eyes sailed to look on ahead too, as they stayed there in comfortable silence. "That kid, how's he holding up?" Naruto looked at Sasuke. "He's managing," he sighed, crossing his arms. "Poor guy. I have no idea what he's going through now. Have you started training him?" Naruto knitted his brows for a few moments before his eyes widened. "Oh shit, I completely forgot. You should start training with him. What's coming isn't pretty." Sasuke's voice toned deep as he locked eyes with Naruto, signaling to the blonde that he was serious. "We shouldn't slack too, so get ready, Sasuke." "HN," he grunted and pushed off the wall, his hands in his pockets. "I'm going to rest first before I start looking into this. You've been doing a great job observing. Keep it up." "What's this now? Already complimenting me?" Naruto gave Sasuke a teasing grin. "Going soft already? Shove it, loser. Izuku had been out of it since then. Not only did he lose sleep, he had also lost concentration in class and other extracurricular activities and lunch. His classmates gathered him in flocks, asking what his work-study was like, completely oblivious of what was going on in the young upcoming hero's head. He could only manage to nod his head or say a word or two in response before trailing off again. Luckily, Bakugo was there to fend them off before they found his behavior too unusual. During lunch, Izuku sat alone on purpose to reflect upon all that has happened in his life recently and not draw unwanted attention to himself. How was Eri now? What were they doing to her? Was she being tortured? The fear that the latter question had a positive answer caused a pang in Izuku's chest and uncomfortable bile to rise in his throat. Now there was the new shocking revelation. He wasn't All Might's first choice, but that wasn't a burning issue now. His mentor, his master, the first person to see the hero in him, was going to die. It was a lot to take in when he heard it. He was crushed. So All Might wasn't going to see him become a great hero. As he sat there moping, a presence snapped him right out of his thoughts. He looked to see no other than Bakugo Katsuki sitting across him. His eyes widened in surprise. Kaken dash, word of advice. Bakugo cut him off. When you want to mumble your crappy thoughts, do it more quietly. You heard dash. I sit right in front of you. Shit for brains, of course I'll hear, he said in his usual irritated tone before eating out of his spicy lunch. So, what if you weren't chosen first? You still fucking got it anyway. Was Bakugo trying to make him feel better? Because it was working. With a small smile, he chuckled even though it was a little. Yeah, thanks, Kaken, but I'm really surprised, you know? The explosive teen made a questioning sound at the back of his throat, and Izuku mentally slapped himself. What was he getting himself into? Jay, just want to say thank you. He managed to stutter out to pacify whatever irritation or annoyance Bakugo would be feeling right now. Bakugo blinked, obviously confused of the freckled boy's strange behavior. The fuck you talking about? I'm saying thank you, Izuku said in a quiet voice, twiddling his thumbs and looking away as he spoke. For being here for me, arigato. Bakugo gave Izuku an incredulous look, a bit taken aback by Izuku's appreciation there. After staring at him for a few moments, he shook his head, snapping out of his own trance. Don't fucking say stuff like that. Damn nerd, he muttered and slurped on his drink. You've been going out of shape. I needed to put some sense into that noggin of yours, he added with a gruff voice. Izuku smiled genuinely and happily started to eat out of his katsudon, ignoring how cold it had become, yawning. Naruto entered the gym with Sasuke while everyone was already in the heat of training. It was a busy day for them, and they hadn't had much time to themselves. Naruto especially felt tired. Ever since the Toga incident, Sasuke, and the whole staff of UA had been on their toes, and the Hero League had taken it upon themselves to introduce them to the Villain Society. Data on villains were given to them which they studied. Some deceased while some were in prison, and they got to see them in person. Sasuke could not see reason to keep these villains alive, but he kept his opinions to himself. Sasuke frowned at Naruto's lack of manners as the blonde widened his mouth in the yawn, without bothering to cover it. Clamp that mouth of yours shut, loser. He huffed, but he was ignored. Naruto's tired blue eyes searched the gym for a certain blue-haired kid. When blue locked with green, he smiled and jerked his head towards the exit before leaving. Izuku met Naruto outside in the gym. It was a small clearing with trees surrounding it. Izuku took his time to look around. This was his usual training spot. He and All Might would come here to train his body to accommodate one for all. Those were great memories. Naruto calling him out here had to be because of training, wasn't it? But come to think of it, he hadn't seen Naruto or Sasuke for a while now. He wondered what was going on. He was just about to start a normal conversation with his friend when he got kicked back into the trees behind him, causing him to fall to the ground on contact. Okay, he was not expecting that. What the hell was going on? He unshielded his face, and Naruto was already in front of him, fist drawn back, and closing up on him, but he was able to avoid the punch by using full cowling to leap over the blonde and land a good distance behind him. "Hey, Naruto-kun, what's going on?" The blonde ignored him and closed off the distance between them in a second with another incoming punch that Izuku readily stopped by catching Naruto's wrist just as his fist was about to connect to his face. His arms trembled a bit, but he tightened his hold on the older boy's wrist nonetheless as it threatened to break out of his hold. His green pupils dilated and his breath caught in his throat when Naruto smirked and raised his head, revealing his toad pupils and orange eyelids. Izuku could only remember seeing Naruto's fingers flicking before he was sent flying. Oh no, he's in Sage mode. What's up with him? He pulled himself to his feet. No. He shook his head. I can't think that now for now. I have to find a way to pin him down. He didn't have much time to think, as Naruto's speed continuously gave him an edge over Izuku in trading blows. Izuku dodged a punch, but was still blown away. I almost forgot. In Sage mode, I can't dodge a punch from Naruto and hope to escape unharmed. He quickly stood up to his feet and ran out of the way before he could get shoulder barged by the sage. He stayed hidden in the trees and observed the blonde. Speed, super strength, hypermotility, and natural energy manipulation. Those are the abilities he gains after activation of Sage mode. He dug his fingers into his hair as he thought. Weakness. Weakness. What is his weakness? I can only use this form for about 7 minutes. Naruto held up 2 of his hands, one showing 2 and the other 5. He can only hold this form for 7 minutes. It's already been 3 minutes since then. He sighed a shaky breath. For minutes, for more minutes. At this rate, dragging out the fight is next to impossible except I keep running and hiding. Wait! He slapped his cheeks in realization, as a smile widened in realization. There's something that can force Sage mode to relinquish early. He remembered Naruto using a huge Rasengan to attack Bakugo back at combat training. Their fight had lasted for about 5 minutes, and using that giant Rasengan caused the Sage mode to wear off before the designated time. It makes sense now. Sage mode runs on his gathered energy, right? A wind pressure attack swept off the trees around Izuku, forcing him to leap off the one he hid himself in and face the sinister smile of Naruto. He clenched his teeth in fists. Naruto-kun, I don't know what happened to you, but one thing's for sure. I'm gonna beat you. Naruto burst into hysterical laughter. That's some crazy-ass thing to say, you know. He grinned wickedly. Since you've got some balls, I'll take you up on your offer. Izuku saw the ground beneath Naruto crack, raising his fist up in time for a Delaware smash that clashed with Uruma Rasengan. Well, not necessarily clashing, but slowing down the giving him time to escape before being actually hit. The trees around them will definitely need to be replanted after this was finished. The one for all successor smiled a huge energy ball his small victory. Making use of full cowling at 17% came with its own small hicks. He clenched his fist and ignored the throbbing pain on his finger. He had gotten Naruto to use one giant Rasengan. He needed him to use another, and since he was so good at provoking opponents into using full power, this should be a piece of cake. Is that all you got, Naruto? He hollered at the blonde, mirroring his wicked grin. Naruto's teeth clenched, and he growled in annoyance. Kyuso, you bastard. He made 2 shadows clone who were immediately at Izuku's side, each holding a giant Rasengan in hand. They dashed towards him, hoping to connect the energy balls on him. Even his shadow clone can use them. There was no doubt in Izuku's mind that Naruto was very skilled. So skilled it was dangerous. He spread out his arms. He had never done this before. Increasing full cowling to 18%, he flicked but fingers and leaped out of the way, causing the clones to clash themselves. Naruto growled at this. His fingers and arms hurt both from using 18% and from the aftershock of not supporting his Delaware smash hands like he was supposed to. His arms had been thrown back by the force, causing a few of his bones to creak when he performed that stunt. It was excruciatingly painful, but he was seeing the result nonetheless. Naruto was panting, and he looked a little exhausted. Just a few more minutes. Oideku. Naruto's grave, sinister tone caused his breath to hitch. He could feel his killer intent from the distance he stood. His former scowl had changed into an evil grin. Don't go around riling up an opponent of whose skill you know nothing about, he said darkly and locked eyes with the younger boy. Weren't taught that. Izuku could see it. There was something in Naruto's tone that told him he was dead and also wrong all along. Naruto was right. He should have anticipated that he was going to pull something he had never seen off. I'm going to kill you, Izuku. He swallowed a dry lump in his throat. For all I know, he could be serious. I have to do something fast. However, he knew he was a bit too late when the winds began to pick up. He gazed with a horrified look at Naruto, who was now wielding a raisin shuriken spinning wildly in his hand and ready to fly. Cold sweat dribbled down Izuku's temple, remembering what that energy shuriken could do. You've made me mad, Izuku. What are you saying? Shigaraki. Twice shrieked at the villain leader, who didn't seem too fazed by the duplicating villain's outburst. Exactly what you heard. Twice. Go into UA. That's crazy sounds fun. Yay. UA. I'll see Izuku and Achiko and Naruto again. Toga cheered, jumping up and down and clapping her hands. You get excited for the silliest things. Spinner groaned. But why, Shigaraki? What's the need of this? Atsuhiro asked. Oh, you'll see. Pretty soon, he said with a wry smile. For now, let's just have fun and keep UA on their toes. I like the idea. Dabi spoke up. For once, I agree with Mr. Crumbly. This is surprising, Dabi. You usually don't do anything except you have a personal gain in it, Spinner said, carelessly earning a dark look from the blue flame wielder. His face cringed as the shiny teal eyes narrowed. I'm sure Tamura-kun just wants to see how strong they've gotten. Toga chimed. Not just that, there's also something I want to confirm. Confirm? Dabi raised a brow. It's a side motive of mine. Don't bother yourself about it, he said, waving off his former statement. He looked up at the evening sky, the setting sun. The symbol of peace for sure was no more, but he was certain there was another one. Dust danced around the air, choking up the atmosphere, and Izuku's limp body lay in the middle of it all. He had been pushed to using 25% to slow the Raisin Shuriken down, but it just cut right through. However, as a result, his body took a major KO from both using past 20% and taking a minor hit from the energy Shuriken. He cracked open an eyelid open and could see familiar orange walk through the dust towards him. Oh no! What could he do? He'd run, but his body ached, and he didn't have that much time to decide, because he was hoisted off the ground by Naruto, holding him by the hood. He gave the green-haired boy a look of disgust. You're weak. It's no wonder you weren't All Might's first choice. Izuku's shallow breath caught in his throat at those words, and Naruto chuckled darkly. You'll never be able to protect the ones you love. That hit a spark. Green lightning surged through his body as he forced 25% of himself, ignoring the creaking bones. Naruto was quick to throw him a punch, but this time he caught it. You're wrong, he said in a shaky yet stern voice. I may be weak now, but I will never fail when it comes to protecting the ones I care for. Naruto glared at him, clenching his teeth. All Might is going to die. What will you do without your master helping you? I'm not going to be without him, because we are going to twist fate and change destiny. And after saying that, he had butted Naruto, sending him a few feet back. Delaware, smash! He ignored the excruciating pain and pushed on, roaring plush ultra in his head. That's to avoid close combat attacks with him. Make use of long range. Attack only when he's downed. Naruto made an X with both his arms and focused his chakra on his feet to avoid being swept away, only to open his eyes and to see Izuku with a shoot-style kick coming towards his left side. He could only dodge, which gave Izuku another advantage, lifting his leg high and bringing it down on the blonde, smashing him into the ground. The ground beneath them, cratered in dust and rubble, was all Izuku could see at the moment, but he didn't care. Panting heavily, to catch his breath as grinned painfully to himself. Yes, I got him. His eyes widened when Naruto turned into a puff of smoke. Nanny was a shadow clone this whole time. He leaped out of the small crater and regretted his action. Suddenly the pain came rushing back to him. He mustn't have felt it much in that fight due to the adrenaline. He held on to his broken arm in pain and began to step back away from the crater. He nearly choked on his own saliva when his back hit something hard. He gulped and slowly turned to meet Naruto, standing menacingly tall over him. Yes, his sage mode had worn off, but he still felt like fainting right now, and he couldn't keep up full cowling at this rate. His body won't take it. He began to back up from Naruto when his firm hand on his shoulder stopped him. Izuku clenched his teeth and locked gazes with Naruto, but what he didn't expect was to be pulled into a tight hug. "You passed Dabi." The energetic blonde cried with his cheery tone back. Izuku was already feeling lightheaded, in shock and frozen with fear, so when Naruto released him, he fell to the ground. Izuku woke up later on to the sound of Naruto calling his name in a bored sing-song tone and poking him in the cheek. He jerked up, feeling rejuvenated. The pains had gone, and he realized that Naruto, or rather Kurama, had healed him. Wait, what happened before? They were fighting, but why? "Welcome back, Dabi." "Naruto," Izuku called him quietly. The blonde drew near to hear him better, only for the green kid to snap and grab him by the collar. "What the hell was that for?" he yelled comically into Naruto's face. Hey, take it easy, I'll explain, Dabi." Naruto pulled off Izuku's hands from his collar. "You said I pass. What does that mean?" "It means what it is." Naruto shrugged. "You passed the test of willpower. I don't want to train a mediocre." "Huh! Wait, you're saying this was a test to see the strength of my will, and not a test to beat you in Sage Mode?" he asked incredulously and gaped at Naruto, who nodded in the affirmative. "What?" "Fact, Deku. At the level you are now, you're a long way from beating me in Sage Mode. You'd have to truly surpass All Might, but I've got to say, you beat my clone. Now that's something. If you're trying to cheer me up that way, it's not working." Izuku deadpanned but chuckled at his little joke with Naruto before going silent. Naruto noticed his shift in countenance and frowned, sitting by him. "What's up?" "Those things you said." Izuku locked eyes with Naruto. "So you know?" The blonde smiled sadly. "Yeah, All Might Tajiken and I have been close since I arrived Mizurufu. Sorry I didn't tell you. He didn't want me to." No. Izuku shook his head. "I can understand why you did it." He gave Naruto a smile. The blonde smiled genuinely. For Izuku to understand this made him happy. He probably wanted you to focus more on your hero studies, but you forced the truth out of him anyway. He said it was okay to tell you. So, why have you and All Might been close? Naruto smiled to himself. "He wanted me to help him look after you." Izuku gasped lightly. "So that's why..." Naruto nodded. I've always been at your side, Dabi." He knew that his responsibility to watch over all for one would take out a lot of his time, so he needed me to fill in that space. He looked up at the setting sun as he spoke. "All Might Tajiken reminds me a lot of my mentor. They both have the same dream of attaining world peace." "Your mentor?" Izuku asked, obviously interested. "How is he?" "Dead." Naruto answered flatly. There was silence between the two for a while before Izuku was able to mutter out an "I'm sorry" to Naruto, who waved it off. "I know you were probably thinking, why didn't I do anything to change it? To be honest, I wished I could change it too, but I never knew that was going to happen to him, and I was way too weak. There were a lot of things I wanted him to see. Me finally mastering Sage Mode, bringing Sasuke back, and becoming Hokage. I just let him see an uncool side of me." Izuku sat there feeling speechless and downcast, not knowing what to say. "Izuku?" Naruto's quiet voice called him, surprising the green boy both because he was lost in thought and the blonde had called him by his real name for the first time. "You said you were going to change destiny. The green-haired boy stared in awe at the confident grin the blonde gave him. Then always have that at the back of your mind, throughout your time of training, that you will have the courage to change destiny. He raised his fist and bumped Izuku's chest. Izuku, I will help you change destiny. Because I believe in that too, Databeo. Tears began spilling out of the green hero's eyes, rolling down his cheeks and dropping onto his chest. He wiped at his eyes before mirroring Naruto's grin and nodding. Hi! In the common room that night, the air was quite lively as more students of Class 1A had gotten into agency to do work study. Kirishima, who was called by Tamaki Amajiki, has now joined Fat Gum's agency, and Ochako and Tsu joined Nijire in Ryoka's agency. Bakugo was with Sasuke and Shoto, and since they practically lived at Endeavor's agency, he wasn't around as much. However, he was available today, and his classmates used the opportunity to bombard him with questions on how it was like in the Endeavor's agency. He'd eventually snap and go into a rage moment with the assumption that he was being looked down on since there wasn't much action at the Endeavor agency. Bakugo did have to admit that he was learning new stuff under the Flame Hero in terms of speed and quick perception. He was surprised half and half couldn't keep up on their first day. Of course, it was no task for Sasuke, who was even leagues faster than Endeavor and was very well versed with his powers. He enjoyed the way the Uchiha would smart-mouth the number one hero and how he could get away with such disrespect. It made him start to like Sasuke. They had that one thing in common. The common room was still buzzing when Ida walked in. Izuku, Naruto, and the rest of the class turned in his direction. Strange. Ida was always in the common room with them from the time they arrived. Where had he been? Ida-kun, you've been gone for a while? Izuku asked his tall friend, who gave him an odd look for a moment, which confused the students. He blinked after realizing his awkward mistake, and clasped his hands together and bowed with full energy. Gomeni-sai, H.A., you didn't do anything wrong. Izuku's sweat dropped as he raised his hands in front of him. Ah, okay then, but I left you hanging, so I felt I must apologize. Ida said solemnly, adjusting his glasses. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Shoto blinked, and Sasuke wasn't even looking in their direction. Anyway, Ida began to say, I was previously studying and needed some help with some equations. He looked towards Momo. Yakuza-kun, may I have your assistance? The whole class looked towards Momo awkwardly to see her response to this. Her light shrug and innocent smile with no problem, said without a stutter, disappointed a few percentages, and made the rest stare even more awkwardly. They watched as both class reps disappeared down the hall, and Mineta began to run his mouth. You think they're going to take it to base 3? Tsuyu's response was to use her tongue to slap Minoru across the face, but the latter just smiled and rubbed the spot. I'm starting to have a kink for that, he said, eliciting views from his female classmates and a few from the boys. I doubt they've got any chemistry. Kyoka scoffed, twisting her earphone jacks on her fingers. They don't, Denki asked, looking confused. No, they don't, Mina said. They may both be class reps, but it doesn't mean they have any sort of feelings for each other. Take Class 1B, for example. Kendo and Monoma are both class reps, but you don't see any sort of thing going on there. That's because Monoma's repulsive. Ochako deadpanned. That would be gross anyway. And plus, aren't she and Tetsu a thing? Hagakure asked from her side of the couch, whereby Ochako. Ida and Yamamoto have nothing going on. I mean, that guy is too serious to even think of something like that. Denki began to nod at the revelation. Oh, I see now. But honestly speaking, Yamamoto's hot in if she's alone with a guy in a room. I doubt some things won't happen. Nothing's going to happen. The stern voice shocked everyone, as they had never expected him to add to their conversation. Todoroki-kun, Izuku muttered. Yaoyorozu is an intelligent and independent woman, and also a hero in training with great potential. Engaging in such trivial acts is not what she would do, he said easily with a bit of irritation, silencing the class for a few moments. Whoa, dude, sorry. Denki rubbed the back of his head. I didn't mean any harm or anything. He apologized, to which Shoto waved off. Mina giggles and whispered to Hagakure, who had scooted closer to her. Of course he'd get super protective of her. The invisible girl couldn't help but giggle along with her pink friend. Sasuke stole a glance at Shoto and silently chuckled. So, what equations are those? Are they the quadratic equations ectoplasm sensei gave to us? Momo asked as they both walked down the hall together to Ida's room. The class rep's lens gleamed over as he adjusted them. They are more complex. Momo's eyebrows rose at his hesitant answer. What's wrong? She had not even turned a full 90 degrees to look his way when a sharp needle pierced into her neck, causing her to feel woozy and faint. The imposter Ida held no emotion in his lensed eyes as she looked at him for the last time. Ida-ku! Everything went black, and the imposter carried her on his shoulder, jumping out the window with her and landing safely in some bushes. He looked back to see if anyone followed, squinting his eyes at the darkness before walking off with her. Come on, Naruto. You can do it. Izuku encouraged the blonde as he tried tackling the equations. It didn't take long before he burst into tears. Why can't I get this right? Hey, it's fine. We'll just go through the revisions again. Izuku gave him an encouraging smile as Naruto continued his bawling. A yawn caught their attention. Snapping their head up, they met Ida looking down at them with sleepy eyes. Ida-kun, you're here? Sorry, I wasn't here from the beginning. Yawn. I think I ate something that didn't agree with me and knocked me into sleep. Ida said groggily. I haven't seen you since school was out. You were supposed to help me with homework, dude. Sorry about that. To Kirishima-kun. Wait, hold on. Weren't you with Yamamoto a few minutes ago? Kyoka asked, gaping at him, when he blinked in confusion. Yairose-kun? He looked up in thought. No. I last saw her in Ectoplasm Sensei's class. No. She left with you, Mina said, and the students erupted in murmurs. Sasuke's eyes sailed over to Naruto's and locked with his. Their eyes narrowed as they shared a look. Izuku noticed this exchange and gulped. It can't be. Flashback, I found the shapeshifter. Naruto had told him as they sat together outside. Izuku's brows raised in both joy and worry. Her name is Toga Himiko. Naruto watched as Izuku's breath hitched and his pupils dilate. You know her? He nodded. Yeah, we met once, so I see. Sasuke is currently investigating her. She happened to have found a way into UA, like it was no problem for her. Izuku's heartbeat quickened at that. So the villains already have a way into UA? I know. It's crazy with the security you guys have and all. You know, but that's why Sasuke and I are here. Then he added this last statement and sterned his face looking straight at Izuku. Oi, Deku, just 'cause Sasuke and I are here, it doesn't mean you're not going to fight. Don't be scared and get ready. He narrowed his eyes and looked back straight ahead. I've got a feeling they're going to make a move. Databeo to flashback Yendi. So when Naruto abruptly leaped out of his seat and bolted out of the common room and down the hall, Izuku did not hesitate to follow swiftly behind. Ida finally reached the small, clearing a good distance from the dorm in a secluded R of the small forest. There, waiting and hearing on a tree, was Dabi, his hands in his pants pockets and his eyes closed as if he was asleep. The rustling of grass under fake Ida's shoes must have notified him of his presence, since he pushed himself off the tree, so the creation hero could lay there. Dabi crouched to her eye level, staring at her limp form with his turquoise eyes. She's the one, all right, he said to himself, his eyes glazed all over her body, and a small smile played on his lips. Imposter Ida morphed into Toga and leaned down with her hands on her knees to get a close look. She smiled a toothy smile. Wah! She's so beautiful. She cooed, looking over to Dabi, who seemed to also appreciate her looks. What's your plan, Dabi-kun? The blue flame wielder sighed. I want to talk to him, he said quietly, and Toga's smile widened, showing off her fangs. Only she understood what Dabi had said now, and the reason was that she and Dabi were close and related in a way, having gone through the same pain. So that time has come, right? She asked, the giddiness in her voice never fading. You should go. Shigaraki will be looking for you. He ignored her question, still staring at the creation heroine. Toga quickly stood up straight and dashed off, leaving Dabi with Momo. You better hurry here. Shoto. Naruto stood in the middle of the forest. His eyes narrowed, carefully inspecting his surroundings before a blast of wind tousled up his yellow hair. He smiled. So you caught on, great job. He looked down at Izuku, who mirrored his confident smile. I got it as soon as you and Sasuke-kun shared that look, but... He looked around. Where's Sasuke? He watched as Naruto shook his head and went back to inspecting, hands on his waist. He said he'd find the imposter and Momo while I take care of others. He told you that with just a look. Izuku deeply fascinated, wondering if they also had telepathic powers. The blonde laughed at this, overhearing Izuku's mumbling. Sasuke and I are just close. We can communicate with just mere looks. Our minds are in sync, he stated with a soft smile. That is how rivals are supposed to be. Izuku nodded, looking at Naruto with such interest. There was a lot he needed to learn from him, but for now, and the matter at hand was to be treated with utmost importance. So, who are the others? Oh, those guys. Naruto shrugged, pointing over the green boy's shoulder, snapping his head behind him. He could see the familiar black gooish substance dripping in the air, and his pupils dilated. They're here. Izuku turned, facing the villains fully, as they began to morph out of the black slime. Naruto could identify them. The lizard-looking guy spinner, the one with the hat, Mr. Compress, a.k.a. Atsuhiro, the guy in a bodysuit Twice, a.k.a. the one with the hands, Tamir Shigaraki, and a few others that came along. He looked down at Izuku by his side and narrowed his eyes at his shaking frame. Deku, what would Old Man All Might do in a situation like this? The sudden question knocked some sense into Izuku, who immediately stopped shivering and stood firm. He looked on at them with a fearless smile. That's the look, Databeos. He walked up to his side and sported his own threatening smile at the villains. You came to the wrong place at the wrong time. As a villain, no time is ever wrong. I go wherever I want. Tamura answered with a shrug accompanied by a dark chuckle. It's been long, hasn't it? Midoriya Izuku. I see you're close friends with him. What did you come here for, Tamura? Naruto asked him sharply, and the villain smiled. Now, I feel honored for the hero-killing beast to know my name. He chuckled darkly. This is truly an honor. Naruto clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. So that's what he was called now. Be careful, Naruto. Izuku pacified him, noticing the shift in his aura. That guy has a dangerous quirk. If he touches you with all 5 fingers, you'll decay to dust. Ah, I know that, Databeo. He brought his fist to his chest and looked Tamura dead in the eye. You bastards better get ready to get your asses kicked by me and Deku, Databeo. Databeo? Spinner gave Naruto a puzzled look. Don't mind him. Let's just show him the beauty of our act. Atsuhiro said, readying his compression balls. Whoa! Both Izuku and Naruto-kun are here. I'm so glad. Toga hopped and clapped her hands full of mirth, while Spinner rolled his eyes, locked gazes with Izuku. This is a hero that Stain wished to save. What do I do? He battled in his thoughts, not noticing his partners move into attack. He gasped in realization, joined them. Naruto made some shadow clones, and Izuku activated full cowling before moving to clash with the villains. Sasuke ran through the forest with his signature blue lightning trailing behind him his form before stopping abruptly and sighing. They went at high speed through the forest when Sasuke stopped again, this time to, was it necessary to follow me? He looked over his shoulder at Bakugo and Shoto, who were running to catch up with him. Once they were at his side, Bakugo began to speak. Like I'd let you take all the action for yourself. Sasuke scoffed. As eager as ever, he looked over at the ice and fire wielder, his look questioning him. Our class rep has gone missing. I want to help in the search for her and deal with whoever's responsible for this, he said, glaring ahead. Plus, I want to gain experience from what you're going after. Sasuke stared the two down for a few moments before sighing. Fine. Have it your way, but you'll have to catch up. I'm not going to slow down. Without warning, he flashed off a spark of blue lightning. Bakugo and Shoto cursed before hoarding their power and blasting off after Sasuke. They moved faster and faster until they had reached a sight-able distance with the Uchiha. As they ran through the forest, Sasuke stopped again, but this time, two huge beings blocked their path. Shoto's eyes narrowed, and Bakugo clenched his teeth. "No, Mu?" "They brought these sackheads along." Bakugo growled in annoyance. "They're probably so they can hold us back." Sasuke stated as the wind tousled up his hair, exposing the gleaming purple eye under his bangs. "The target is up ahead. You both go ahead and protect the class rep." Blue lightning began to surge through his arm. "I'll take care of these two." They showed reluctance to leave, but when Sasuke flashed his Manjiki Sharingan eye at them, they quickly blasted off. Momo's eyes fluttered open and took in her surroundings. She was outside, and that confused her, and still she didn't remember what happened before then. How did she get here? Her eyes widened. That's... Gaping. Her onyx eyes widened in fear as a half-leathery face appeared a few inches away from hers. She laid there frozen, a bit fuzzy, registering his face. The leather parts of his skin almost looked as if the flesh were spoiled, dark purple in color, wrinkly and stapled against his otherwise smooth, normal skin. The grotesque flesh was all around his jaw, on his eyes, his ears, and on his arms and neck. Momo's eyes traveled up his lean body and spiky jet-black hair that rivaled hers. If it wasn't for the fact that his skin was absolutely revolting, Momo would consider that he was rather handsome. His bright, turquoise eyes narrowed, and bore into hers. He seemed surprised. She tried moving her hand, but it lay limp, did the same with her legs. Same result. Was she paralyzed? Dabi inched closer to her, and her heartbeat quickened. Smiling at her countenance, he held her chin. "You're the one Shoto picked at the sports festival, right?" he said to her, his voice calm but frightening. Momo took note of the way he familiarized Todoroki's first name. Did they know each other? He chuckled as she shivered under his touch, his breath hot against her face. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't be asking you questions when you're too shaken up to speak." He smirked. "You woke up earlier than you were supposed to." "Supposed to?" "Those stupid drugs must have its own weaknesses, I guess," he continued to say as he searched her eyes and face with his. Those eyes, they were too familiar. She could start hearing her heartbeat in her ears when he started to pull her face by her chin closer to his. Toga was right. She's beautiful. Just as he was about to make contact, a sharp sword pierced into his shoulder, causing him to hiss and stagger away from her. Momo glared at him as he began to chuckle after removing her created sword. "You're a feisty one." He held on to his now bloody right shoulder, trying to stop the bleeding by placing some heat. "You're smart. You just took out my favorite arm." He grunted in pain as his heat did its work, but he smiled through it anyway, chuckling as he added the last part. "No wonder Shoto constantly has his eyes on you." She gave him an incredulous look, both for his last statement and for the blue flames that started surrounding her. Her heart quickened as the heat from the flames bothered her breathing. She started finding it hard to take in air. It was all humid around her. Yaoyorozu, that voice in the blast of cold air, was her saving grace, but she still felt lightheaded. To Todoroki-san, she mumbled before shutting her eyes. Shoto ran over to her and held her in his arms, feeling her pulse. "Good." He let out a sigh of relief. It was still there. Looking up at the culprit, his eyes narrowed. "Dabi," his fists clenched. "Took you long enough," he said calmly, and watched as Shoto's left side burst into flames in anger. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at the villain as his palms began sparking up. The blue flame wielder rolled his eyes. "Don't get yourselves in unnecessary danger. Luckily for you, I'm just here to talk." He removed his hand from the bleeding. He had managed to stop it, but he wouldn't be able to use it. "You should have said that before hurting her. Then I would have listened to you," Shoto said in a low, dangerous tone, laying Momo down gently on the tree. Bakugo smiled wickedly. "Since when did you start sounding reasonable, half and half? I like this part of you." Yaoyorozu injured me, limiting me to only one arm. Dabi chuckled. She's something else, Shoto. You have good eyes. He then narrowed his eyes. But just 'cause I can only use one arm, doesn't mean I won't be able to put you on the ground. The brawl began there, and then Dabi versus Shot and Bakugo. Naruto and Izuku fought their enemies with ease, watching each other's backs. Izuku with his Delaware smash ready to fire, and Naruto with multi-shadow clone hand sign ready to summon his clones. Izuku made short work of Mr. Compress, who rushed after him, holding some sort of grudge for him. He avoided his compression balls before landing a kick on the villain's mask, breaking it on contact and sending him flying back. Spinner had attacked Naruto, swinging his huge heavy blade at the blonde, whose clone slapped his palms above and under the blade, trapping it in a firm grasp and giving original Naruto a chance to pummel him into the ground. Looks like none of them are strong enough to push him farther. Shigaraki mused and chuckled. Good thing the doctor let me borrow a few. He whipped his head around, seeing that Izuku was fine on his own until Shigaraki bolted towards him and was already at arm's length. He made an attempt to go to his aid when a sharp tool pierced into his right shoulder. Kyuso. He held onto the tool, hissing in pain, and tried pulling it out only for Toga to pierce another one, this time on his left thigh. He could see his blood drawing into the tool like a syringe. It was connected to a mask she wore on the lower part of her face. Though half her face was covered, he could see she was grinning. Izuku saw Shigaraki closing on him from his peripheral view and clenched his teeth. The villain was already closer to him than he could react. His 5 fingers were already stretched out, and there was a twisted grin on his face. Damn it! Just as the hand was about to make contact, a tan-skinned hand caught pale blue by the wrist. The green-haired boy's eyes widened at Naruto, who was suddenly in front of him looking down at Shigaraki with a stern gaze. Toga pounced on Naruto and brought out a dagger. Bleed for me. She wasted no time in stabbing the blonde and laughed hysterically. However, her smile faltered, and she sat there gaping at the cloud of smoke that replaced Naruto's position under her. A clone. The blonde tightened his hold on the villain's wrist and narrowed his eyes. Don't you dare lay a grubby finger on Deku. Aizawa was up in his room working on his PC when his communication system beeped. Eraser. Villains have been spotted in the forest. The Erasure hero's eyes widened more than they normally did. He shot up from his swiveling chair and raced towards the door. His hands halted on the door knob when it seemed the communicator had more to say. Class 1A is facing them right now. Yosetsu carefully opened up his room door, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He was met by murmurs from the rest of his classmates who had woken up along with him. The noise from outside was annoying, and he woke up to see what it was. He walked up to Tetsu, who was already wide awake, and talking animatedly with Kendo. Hey! Man, what's going on? The League of Villains is here. The welder's eyes widened, and the sleep was driven from him. You serious? Yes. Class 1A just went down there. Kendo said with worry. Yamamoto was kidnapped. Yamamoto? Yosetsu gasped and grabbed Kendo by her shoulders. Where is she? Tetsu moved to separate them. Hey, stop it, dude, he said sternly. Todoroki, Bakugo, and that new guy went after them. He gave the welder a look that made him realize his wrong. He backed up from Kendo, who was now in Tetsu's arms. I'm sorry. He apologized pathetically before blinking. But Class 1A are down there by themselves. We should help no. Vlad-sensei, Kendo said, turning to her teacher, who stood with other pro staff of UA, all dressed in their suits. You're all to go to the refuge bunker, he said. We have a refuge bunker? Monoma asked, gaping at his homeroom teacher. What other secrets are you hiding from students? He was silenced by Kendo giving his neck a chop that knocked him unconscious. Don't worry. We'll be on our way, Vlad-sensei, she said, and the fanged hero sighed. What will I ever do without you, Kendo? He muttered as she and the rest students left, dragging Monoma along like a rag doll, even with one arm. Dabi was a threat. Aside from the fact that his fire type was superior to Shoto's and Bakugo's explosions, his skill and perception skill was very high. He was able to predict Bakugo's combat method. "You guys are so slow," he commented flatly after easily blocking a punch feint from Bakugo which revealed to be a kick. Kyuso, the explosive teen, cursed and was kicked back into a tree trunk. Shoto went ahead to make fog with his ice powers, and Dabi just chuckled. "This is supposed to make me blind against your attacks, right?" He looked around and saw that he indeed couldn't see a thing. "Nice, you're skilled, but it's still not enough." Without warning, he released a blast of blue flame, like an explosion, which cleared off the fog in an instant. Shoto stood there shocked and a bit shaken. He was able to release a blast like that with one arm. As if reading his thoughts, Dabi chuckled darkly and said, "Imagine if both my arms were fine. I wonder what you'd do, Shoto." Why does his voice sound so familiar? Shoto asked himself in his thoughts and backed up when the villain started to approach him. He instinctively raises his left arm and released an ambush of red hell flames at Dabi, who clashed it with his blue. And just as Dabi's flames clashed with his, it started to overwhelm the red one, pushing it back to Shoto's side. "You're still weak, Shoto." Two huge bodies of Nomus fell to the ground, engulfed in black flames. Sasuke sauntered past them, lightning crackling all over his body and his Rinnegan beaming brightly as he stared forward then. An electric surge burst to life on his only fist and dashed in a flash of blue lightning. Dabi's fire had Shoto's flames on its knees as he was close to scorching the younger flame hero. Suddenly, black flames ignited over his and vanquished it completely, shocking him. Black flames? The last thing he heard was the powerful screech of an eagle before he got stabbed in the chest by a fist full of lightning. Bakugo, Shoto, and Dabi stared wide-eyed. The blue flame wielder held onto Sasuke's arm and coughed out blood. He started to pant and try to grasp for breath, holding Sasuke's arm like it was life itself. His lips formed a smile, however, which confused the two boys, excluding Sasuke. "You," he began, his voice hoarse. "Uchiha Sasuke." The surprise was evident on all their faces while Sasuke just scowled. How this guy knew his name, he didn't know. "You must have seen that I was just a double. You're pretty sharp." He managed a small pained chuckle. "But the way you attacked me, if I wasn't a double, you probably would have done the same." He now locked eyes with Sasuke and smirked. "I like that. You're a cold-hearted murderer, a hero who doesn't hesitate to kill the villain. If there was a hero out there that I admire, it would be you." He shifted his gaze to Shoto. "You should look up to people like him, Shoto. You talk a lot," Sasuke quipped, his voice unshaken by Dabi's jabs. The flame villain just laughed. "Well, thanks to you, I can finally convey the message I wanted to." He looked over Sasuke's shoulder at Shoto's crouched form. "I want to fight you, Shoto." Bakugo's eyes snapped to the half-end, half-pre-hero and back to Dabi. Sasuke just glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "And for what reason?" Dabi shrugged. "I'm just challenging the kid. Nothing else." He breathed out. "But he's weak now. I want him at full strength." Shoto looked on, unsure of what to say, as Dabi's eyes glazed over him. "When you're strong enough, come at me so I can finish this once and for all." Sasuke's eyes narrowed at this. Dabi was challenging Shoto to a battle. Maybe this was because of their quirk similarities, and he had just taken an interest in Shoto, but one side of him nagged the opposite. At this point, he felt some déjà vu. "And when you have the same eyes as mine, come at me." The Uchiha sighed and drew his fist out of the double's chest, pushing it to the floor, and watched it mold away. "I hope this isn't what I think it is." Bakugo could see Sasuke's conflicted gaze over the blank expression he currently had on his face. He wondered what just went on in Sasuke's head right now. Tamura chuckled with mirth at his situation. Naruto had his fist held firmly, and his burning gaze bore into him. "Uzumaki Naruto, meeting you finally is really an honor. You don't know how happy I am." "I don't understand why you're happy," Naruto said, annoyed at his antics. You did what we villains struggled to do for days within 5 minutes. His chuckle grew into a laugh. You caused chaos, absolute chaos. And you know the best part? When you killed those heroes. He laughed boisterously. That made me so happy. Naruto's eyes darkened as he cackled. You killed the things I hate, and I love that. So of course I will be happy to see you. Oi. The dark, low tone of Naruto's voice silenced Shigaraki's laughter, and his eyes narrowed when the grip on his wrist tightened. The blonde, who had his head down, raised it slowly, revealing glowing gold toad sage eyes. Choose your words around me, Databeo, he said softly but with murder intent evident in his voice. Tamura hissed out a curse when Naruto caught a Nomu that leaped at them out of nowhere by the throat. He then used the Nomu as a yaoi paddle, hitting Tamura back yards away from them. Spinner, Toga and Atsuhiro carried Tamura off the ground and quickly hid themselves as a Nomu began marching forward. You call those a few? Dabi asked Tamura, who just scoffed and pulled himself up. Even they are not enough. There's just something I want to confirm. W's, what is he? The villains surrounding them started to back up in fear as Naruto straightened. Izuku stood by Naruto and looked up at him. Standing beside him felt like he was standing by All Might. Deku, don't ever fear Tamura, Naruto said and locked eyes with him. He's no match against the you that I fought today. The green-haired boy looked ahead at the army of Nomus, approaching them with a daring look, filled with morale. He nodded at Naruto's command. Hi, Midoriya, Naruto. The voices of their classmates was heard in the distances as Class 1A approached them. Everyone, Izuku turned to his classmates. Holy sure dash. No one of you guys just left like that. Denki squeaked on seeing the Nomu. You didn't invite us to the party, not manly dudes. The Nomu, they look a lot bigger than before, Achiko observed. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Azui added. A flash of blue lightning appeared next to Naruto. You found them? Naruto asked Sasuke and he nodded. But the culprit got away. He was just a double. Well, it can't be helped. Naruto shrugged. Bakugo and Shoto arrived with Momo, who lay limp in his arms. Yamamo, Jairu called out to her as Shoto laid her down. She needs to be taken to Recovery Girl. Shoto said, his voice a bit shaky. We'll take care of it. Achiko was immediately at Momo's side, making her weightless, so Azui could easily carry her and run to the clinic. Kaken, Todoroki-kun, you're here. Of course I'd be here. Get it into that fucked up brain of yours that I will never let you beat me. Got that? Why, yeah, I got it, Kaken. Okay, guys, Naruto said, clashing his fist with his palm. Let's show these punks what happens when you mess with Class 1A students, Databeo. Hi! Class 1A students chorused and charged forward. These kids aren't even scared, Spinner remarked in amazement, watching the teenagers battle with the bioengineered humans. Tamura just looked on at the battle with a smile. Oh, now I see. They're the cause of their confidence. Kirishima faced a Nomu that could increase the muscle in its body, making it stronger. Its ability was similar to that of the deceased villain, muscular. It surpassed Red Riot by leagues in strength, and his current strength of hardening could not keep up. He tried standing his ground as he received blows from the bioengineered human. I can't lose here, he growled in his thoughts and summoned up more strength from within him. I'm not going to stay weak. He caught Nomu's fists and hardened his body even more. I'm going to go far beyond than I've ever gone before. He pushed the Nomu back and squared his shoulder as his body creaked. His skin sharpened and hardened, so did his eyes as the skin of his face drew up, exposing his sharp teeth and caused them to bear out. This is my Red Riot, unbreakable. The Nomu raised both fists high in the air. They bulked up and grew more muscle before it brought its great arms down on the hardening hero, cratering the ground below him. His classmates surrounding the area gasped at the sight. Kirishima barely got a scratch. The young hero's arms were formed in an X, blocking the Nomu's hand pound. He puffed out a steam of air before letting out a roar. Bakugo grinned sardonically. The joy he felt for his friend was very evident. He couldn't hide it. Shitty hair. Plus, ultra. He roared and punched the Nomu into the earth, increasing the depth of the crater even more. Naruto smiled at this as it gave his classmates even more morale. Now that's the look, Databeo. Irinaka and Tsu had successfully delivered Momo to the clinic, and thankfully Recovery Girl was already stationed in her post. She quickly received Momo, giving her a checkup and the necessary first aid treatment. Her blood had been infused with GABA, the old doctor said calmly, as the two girls in the room gasped. "Will she be okay?" Irinaka asked in a worried tone, and Chio nodded, giving her a reassuring smile. "Thanks to you and to you bringing her here. She'll be fine, but I would also like to give her credit too. Drinking Valium with your tea is a good way to counter GABA from taking full effect on the body. If not for that, she would have been paralyzed." Irinaka and Tsu both had stunned expressions on. It was hard to believe it, but Recovery Girl was the one telling them their class rep and friend was on drugs. Chio just smiled at their shock. "You should be thankful that she's okay. Ask about that later." 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Class 1 of students were fearlessly engaging Nomu in battle. The same students who were once frightened at the sight of those things were facing them head-on. Another thing was their teamwork. Deku and Bakugo, Class 1A's infamous rivals, were actually working together, and doing it well, and not to talk of Naruto and Sasuke using their strange abilities in battle. Present Mike looked awestruck at the sight before him. He crouched there at their hidden spot, speechless, before clicking his tongue. "You thinking what I'm thinking, Shoyuta?" The dry-eyed teacher just looked on, a small hidden smile on his face. It was all starting to come to light now. Everything All Might talked about. 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Izuka said, his full cowling making his eyes glow, causing him to give off an air of intimidation. The explosive teeth growled. "Don't fucking give me orders, damn Deku." The Noma before them had regenerative abilities, and all their attacks had given them the same result. The monster kept healing and regrowing its limbs, and it didn't help with Bakugo's anger issues. "It keeps growing back, no matter how many times we take him out," Izuka stated. "Well, it's pretty fucking obvious, isn't it?" Bakugo's hoarse voice rasped as he panted both out of exhaustion and annoyance. "We'll just have to blast its head off." "His head, that's true," he mumbled. "Don't get distracted, you got it." He barked at Izuku, who squeaked a little at Bakugo's aggressive tone, but nodded anyway. The blonde then lightened his mean expression and looked towards the creature before them. "Keep your eyes on the prize." The two sped off in the blink of an eye, first punching the Nomu, causing it to back up. They worked together, attacking the creature with everything they had, hand in hand. Their moves flowed in perfect sync, and so did their combined attacks. They didn't even need to talk to each other. It was like they could read each other's mind. Izuku increased his full cowling percentage and punched Nomu up into the sky after Bakugo had caused it to stumble towards him. Now I understand what Naruto-kun was saying. Izuku locked eyes with Bakugo and was able to interpret the message within the sardonic smile on his face. He took hold of his arm. "Ike!" Using his enhanced strength from full cowling, he flung the blonde into the air up after Nomu. Kakin, if Bakugo were to attack Nomu on ground, the impact of his explosion will hurt the others. Bakugo boosted himself higher with his blast and latched onto the creature's exposed brain of a head, his palms placed on either side of it. The Nomu made a small sound as Bakugo's wicked smile widened. "Shiny." Everyone watched with wide eyes as the Nomu's head and upper body got obliterated in the great explosion. Naruto grinned and smirked at Sasuke. No words needed to be exchanged. They already knew what needed to be done. Together, they flashed off, almost out of sight, and all the bioengineered humans were getting cut down with every movement. The students, pro-heroes, and even villains widened their eyes at this moment and struggled to keep up. Snipe, can you see anything? Aizawa asked. The gun hero, having the best eyesight among them, shook his head. All I see is blue and orange. They're so fast. Tamura muttered to no one in particular. The two legendary shinobi kept at their speed and killed every last one of the Nomas, except one that absorbed shockwaves. Naruto stopped with Sasuke by his side. Both of them combined the Rasen Shuriken and Amaterasu. Then, with speed faster than Nomu could sense, they dashed forward and hit the Nomu in the torso, sending it flying far off and away from Yue. They both smiled, both panting, but a victorious smile etched on their face. They shared a fist bump right before the rest of class, 1A, gathered round hollering and celebrating their victory. They all looked a bit jagged up, and Denki certainly got his brain fried, but other than that, they were all fine. Eraserhead, Mike, and the pros around smiled and nodded. Aizawa was especially pleased by what happened. Tashinori, they've come this far. Again, I admit you were right. It's all clear now. Those two, Tamura seethed, clenching his fist before sighing and standing to his feet. We're leaving, he said quietly as they exited the school. We've had Noma cases for a long time now, but this Detective Tsukachi shook his head in awe, finding this difficult to believe. This is just crazy. Another thing is why the Villain League would just take such a risk and attack for no reason at all. Gran Torino mused out loud. They are villains, and they do a lot of questionable things, so let's not dwell too much on that fact. Niza said, what we should really worry and think of now is how to improve the security of UA. If Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun were not there, who knows what would have happened to the students? The attack. Sasuke spoke up. You're going to keep it under wraps, right? As dangerous as doing that is, yes, Niza answered. Tsukachi sighed, crossed his arms, and narrowed his eyes. This is even more hectic than when All for One was free, he said loosely to Gran Torino, who hummed in agreement. All for One. Naruto's soft, questioning voice brought the three back to the two boys in the room with them. Their eyes widened in realization at what they had done. Who is All for One? Naruto asked again, his eyes searching men and mouse. Their reluctance was obvious, and Sasuke could feel the shift in atmosphere. Their hesitation began to annoy Naruto, as he was confused of their strange behavior. Why wasn't he getting answers? What the hell was going on? Tell me who this All for One guy is. Naruto. Sasuke shot a glare at him, signaling him to pipe down. The blonde shot him his own abrasive look. The room went quiet suddenly. Only the sound of Naruto calming his breathing could be heard. One would ask the reason for Naruto's outburst, but really the answer was obvious. Why would the bane of UA and the city's existence be kept a secret from him or Sasuke? Naruto-kun, Niza's gentle voice spoke, first causing him to snap his head to his direction. I know you have little knowledge on who All for One is, and you are angry because you don't know all you are supposed to. Then why aren't you telling me anything? Naruto seethed. If you know I'm mad, then why aren't you saying anything? You're just being dumb now, Dash. All for One is a delicate topic. Gran Torino intervened, his tone also raised. We can't just take you to meet someone like him. Protocols need to be followed. Forms need to be filled, security doubled. He's the epitome of destruction and chaos. If that fearful, then we need to see him. Sasuke deadpanned, drawing their attention to him. We're already deep in this Villain League nonsense, and as bodyguards of the students of UA, specifically Class 1A, we re-oblige to know and see all threats to UA's protection. Obviously, we won't be able to protect them if we don't know anything. Gran Torino sighed at this. You've left me no choice. I will give in to this request. However, don't expect to visit him soon. We have our hands full with a villain group. I see. Sasuke nodded and Naruto sighed. Old man Tashinori told me about All for One. That's why I... Naruto's eyes turned apologetic. That's why I snapped like that. I'm sorry, he said. He never told me his name, but all the things he said that he'd done to people made me sick, so... The older men smiled softly at Naruto. It's fine. Keeping someone as dangerous as All for One from you is something we shouldn't have tried doing. Grand Torino said, your outburst proves your loyalty and love for UA and its protection. Nizu smiled brightly. Tsukachi then stood to his feet and bowed slightly. It was nice to finally meet you again, Uchiha. Uzumaki. 000000000000000000000 Momo Yarosa smiled as she and Chio looked over some albums of the current UA staff in their days of youth. She failed to stifle a laugh at how funny Aizawa-sensei and Hitoshi-sensei looked posing together. They went through a couple more pages before a knock on the door got their attention. Come in, Chio sang as she was in a very light mood. The door opened to reveal all girls from Class 1A poking their heads into the room. They had grins on their faces, and something about their demeanor told Momo they wanted to speak to her quickly. Looks like your friends are here to see you, Chio said, and hopped off her stool by Momo's bed. I'll leave you all alone together. Oh, thank you. Momo nodded as the old nurse left her and her girlfriends. They took a seat by her, all of them with weird smiles on except Jairu, who looked incredulous. Momo raised a brow. So, explain. Mina leaned in sharply, shocking the dark-haired girl a bit. Momo raised both brows, both in shock and confusion. Explain, what? That you're Dash. Okay, let's just approach this matter delicately. Ochako tried pacifying the girls. You're right. How are you feeling? Yao Dash, since when were you a narcotic? Their eyes went wide. The question was so abrupt, Momo didn't even know how to answer. She just kept blinking at Jairu and knitting her brows. We were supposed to approach the matter delicately, Toru whispered at the awkward silence. Okay, Yamamo. You remember what happened yesterday, don't you? Ochako asked with a tight-lipped smile and raised eyebrows. Why, yes. Momo answered, unsure of where all this was going. You were injected with GABA, Tsu said. You were unconscious when Todoroki brought you to us. Momo blushed. The memory of herself in Shoto's arms flashed before her eyes, but she quickly brushed it aside. Yes, I remember all that, but what's this about GABA? It made it easy for the villains to kidnap you. Recovery Girl said you would have been completely paralyzed, and you weren't because you... Ochako trailed off. All right, now this is where Jiro's question was supposed to come in. Mina said, giving the earphone jack girl a look that caused her to roll her eyes. Momo blushed again, this time in embarrassment and shame. She knew this was going to get out, but she never expected it to be like this. She kept silent for a bit, avoiding their gazes and gnawing at her bottom lip. It's true. She flinched a little when the girls gasped dramatically. How could you? It's not, Dash, Momo sighed. Look, I started taking Valium because I had stress issues with studies and all. And when did this start? Tsuyu asked. Junior high. They gasped again. I was just under so much stress. Who introduced you to this? Jiro asked, her eyes grown wide, and Momo began to hesitate. A friend of mine. She sighed when the girls gave her pointed stares. It's true, she said. It was that bad. So bad you had to rely on drugs. Toru's quiet voice spoke behind her sleeves. They're not drugs. Momo squeaked, and the girls shot her the same pointed look. Okay, not narcotics per se. They're more of benzo. She noticed the look on their faces as she said that word, and knew they were not really familiar with that term. She sighed. I'm sorry. It's just that I didn't tell you because I didn't know what you'd all think of me. Well, like, now. She explained. I didn't really have many friends in junior high that didn't care about my status and intellect, so I mostly kept to myself. UA was the first place where I met people who didn't care about that. Those people were you guys, and I'm glad I met you. Mina sobbed dramatically and stretched out her arms towards Yamamo. Come here. Momo laughed as she and all the girls hugged. Just don't take Valium again. Jiro mumbled into Momo's shoulder as they all laughed. Well, you have to admit that it saved her, Tsu said. A knock on the door grabbed their attention again, and they turned back towards the door. Surprisingly, Shoto poked his head through the door as he opened it. He was dressed in his uniform with his suitcase in hand. He must have been on his way back to the Endeavor Agency for work study. Am I disturbing something? He asked and looked questionably at the girls and their position on Momo. The creation quirk girl blushed, and Mina decided to advocate. No, you aren't. We can leave if you want. She chirped with a mischievous smile on her face. No, actually, I dash. Okay, fine. Come on, let's bounce. The pink girl grabbed the hands of all the girls and pulled them all out of the room, despite their noisy protests. Once Momo and Shoto were left alone, the atmosphere became a bit awkward, and Momo blushed under the half-and-half boy's stare. Why was he looking at her? Or was he? Maybe she should turn her head and look. When she did that, her heart leaped in her throat. He was staring directly at her with a far-off look on his face. He seemed also a bit awkward as he looked away a bit in shame of being caught staring. He began as he nervously scratched the back of his head and walked towards her. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Thank you, she said softly and smiled at him. Todoroki-san, she called him after a few moments of silence. He looked back at her, and her gaze at him softened. Arigato. Shoto couldn't help the small smile that pulled at his lips. He gazed back with a soft look of his own. No problem. I'm just glad you're okay, he said, and she nodded. You're going back to work study? He knitted his brows, a little confused, but then he looked at his suitcase and blinked in realization. A blush followed soon after. Why, I leave this morning. I just wanted to see how you were doing before I left. Again, thank you, Todoroki-san. She smiled. Shoto walked down the stairs looking a bit troubled, and this didn't go unnoticed by Bakugo and Sasuke. What's got you looking like shit? Katsuki asked him as he approached them. The Ice Prince raised his brows a bit, surprised that Bakugo and Sasuke had noticed. Well, he began. Oi, Sasuke. Naruto called out from behind him. Shoto turned to meet Naruto's bright, cheery self. Naruto? Oh, Shoto! He grinned at him and looked by his side. And Katsuki, the explosive teen, made a little sound at the back of his throat as his sweat dropped like Naruto's grin, with sharp fangs bearing at him. Sasuke noticed Bakugo's discomfort and sighed. Was he really that scared of the blonde idiot? Naruto, what's up? Ah, you got a minute or two? Sasuke looked at both Shoto and Bakugo. Make it quick. Bakugo grouched, and Sasuke just shook his head at him before approaching Naruto. Shoto watched as Sasuke and Naruto left for a while. He sensed something off from Naruto even when he looked so cheery, or was it the way his face just sterned up when he and Sasuke rounded the corner? So, Sasuke shrugged for Naruto to begin. Your left eye. The blonde began. There are now 4 dots on it. Sasuke just sighed and swept the hair covering his Rinnegan aside, revealing that there were indeed 4 dots. Yes, it appeared 2 days ago. He confirmed. However, it's not quite ready for transportation yet, if that's what you wanted to ask. Well, no. I didn't want to ask that, but it is related, Naruto stated, causing Sasuke to narrow his eyes, signaling his full attention. Naruto sighed as he began. Remember you once told me that your transportation jutsu allows you to travel between dimensions as long as there's chakra. Sasuke seemed to already be online with what Naruto was saying. Yeah, I did, and this plane seems void of chakra. It isn't, the blonde said, shaking his head and crossing his arms. Well, that's what I thought at first, but if there wasn't any chakra, we would never have been transported here in the first place, and I wouldn't be able to sense any. The Uchiha's eyes widened like saucers, and his relaxed composure was immediately tossed out the window. Pushing himself off the wall, he locked eyes with Naruto, whose expression was unusually serious. You sense chakra? Naruto nodded. After giving all this much thought, I'd go up to the roof every night and use Sage Mode to see if I can sense any. My Sage Mode sensory power has increased, and I can sense chakra as far as 2 villages unless I'm on a very high land scale. That is, Sasuke had gone quiet and just let Naruto do all the talking. He nodded for Naruto to keep going after he paused for a moment. UA's school building is the highest in the area, so I took the gamble. I pushed past my sensory limit just a bit farther, and finally, just yesterday, I found chakra. The silence that hung between them was heavy but needed. Sasuke could not believe his ears. It was smart of Naruto to take such an action, but now they had found chakra. How were they going to reach it, and who was this person anyway? Was he enemy or ally? What direction did the chakra signature come from? Came his question. He watched as his blonde friend looked to the left out the window. The sun had risen well into the sky and shone brightly through the glass. East of here, he said. It was pretty weak, so it has to be far. Sasuke nodded in agreement, looking out the window with Naruto. Just who could this person be, and what could this all lead to? Very early in the morning, the Endeavor Hero Agency was bustling with life. This was as a result of the strict no room for weakness policies binding them. Sasuke, already being an early riser, didn't see this as an issue, and usually rose up earlier than most of the sidekicks, but really today, he was just brooding over what Naruto had told him, the direction as to which Naruto sensed the chakra faced Tartarus. So he began to prepare his mind for the worst, because it kept telling him that the owner of that chakra was going to be an enemy. He'd have to prepare for their visit to Tartarus. He should tell Naruto to do that too. He had finished in the bathroom, and after a short while, he stepped out of the changing room and was face to face with Endeavor's #1 sidekick Burnin. He stared down at her signature mischievous-looking grin with a blank expression. "Oh, you," he managed to say in a cool tone, quite thankful it was her and not some other pro. He highly appreciated the fact that she was the only woman in this agency who wouldn't go all red or turn into a complete dog in heat just because he was currently shirtless. "Uchiha Sasuke, good to see you looking in shape this morning." "I'm always in shape," he lightly argued, and she groaned. "Accept the compliment and move on, yucca brat." Sasuke stifled a chuckle at the nickname, given that she was at least 6 years older than he was. Calling him brat was reasonable and funny at the same time, since he beat her in height by just a foot. Burnin had a fiery and loud personality quite similar to Bakugo's. Normally, Sasuke would avoid and try to end conversations with anyone of her nature, but for some reason, she was an exception. "Sorry, Mo." He lamely apologized, and she snorted. "When will you have the balls to call me by my name?" "You mean your hero name," he deadpanned. "Oh, come on." She rolled her eyes at him. "It's easy, Burnin." Sasuke had tried saying her name in his head so many times, and far as he was concerned, inner him sounded horrible saying it. He stubbornly looked away. "I'm not doing that." "And why?" she pressed, leaning into him, causing him to lean back. His eyes had narrowed into a glare as she gave him a teasing smile. "Just shut up, okay?" he mumbled as he turned his back to her, hiding his blush of embarrassment. She cackled behind him, and he knew she wasn't going to leave him alone. "I can't pronounce your hero name right." There was a few seconds of silence before the flame-haired girl burst into boisterous laughter at his confession. "Ah, now that's just too cute, almighty Sasuke." She grinned. "You know, you're more interesting to talk to than Shoto." "I heard that," said person spoke up, approaching them from behind Sasuke. Burnin looked over the dark-haired boy's shoulder to see Shoto and a glaring Bakugo. "Ah, Shoto Kuin and Blasty Blonde. Finally able to drag your sorry asses out of bed. Oh yeah, and looks like you're still getting horny over the younger men of the Endeavor Agency." Bakugo shot back at her. "Ah, Bakugo," she cooed, pouting her lips and leaning down to his height. "Your balls all blue and saggy from being left out." A round of boisterous laughter erupted from the sidekicks around. Shoto snickered, and Sasuke had a small smile of his own. "You bitch. Fucking take that back. It's not fucking cool." Burnin stretched her arms and body as she left the bathroom. "See your ass later, yucca brat. Pedophilic bitch." Bakugo barked at her as she exited. 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000ة that gave them an aerial view of that district. Sasuke especially liked a spot like this. It made it easy to observe the city's activities, and he didn't need to use his Sharingan to spot some unusual events. His keen eyes searched the city for anything out of the ordinary until, whiz! Sasuke was gone in a flash of his signature blue lightning without warning. Endeavor growled and followed swiftly after with Shoto and Bakugo at his back. He felt disgusted with himself. Endeavor, #1 hero, was now trying to keep up with a young boy. A gang of robbers had just bolted out the bank with cases filled with cash. They were about to escape into their truck when the state of it halted them. Their escape vehicle was frozen to the engine, and soon their legs were covered in ice. Shit, I told you we shouldn't have parked the truck outside. One robber ceded to the other, who growled, "You want to scold me now?" Shoto kept his right palm planted on the ground and strengthened his ice's hold on the robbers. Citizens began to look on in awe at the heroes, while the police held them back at a safe distance. "You little brat." One of them pulled out a red with a syringe attached to it and injected himself. "Pitiful ice such as this can't hold me down." He immediately doubled in size, reaching 10 feet, causing the ice on his legs to shatter. "That must be..." Endeavor mused as he eyed the red object. He then charged at the giant. Flash fire fist, jet burn. A flurry of concentrated flames shot directly at the torso of the huge robber, only for another to step up in front of the attack right in the nick of time. He spread out his arms, widened his palms, and stopped the flames. The pro hero and his work students gasped in shock when he started to devour the flames. The robbers smirked at their surprise, while the huge one set the others free. A quirk that allows one to eat up flames. Sasuke said quietly to himself as he analyzed each robber. They were 5 in total, one huge. The other that swallowed the flames was slightly tall and muscular, and the rest were lanky and of average height. They all activated their quirks. One's body became plated with steel, another had their body turned to lava, and the last not much changed. It looked like his was yet to activate, but one thing was for sure. These guys were Endeavor-proof. "Here I come!" The giant roared as he charged towards the 4 heroes, all who dodged his kick. Endeavor took to the skies and watched the giant wreak havoc, his brain trying to formulate a plan. His feet. The flame hero snapped his head behind him to see Sasuke squatting on the wall. Is he sticking to the wall? Just how many quirks does he have? The Uchiha just gave him his usual blank look. With his weakness being his height, his feet are his blind spot for us. Except, Endeavor asked, already drowned in Sasuke's analysis. That fire eater on his shoulder is there for that reason. The Uchiha pointed a gloved hand at the robber who had positioned himself on his cohort's shoulder. The flame hero hummed and nodded eye agreement. "You have good eyes." Sasuke's Sharingan changed pattern. "We'll need to join the others now," he said, ignoring the compliment. "We'll take care of Goliath and join Shoto and Bakugo later. Uchiha, you may have an obvious lead in this, but I'm still the leader. Stay in your place." The Todoroki patriarch narrowed his teal eyes at Sasuke, who scoffed. "Okay, I'll listen to you because I pity the elderly." Endeavor stiffened at the insult, and before he could retort, the Uchiha had already left and was already gaining on the giant. He huffed and followed after the dark-haired boy. The huge robber looked up to see the two coming his way and roared, swatting at them. "Don't underestimate me, you puny heroes." Sasuke teleported out of the way while Endeavor dodged. The fire eater on his shoulder kept his eyes open, searching for Sasuke, when the Uchiha appeared right in front of him and kicked him off his huge partner. So fast. Endeavor mused in fascination, but soon put his focus back on the fight. Sasuke had just taken out the Bane, giving the flame hero an advantage against the giant. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Shoto have a match-off with Lava Transformation Guy and Steel. Lava Guy was really giving them a hard time, but thanks to Bakugo finding a weakness, he was able to close up on him and knock him out. He and Shoto combined their attacks, Shoto using his ice to help maneuver and speed Bakugo's movements. He closed up on the steel guy and tried using his explosions on him, and the robber just laughed. My tungsten steel can withstand high temperature dash. The next thing Bakugo saw was the steel robber's head getting pummeled into the ground by Shoto, who had his right arm heavily plated with ice. He punched his head into the cratered ground and didn't stop there. He froze his head in and left him unconscious. He scoffed and puffed out some cold air. "I've had enough of tungsten," he griped as he walked past Bakugo, who smirked and even snickered a little. On Sasuke's side, he faced a fire eater and found out that eating fire wasn't all there was to his quirk. It turned out that he could also breathe fire. After playing with him for a while and causing him to breathe fire that once, he noticed that the robber wasn't able to breathe fire anymore. Sasuke drew his sword at the robber. "Nanny-core, you can't breathe fire anymore," he taunted him as the robber clenched his teeth in fear and began to back up. Then Endeavor dropped in after taking the giant to join Sasuke. He flew in and shot his flames at the robber, who gladly devoured them, however. Endeavor seemed to have a plan up his sleeve as he advanced forward while the robber was distracted with his flames. Sasuke did not cease to miss the excited look on the villain's face before he began to swallow Endeavor's flames. He predicted the next move in his head and began to act. Endeavor had managed to close up on the robber, but to his surprise a smirk stretched out on the robber's lips, and the red syringe he had jammed into his right thigh made the flame hero curse under his breath. The villain breathed his fire back at him twofold, and it covered everything in sight. He waited to feel the burns, but he only felt the blast of heat for a second. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, ready to see chaos and destruction, when he found out that was surrounded by some sort of purple energy, and he wasn't alone. Sasuke was by his side, and so was Bakugo and Shoto, also the citizens that were present and the police. Sasuke had a blank look on his face as usual, and kept his eyes trained on the fire breather/eater, who looked scared shitless and frozen to his spot. His eyes weren't even looking at Sasuke. He was looking up at the huge armored titan known as Sasuke Susanoo. He backed up as he viewed the titan from its head to its waist that ended on the ground. "W what at this?" he stuttered, shaken with fear. "I knew it," Shoto said in fascination as he looked around. This was the power he was holding back then. He told Bakugo, who narrowed his eyes. "Looks like my visual prowess are beginning to return," Sasuke said quietly, and Endeavor knitted his brows confusion as he stood straight, regaining his composure. "Thanks for jumping in," he heard Sasuke say again. This time it was clearly aimed toward him. He turned to give the boy a look, meeting a bored expression. As long as anyone doesn't go shooting fire at him, he's useless. The flame hero was speechless. Did this boy just use him as a test tool? His competitive nature got the better of him, and he fell into the trap. Damn it, he felt so stupid right now. Of all the abasing things that could ever happen to him. He growled and looked away, noticing that the purple energy started to fade away. Shoto and Bakugo didn't need to be told twice. They pounced on the flame eater, who had already zoned out of his surroundings. "They're learning fast," Sasuke commented before he raised his arm and caught a projectile that aimed for his neck between his fingers. Endeavor noticed his sharp movement, and his eyes widened. The Uchiha, however, looked unfazed, lazily trailing his eyes over to his attacker, standing a few meters from him with a gun in his hand. He was one of the robbers, the one that hadn't revealed his quirk. He looked quite shaken up, and the fact that Sasuke was sharp enough to catch a gun-fired syringe made his knees buckle. Clenching his teeth, he fired again, but this time Sasuke swatted it aside and ignited Amaterasu on the robber's leg. Chills ran down Endeavor's spine as the robber screamed. He watched as he kicked at the air with his burning leg in an attempt to put the fire out before turning into smoke. "So that's his quirk," Shoto observed, and Bakugo growled. The bastard's trying to escape burning to a crisp. He was obviously annoyed at the robber's attempt of escape, and also that he had a quirk as such. "It's futile," Sasuke said, causing only Endeavor to give him questioning gazes. The amateur Rasu can incinerate anything. Bakugo and Shoto had seen Sasuke's unique black flames at work before, so they were not surprised when the villain screamed and turned back to his human form. "Please, put it out! Put it out!" He screamed, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. He opened them a moment later and was face to face with Sasuke's Sharingan up close. His breath caught in his throat, and he squeaked, "I'll tell you anything, please." "You will?" "Why, yes, I will, I swear." The villain began to shake and soon forgot his leg was on fire. Sasuke used his flame control to put the flames out before the robber was apprehended. 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000. As the little time they had left to have a good look at the found items. Sasuke inspected the syringe for a little while before using his Sharingan to have a more detailed look. The two younger boys by his sides both knit their brows in interest when the Uchiha frowned at the syringe. A look of disgust etched on his face as he tightened his hold on the object. "What did you find?" Bakugo asked the Uchiha. "These guys are even crazier than I thought." Sasuke responded and looked up ahead. "What's coming isn't pretty." The boys were confused but followed Sasuke's gaze to a chills of fear lurking in their chests. When Sasuke says something isn't going to be good, it isn't, but they knew they'd overcome it somehow as long as he was with them. The police officer nodded as Endeavor gave him the last of the instructions. "Yes, we'll make sure to interrogate him thoroughly, sir." "Good." The flame hero nodded and looked towards the three heroes in training. "Those are some fine rookies you got there." Endeavor snapped his head back at the officer, who flinched at the flame hero. He, however, smiled a little before looking back at them. "Yes, they are." 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 I don't see it. What exactly is it? Twice yelled. The villain leader sighed. It doesn't matter to you. I saw what I needed to see anyway. If Twice didn't have his mask on, he was sure his jaw would have literally dropped to the floor. So you've just been using us? When his question was met by silence, he ceded. We nearly died. Just stop yapping, Twice. Shigaraki groaned as he glared at the doubling villain before he got slammed to the wall with a knife pressed to his throat. He looked down at Toga's hardened gaze and froze. Her eyes had a new tone to it. It didn't hold the usual excitement and brightness. Instead, it was as cold and dark. I like you, Tamura-kun, but when you treat Twice this way, you'll get on my bad side. Tamura simply touched the knife and it decayed. Pushing himself off the wall, he walked past the teenage girl and left the room. Then you guys can leave for all I care. 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 while they investigated further, and then a few days later, they were called back to another location for a meeting. They dressed and were already on their way. Bakugo seemed to have a bone to pick with his tie as he kept growling obscenities at it as he tried knotting it. I should help, Shoto said in an attempt to take hold of the explosive teen's tie when Sasuke stopped him. He'll take it out on you. Shoto nodded and hummed in agreement before retracting his hand. That's true. So how have you been holding up since you met Leatherface? Shoto blinked at the nickname Sasuke had given Dabi, but his heart still sank at the mention of that name. Well, for starters, he had gone to Bakugo for help in training in martial arts. Since he excelled in that aspect, the explosive teen had agreed on the account that he would take joy in flooring the half-N, half-then he had started to give his fire side more attention and learn how to combine both his sides' powers. He had put his resentment for his father behind him because of Sasuke's advice to him. Hating his father would be a huge waste of time. Sasuke hummed. That's a nice resolve. You're not opposed to me and Dabi fighting. Sasuke quirked a brow at that, and Shoto tilted his head. Normally, he would be prevented from having any contact with Dabi, but Sasuke thought not. I think it's important for your development, he said easily before adding, it's how I developed. Shoto raised a brow at that. How he developed? What does he mean? He made an attempt to ask about it. Todoroki-kun, Sasuke-kun, and Kakin, you guys are coming too. Izuku's eyes widened with mirth. Now this is getting even weirder, but I'm happy Bakubro's coming too. Kirishima grinned. Motherfucker. Bakugo growled and pulled at his tie in rage. He gave it a twist and growled in frustration when smaller hands grabbed hold of it and yanked it, forcefully bringing his head down. His red eyes met Ochako's brown glaring ones that glared at him as she easily knotted his tie before pushing him back to stand up straight. He stared at her as she descended the stairs with a dumbfounded expression, while everyone silently snickered. Why was Bakugo so angry anyway? Tsu asked, and Kirishima nearly jerked out of his uniform as he gestured for her to be quiet. Don't talk about it or he'll explode, Kirishima yelled in a whisper. He slipped on Mineta's bar of soap in the bathroom, and we all laughed at him. It was pretty embarrassing, so... Tsu still giggled as she and Ochako began to head out. As they walked, Midoriya couldn't shake off the feeling that they were somehow going to the same place. When they got to the bus stop, he had thought they'd go their separate ways, but from the way Sasuke and Naruto still stood closely by each other's side, heavily engrossed in their conversation, he knew something else was up. They conversed in low tones, but from the way Naruto's face contorted in a mix of anger and disgust, Izuku could tell that they spoke about something terrible and that it involved all of them. Bakugo had also noticed Naruto and Sasuke's changed demeanor, but he shifted his attention back to his conversation with Kirishima while Izuku and Shoto talked. When they arrived at the Night Eye Agency together, all confusion and awe flushed from their beings after opening the door to the conference room. It was filled with pros from Endeavor to Gran Torino. Detective Tsukauchi was also present, and so were UA's Big Three. This is even more serious than I thought it would be, Izuku mused as he took a good look around. The air is so tense. Please, everyone, let's all have our seats quickly so we can discuss this. Night Eye spoke up, causing all attention to zone in on him. His glasses gleamed over, and something in his voice tensed the air even more. Let's discuss what we've all found at the Hassaikai. 00000000000000 after the meeting, back at UA, Izuku met Naruto at their usual spot outside school. The blonde was happy that Izuku seemed enthusiastic instead of feeling apprehensive, though he knew it was all a mask. He knew very well that Izuku and Mirio were beyond horrified at the mention of Eri being used as a guinea pig in Overhaul's hands. Honestly, he was disgusted himself when he had first heard it from Sasuke, but he'd heard and seen worse. So when Izuku had called him to assist him in training, he happily obliged. They stood there together, Naruto watching Izuku take calming breaths before activating full cowling. The blonde watched with a stern gaze and crossed arms as Izuku snapped his eyes open. His eyes glowed green and viridian lightning danced across his body. The wind picked up and their hair tousled in it. Izuku had found a way to enter into 25% at its full potential by gradually increasing the power of full cowling bit by bit instead of all at once. Once he had reached 25%, he raised his arm, just as he thought, no creaking bones or pain. He took hold of his wrist before flicking his fingers, creating a great air cannon that destroyed everything in its path. Yes, it's just as I thought. Izuku cheered. Naruto smiled at Izuku's small celebration before frowning when he grunted in pain whilst holding his left arm. Guess there's still a bit of a hic, Databeo. Yeah. Izuku sighed and stretched the arm before flexing it. It didn't suffer any damage, only some minor pain, but it was more of warning from his body to stop fucking pushing it. I didn't break any bones. I just felt some pain, meaning it's still dangerous. He touched his chin in thought. Yeah. Izuku sighed. I'd gotten used to 15% and thought I could climb higher a bit faster. When we fought the army of Noma that night, I unconsciously used 20% and he clenched his fists and smiled. It felt amazing. You've got what it takes to reach 100%. You just have to train your body, Naruto told him and stepped back. But for now... He put his fingers together, and Izuku's eyes widened as 1,000 clones of Naruto appeared all around him. He looked towards Naruto with an incredulous look and was met with a smirk. Now, Naruto, defeat as many shadow clones, and you'll be well on your way to unlocking 45%. But Naruto, what's this for? There for your hand-eye coordination, Databeo. Naruto explained. Being powerful is one thing, but you'll need the right skills to get you by in a fight with a formidable opponent. Izuku placed his hand on his chin in thought. Naruto was right. He needed to be skilled. For a while he'd been stuck with copying Bakugo's moves and not improving his. He needed to sharpen his reflexes and battle instincts. Maybe they'd even be as good as Naruto's. I see. In order to improve my current state, I have to learn how to utilize it to my advantage. He smiled in realization, and the blonde grinned. There you go, Databeo, he said before teleporting out of the circle. Izuku gasped and turned to see that Naruto had sat himself on a rock away from him and the army of clones while eating ramen. They disappear when they're hit good luck. Izuku clenched his teeth in apprehension as he trailed his gaze over all the clones and their menacing expressions. Naruto had instructed him to defeat 1,000 clones all by himself without using full cowling. He had assumed it would be easy fighting the clones, since they disappear once they're hit with even the smallest attack. However, Izuku started to reconsider his thoughts when he started getting pummeled by the clones. Though they had a great weakness, they were very skilled. He began to wonder how Sasuke could fight these many clones as he had told him. A long while had gone by and he had not been able to land even one blow on the clones, and they didn't hold back in beating him up. The clones abruptly disappeared, and Naruto appeared right in front of his limp form with an apologetic smile on his face. Guess that was too much? The green-haired boy shook his head vehemently as he scurried to his feet. I want to try again, he pleaded, but Naruto shook his head. No, Deku, it's getting late, and my clones gave you quite the beat down. It was true. Izuku looked up at the sky for the first time and saw that it was already getting dark. He pouted and Naruto frowned before sighing. How about this? Tomorrow at 3 a.m. Izuku beamed a smile at that. Arigato! He clasped his hands together and grinned. Yar. Naruto chuckled to himself. I've got quite the over-energetic student, don't I? 0.000000000000000000000000000. The next day harder than before, and so was the day after that. But Izuku refused to give up. He pushed himself past his limits and asked Naruto to keep the clones coming. It was great the clones weren't holding back. It was like he was in a real fight. He went on with the training, keeping in mind that if he couldn't overcome this, then he couldn't overcome anything. The clones had beaten him to a point where he lay on the ground exhausted and out of breath. Ah, come on! One of the clones groaned. He's doing even worse than yesterday. Do you think he can keep this up? I think the boss is pushing him too hard, Databeo. Izuku clenched his fists and struggled to push himself up enough to look at the clones who were now seated on the grass, gazing at him as if waiting for him to recover. Why were you guys just sitting there? We were asked to fight you, not kill you, one answered with an amused tone. Plus, we figured we'd give you a little break. The one for all holder massaged his throbbing shoulders. He took this time to really observe the clones for once. They were identical to Naruto not just in looks but in character. He saw two grinning and messing around with their arms folded behind their heads. Some were sleeping and others were just sitting and observing their surroundings. I wonder how long they've been with Naruto. Oh, we've been with him for a long time. One grinning clone answered in a very loud, cheery tone, causing the green-haired boy to jump a bit. We've been together his whole life. Really? Izuku tilted his head. But you're just a technique. How are you close to him? He hadn't meant what he said to be rude. As the clones frowned, he quickly apologized, and one smiled. We may not seem like it, but we're actually one of the important factors in Naruto's life dash. The most important factor in Naruto's life. One clone cut and wrapping his arm around the other clone's shoulder before he was shoved off. I don't mean to sound rude, but what makes you so important? Well, the multi-shadow clone jutsu was the first technique Boss ever mastered. One bounced childishly to get some attention. We also helped him master the Rasengan. Yeah, remember when we fought Pain, one of his most formidable opponents? We played a big part in that. Another said, his thumb jerking to himself with a proud smirk on his face. Has there ever been a fight where Boss doesn't use us? Yeah, even though he can be a bit reckless with his dash. A lot reckless, Databeo. They all laughed together, and Izuku started to feel better. Wow! I never knew you were that close to him. You've always been with him through his good and bad times. Well, not all the time. He'd have to be in the mood to summon us. The air was filled with silence as Izuku sighed. I just wonder how he went through most of his life alone. He just never gave up. One clone shrugged. That was Master Jiraiya's ninja code, and he adopted it. No matter what, he'd face the fears and challenges alone without giving up. That's why we still want to help you, Deku. We clones are quite helpful burr. We can be very lazy and reluctant to do things for Naruto sometimes. Another grinned sheepishly. Ever since you started this training, you've refused to give up, and we admire that. Yeah, so we're going to respect Boss' wishes and train you till you're perfect. A soft, gentle breeze blew through Izuku's hair, and he felt energy surge through him at the clone's words. Never give up. No, he wouldn't. For his mom, All Might, Kota, Eri, everyone who's ever believed in him. He wasn't going to back down, not now, not ever. Jumping to his feet with a big grin on his face, he looked the clones in their eyes and clenched his fist before bringing it to his chest. Let's do this. He didn't even get a warning, but he was able to dodge a punch from a clone that attacked him out of nowhere. His eyes widened. That dodge, it just happened on its own. My body just moved its own. He began to grin sheepishly, and he laughed out of excitement. I see now. However, a kick came his way and he was knocked down. Did you see that? The clone who attacked him asked another as they watched him leap back to his feet and get into a fighting stance. The clone spoken to nodded. That smile, it means he's just got it. Izuku started finding it a bit easy to evade attacks from multiple clones. Either his reflexes acted for him, or he'd see a small image from the corner of his eyes. Though he was still getting beat up, he didn't give up. He trained like that for 3 days, still keeping up with classes and schoolwork. Naruto had become strict with him getting some rest, saying that even though they were blessed with supernatural gifts, they were still human, but he knew that he was one to talk since he too had pushed himself, being a bit too enthusiastic with training. One day, after school, Izuku stood surrounded by Naruto's clones, all looking the more menacing. Izuku had a feeling that they weren't going to let him have it easy even one bit, and they were going to be worse than ever, but boy did he want it they could come at full strength if they wanted. It was just what he needed. He widened his stance, giving them a dead serious stare, and the fight started. He dodged the first attack before taking hold of another clone's arm and slamming him into the other, extinguishing them both. So now he knows how to improvise on the battlefield. One clone said. Impressed at Izuku's move, the clones charged at him all at once, but Izuku was all used to it now. He leaped into the air, using one clone as momentum. He threw a kick to his side, extinguishing 5 at once. The training had indeed enhanced his hearing, so he could hear as much as cloth blowing in the wind. He sidestepped on clone that attacked from a blind spot and gave him a hand chop, causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. He started to take steady breaths, and with that, he became well aware of his surroundings. He could now shift focus interchangeably and focus on 2 things at once. He could also see from his peripheral view and easily determine what it was and what to do. His blocks had even improved. 30 minutes gone, and he had extinguished 500 clones. Each time he defeated one, he'd smile at his improvement and increase his performance. Naruto smiled at this from the distance. He sat watching Izuku. "Why don't we up the level a bit?" he suggested to the clone squatting beside him, also watching. The clone grinned mischievously at Naruto. "Add Raisingans into this, Databeo." "Go ahead," the blonde said to his clone, who then disappeared in a puff of smoke. The clone stopped abruptly and grinned. Message received. Izuku stood there staring and confused. "Message wa." He gasped once he saw familiar blue energy spheres form in their hands. "The boss wants us to take it up a notch." Izuku gulped but stood his ground. It was getting harder with the Rasengan as their speed increased. His heart thumped in his ears. Hearing became difficult, and he narrowly dodged a clone. "Calm your breathing," he told himself, widened his stance. "I'm not about to give up here." He started quickening his movement a little to match the clone's speed, and was able to extinguish 200 more in 10 minutes. He panted heavily, already feeling exhausted, but the excitement of the battle made him care little about that. Whoa ho ho, he's moving faster, and he's not even using full cowling, Clone said to Naruto, who seemed pleased with the progress. "Okay, let's see how far you'll push yourself," Naruto said quietly as he kept his eyes trained on the green-haired boy. Izuku had now extinguished 980 clones. Only 20 more to go. The clones began to look worried as Izuku shot them his own menacing grin. He puffed a steam of air from the tiny spaces of his teeth before charging at them, and just like that, 20 clones were vanquished. He stood in the middle of all the dust and clouds of smoke panting, his form still fit and his countenance still alert. His ears picked up the sound of someone walking carelessly towards him amidst the dust. He turned. Of course it was Naruto. Though he was sure it was Naruto, there was still something up. He kept his guard at maximum. The blonde just smirked at Izuku's guarded form before closing in with a few steps and stopping right in front of him. They stared off for a while, Izuku glaring and Naruto looking smug. The one for all successors did not even see when Naruto's arm had risen to strike him, but his own arm had reacted fast and blocked the attack in time. The contact caused the ground beneath them to crack, following the impact of Naruto's strike. "Oh!" Naruto raised a brow and grinned. He faked a left jab and quickly switched to the right, but Izuku successfully blocked. The younger boy began to smile. Naruto soon sped up his attacks, to which Izuku was able to evade and block in time. The blonde was still able to land a few kicks and punches, but unlike their last fight, Izuku was able to stand ground. The attacks went back and forth like they were in real combat instead of a beatdown, and they both enjoyed themselves. As they basked in the heat of their spar, Izuku abruptly cut under Naruto, disappearing from sight and appearing right behind him, his body airborne and fist raised for a punch. Naruto turned his head slightly in time to see the boy's clenched teeth and glowing green eyes filled with determination, viridian lightning and red markings on his body. Detroit, smash! Izuku swung his fist down on the blonde. The impact from the punch was marvelous. A huge shockwave erupted from the impact and cratered the ground below Naruto. Izuku himself was surprised at the impact, as his Detroit smash below 100% had never resulted in this much damage. The dust and rubble rose into his eyes and caused him to leap back, looking into the dust. Naruto walked out obviously unharmed. He walked out of the dust, his arm still in a shielding position across his face, revealing steam that rose from it. He grinned before dropping his arm. "That was some punch, Databeo," he said, sounding as energetic as ever, causing the green-haired boy to look down at his palms and clench them into fists. "That punch felt wonderful. Yeah, the impact was so incredible. We both know that wasn't a 15% smash." He frowned at the way Naruto's voice had suddenly lowered and his face become serious. "That wasn't even 20%. Izuku's eyes widened. "So that..." Naruto nodded. "You've made progress." He grinned. "Congrats." Izuku's eyes teared up. "Arigato," he sobbed. "Thank you for training me." "Hey, it's too soon to be thanking me just yet, Databeo." Naruto chided him gently. "We're just getting started. It's going to be tougher from here." The younger boy sniffed and wiped at his tears before nodding. "Hi, let's start now." Naruto truly glared at him this time. Hey, you're going to rest. You might have superpowers, but you're still human. But if I don't get stronger, I won't be strong enough to beat Overhaul. I might have reached 23%, but I don't think it's still enough. Naruto listened to Izuku rant, and he began to feel sorry for the upcoming hero. He must feel so guilty about Eri's current state. It must be eating him up from the insides. It was best he let him sob it out so he'd calm down. His body was tired and would soon force him into rest anytime soon. I don't want to fail. If I do, I'll regret ever wanting to be a hero, and I don't want that. Eri's the first life that I'm going to save, and I don't want to lose her. She's just a kid. He grabs a fistful of his hoodie as he sobs. Overhaul's the one who's making her suffer, and I'm going to make him pay. But for that, I need to get stronger, or else I... His eyelids began to feel heavy. Or else I... Naruto caught him before he could fall to the ground. He smiled sadly at the boy who was now fast asleep. Baka, we're going to save Eri because you're a great hero at heart, and I'll be there by your side, fighting with you, believe it. He hoisted him onto his back and started to walk to the dorms. He looked up at the sky that was already taking up an orange and purple hue. He sighed and smiled to himself as he admired the beauty, reminiscing about home and his friends. A snore caused him to break out of his thoughts and look back at a sleeping Izuku. His head drooped on his shoulder, and his hair fell covering his face like a green curly curtain. The blonde smiled softly at his little brother figure before looking back up at the sky. You're not alone, Izuku. Izuku waited anxiously as the days went by slowly. The investigations were currently going on, and since then, he had been praying that Eri would be found. He'd sneak a peek at his phone during class and stay awake at night for as long as he could so he'd see the notification. Naruto, too, had been anxious, but he had to put up a smile for Izuku so he wouldn't have a meltdown. He took All Might's word to heart that Izuku looked up to him if that was true. Then being in a sour mood would cause the boy's confidence to waver. Mirio, on the other hand, was not doing well at bolstering any confidence. In fact, he had become irritable, especially towards Naruto. He remained sullen and isolated himself from everyone. Naruto knew very well that Mirio felt the most guilt for Eri's current state of well-being. So instead of making things harder for the guy, he decided to let him be alone to himself. It was for the best at that time. In order to keep Izuku on track, Naruto put him through special training, the ones he had practiced with Elder Fukusaku at MT Mayuboku. This would make his body strong enough to accommodate one for all. Izuku had found them challenging to do, but he adapted eventually. He exhibited a lot of excitement during training, and Naruto was just glad he was at least doing his best to be happy even though he wasn't. 2 days later, the sky was still dark as night, and every student except the rescue group were still sound asleep when the long-awaited message notification popped up on their phones. Naruto picked up his phone, All Might had purchased and taught him how to use it, and smiled at the good news on the screen. He exited his room, jogging down the hall, and turning a left to see Izuku had just left his room staring at his phone and looking very awake. The green-haired boy turned to meet Naruto's encouraging grin and couldn't help but grin back with a nod. Together, they arrived the common room, meeting Eijiro, Ochako, Tsuyu, Bakugo, Shoto, and Sasuke. Y'all got the message? Bakugo asked, his eyes void of any trace of sleep. He looked up at his classmates who nodded and gave affirmative gestures. Clenching his fist and bringing it to his chest, Izuku nodded with a confident look. Let's do our best. Izuku had gone outside, using the remaining hours till daybreak to train a little more while Naruto watched him with a hopeless expression on his face. Sasuke later joined him, quite amused at Naruto's reaction to Izuku's restlessness as he watched the boy move around fleetly. This kid... Naruto groaned. He's just like bushy brows, always pushing himself too far. Sasuke shrugged. You can't blame him. He's not the most talented, so he has to do his best to catch up to those above him. Plus, he's just excited about today's mission, as he is anxious. You're right. Naruto sighed and nodded in agreement. Sometimes I think he's trying to get stronger, so he can catch up to Katsuki. He added and Sasuke glanced at his smile, focused on Izuku. Naruto shifted his gaze to his dark-haired friend when he heard a scoff. You think? Yeah. Naruto frowned, showing he was serious. I think Deku's training, because he admires Katsuki and wants to be as strong like he is, like how you were with me. Sasuke quipped, and Naruto blushed out of embarrassment. The blonde looked away to hide the redness of his face and crossed his arms. I was never like that, Tabeo. Don't argue with me, loser you were. Sasuke smirked. You even admitted that you were obsessed with me. That had Naruto flaring up. I said I admired you, not obsessed over you. I'd never be obsessed with a bastard like you. Oh, then explain your dedication to chasing after me for 3 good years. Naruto felt like yelling, but it would wake the other students, so he just glared at Sasuke's smug face for a little while before turning back to watch Izuku. Silence hung between the two before Naruto spoke up. You think they can be like us? He asked in a soft tone. Sasuke could hear the slight hint of fondness in the blonde's voice, and he didn't need to look at him to know he was smiling. They're already like us. They're rivals. Sasuke answered him. They spur each other on and clash very frequently. They fight, argue, and encourage each other. So yeah, they're very much like us. Naruto blinked at Sasuke, giving him an incredulous look for a few moments before chuckling. Damn, that's some intense stuff, you know. Izuku adjusted the strap of his backpack for the umpteenth time that morning after breakfast. It was clear he was distracted. He couldn't help it. He couldn't help the way his fingers shook or the way he seemed to mumble even more. Today was the day that his heroic will would be tested. Like Tagata-senpai said, he'd see a lot of scary stuff. Was he prepared for it? He clutched on to the straps of his bag as his lips pressed into a fine line. He took in calm breaths. It's gonna be fine, it's gonna be fine. He recited it like a mantra in his head, feeling some cold sweat drip down his forehead and his heart jumping in his throat. You ready? Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, calling him from his limbo. His surreal smile calmed him, but he was a little taken aback. He gaped a little at the blonde before blinking and nodding quickly. Ah, I'm ready. Yash! Ikuzo. The green-haired boy nodded again and followed after Naruto and the group. Bye, guys. Denki called after them before a familiar object on the couch caught his eye. His eyes widened at the signature green color of the water bottle and grabbed it before turning back to the group. Yo, Midoriya. He tossed it after Izuku before he realized that the boy had not heard him. Oops. Kaminari, what the hell? Shiro chided the blonde, but the bottle was already airborne. Izuku, still oblivious as to what was going on behind him, snapped his arm up in time to grab the bottle nevertheless, causing both Shiro and Kaminari to gasp in shock. Izuku merely glanced at the bottle before beaming an appreciative smile at Denki. Arigato! He grinned before turning and leaving. The room was silent for a long while as the boys gaped at what had just occurred. Did he just? Denki trailed off, not knowing what next to say. Wow, that was so cool. Shiro said in astonishment. Those were some excellent reflexes. I wonder what kind of training he indulges in. The two jumped in shock at Ida's sudden appearance and glared at him while he gave them strange looks. He shrugged and gazed on at the departing group, and his eyes narrowed in thought. But for him to acquire that in a few days, I wonder what they're going to face today. Now that we're all here, let's get straight to the point. Sir Nightai began staring intensely at every hero in the room. We've finally located Eri. Izuku's beating heart calmed, and relief washed over his being. He let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding while clutching onto his shirt. Yokata, it's quite impressive that this was sorted out in a matter of a week, Endeavor remarked, but I would like to know the details. The businessman-looking hero raised his hand from under his desk to reveal a package doll set for little girls, which caused a number of the room occupants to give him strange looks. One of the Yakuza bought this from the toy store yesterday. He elaborated in order to clear the air of confusion. A toy meant for little girls, I see. Ryukyu mused. Everyone began to agree except for Fat Gum, who voices dissent. "We can't just assume," he disputed. "Maybe he's just into that kind of stuff, Dash. So you bought the toy too so you could get close enough to the Yakuza and use your quirk on him?" Sasuke deduced, cutting in on Fat Gum like he wasn't even talking at all. Of course the pro was offended by the Uchiha's rude interruption, but he was too astounded by his deductive skills to care. "After using your quirk," Sasuke continued, "you were able to find the girl, and even determine a layout to her location." "You're right," Naitai affirmed, and everyone began to hum in agreement. "So, Naitai, since you are leading this operation, what are your orders?" Endeavor asked meekly, much to the shock of every person except Naitai and Sasuke in the room. "No!" Endeavor as the #1 hero, "I suggest that you lead this operation," Naitai said calmly and adjusted his glasses. "Aya, it was your agency who had been keeping tabs on the Hassaikai the whole time," he stated. "You would know better and therefore be more suitable to lead the operation. Plus, it's not like I know the layout firsthand." Shoto rolled his eyes, while Bakugo quietly snickered. "Very well, then." Naitai relented, clearing his throat and straightening his posture. "We'll head out now. Things will certainly get violent, and we must be ready to pull down all walls hindering the way to Eri. We are heroes, and a hero's #1 responsibility is to rescue, and so rescuing Eri is our top priority. So don't waver. Just keep your focus on the goal, and we will be victorious." Mirio, who was sullen, brightened up at the end of Sir Naitai's speech. He felt energy surge through him. Beaming a grin, he grabbed hold of Naruto. "Naruto, Midoriya, Gambear." Izuku began to flail his arms, gesturing for Mirio to be careful as he hoisted Naruto into the air using him as a human dumbbell. "To Togata-senpai, Nani Kore Databeo?" Naruto blinked dumbfounded at his current situation. Everyone laughed at the amusing show, and others who understood the backstory of Mirio's apes-it all beamed smiles of relief. "Mirio's back. Yokata," Tamaki sighed to himself. They moved into the locker rooms to get changed into their mission gear. Naruto put on his vest and positioned his weapons when Izuku approached him already suited up and ready to go. The blonde chuckled. "Whoa! Tone down, Deku, I hope I didn't offend you," he asked, jokingly referring to the green-haired boy's uptight expression. Izuku blushed at Naruto's joke and looked away in embarrassment. "I am just nervous." "You sure? You looked ready to beat the crap out of me." "I'm trying to trick the fear inside me," Izuku said softly, and Naruto frowned. With a screwed-up face, Izuku's emerald orbs flitted up at Naruto's cerulean ones. "What would All Might do in a situation like this? Do I have to keep reminding you?" The hero in green sighed a little but nodded. "Naruto's trying his best to make sure I don't get too anxious, but I just keep getting scared what's wrong with me." Naruto, Sasuke, both turned in response to their names to see their homeroom teacher, Aizawa looking their way with the usual tired eyes. "Do you have a moment?" he asked, but it came out more as an order for them to follow him. Naruto and Sasuke shared a look, but then nodded towards him, and followed him, leaving both Izuku and Bakugo to stare after them curiously. At 8 o'clock, they met with the police in front of the station. Captain Yodai made sure to educate them on the members of the Hassaikai while their data was being shared in copies. Naruto looked around as if searching for someone, and Sir Night-Eye took notice of it. "Naruto, what's the matter? Isn't Short Gramps coming too?" "Yeah, I haven't seen Gran Torino. Where is she?" Izuku added. "The group his team is keeping tabs on is on the move. But, well, we have enough people already, so it should not impede us," Yodai answered. Naruto blinked at the captain as he found him a little familiar. He dismissed the thought and went back to reading the data, but Izuku held on to his own copy with shaking hands. His anxiety was getting the better of him again. He felt so pathetic. He was a hero, for God's sake. He should stop being scared. Deku, his head swiveled in the direction of Ochiko's voice, and seeing her pump her fist in the air while beaming an encouraging grin calmed his beating heart and brought a smile to his face. He had not had much contact with his classmates since his anxiety over Eri began. He was happy they understood what he was going through and didn't get offended by his reclusiveness. Midoriya, he turned, and this time, it was Shoto who had approached him. He had a laid-back expression on his face, but more so, he looked rather concerned for Izuku, that is. "You okay?" "Why, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just nervous, that's all." The dual quirk user hummed and nodded at the hero in green. "This is our first real mission, and with pros to boot," he said, causing Izuku to gulp, remembering they were with pros. However, Shoto continued, "I don't seem to be nervous no matter how hard I try." Izuku frowned. Did he just say he wasn't nervous? Well, that's what you'd expect from Todoroki, the strongest in class after Bakugo, and also a recommended student. Izuku initially did not expect Shoto to be nervous. He knew the young Todoroki was strong and sure of his skills, unlike him, who was still trying to catch up with the rest of the class. However, his rambling thoughts and views on the Todoroki were not quite the reason for his calm state. "No matter how hard I try, I just can't be nervous," Shoto said again, turning to look at the green head. "And you know why? Because we're not alone and everyone's going to do their best." Emerald eyes dilated as Izuku soon realized what he had been forgetting. "You're not alone, Izuku." Naruto had flicked his forehead once while they trained after he kept mumbling about not being strong enough to save Eri. "Baka, of course you're strong. Stop being such a wuss." He then chuckled before gazing at the younger boy with a soft look in his eyes. "Nantakata, you don't have to be scared of anything. Deku, 'cause we'll all be there. You're not doing this alone." Izuku couldn't help the hearty giggle that escaped him. Yes, he wasn't alone. He had his classmates, the pros Naruto and Sasuke, backing him up. He didn't know why he never put that into consideration. Shoto was a little taken aback by Izuku's outburst there, but he smiled seeing his friend was all right and in high spirits. Sasuke approached Naruto, who was reading his copy with deep frown on his face. The blonde seemed bothered about something and sought out what it was. Naruto sighed, looking up from his copy. "Do you feel like this is a trap?" he asked the Uchiha quietly. I don't know, but I just get the feeling that they already know we're coming and are already escaping, or maybe I'm just overthinking things." Sasuke shook his head at his friend. "You're not overthinking. You're a ninja. That's how it is for us, since we live in a world where it is necessary to read the hidden meanings within hidden meanings. So what do you think?" Naruto asked him. "I think you're right. If the Hassaikai are smart, which they are, then they'd notice how much attention the police have started to give them, and knowing that we'll be involved, they would be on the move with the girl." Naruto clenched his fists, inhaling and exhaling before opening his eyes. "We're going to get those bastards before they can think of escaping with Eri." The heroes finally assembled at the Yakuza household gate at 8:30. Some police officers were already stationed near the gate, poising their weapons at it, while one stood by the doorbell. Captain Yodai kept instructing them on how to charge him properly, and it made Rocklock impatient. "He keeps saying the same thing over and over again," he griped. "It's like he doesn't trust us." "Ah, come on. He's just doing his job, don't be mean." Fat chided him. "Yodai." The captain stiffened at the sound of the familiar voice. Turning slowly, his eyes widened and he felt a deep pang of fear in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke! Won again. He was face to face with those cold eyes. Last time he saw them, he felt unimaginable pain. As one of the few members of the police force to know of Naruto and Sasuke's true origin, he was given the opportunity to experience Sasuke's power firsthand. He was angry with the decision made by the higher-ups and the Hero League to keep Naruto and Sasuke under them. He resented them and wanted them to pay for what they did. He had met the dark-haired boy in the hallway back at the private pro home base. Then, and all the things that left his mouth were not the kindest things. The Uchiha was, however, unfazed by his insults, but when he mentioned Naruto's existence being a mistake, he left Sasuke no choice. That was how he became the first and only person yet to experience the power of Sasuke's Rinnegan Genjutsu. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about it. He couldn't, and even if he could, it would only put him in trouble. since he had ignored the rules set by the higher-ups to abstain from all form of verbal abuse against Naruto and Sasuke. He had honestly not noticed the Uchiha's presence at all. Either the boy must be very good at concealing himself, or he was just being distracted. Though he had seen Naruto, he had assumed that Sasuke was off on another mission. All pros who noticed this exchange shot Yodai's strange looks. Sir Night Eyes seemed to have an idea of what was going on, so did Endeavor. Ryukyu, Rock Lock, Fat Gum, and the rest were just lost. Tell your men to step away from the gate. Hey, kid, what are you saying, Dash? It's fine, Rock Lock. Night Eye intervened for some reason. He agreed with Sasuke, and the way he looked at the gate fed Rock Lock a few ideas. Just as Naruto thought. Sasuke gazed on ahead with an impassive look, and he sighed. They already know we're here. The policemen at the gate didn't have time to react when a huge Yakuza came barging through the gates, destroying it on contact as he roared. What the hell are you doing here? The heroes were fortunate enough to leap back in time before the Yakuza's arrival. As for the police, Naruto had grabbed each and every one of them that had stationed themselves at the gate with his extended chakra cloak arms. No one's gonna die, that's a promise, Databeo, he declared and set the men down. He could see Aizawa giving him a pointed look from his peripheral, and he sighed before deactivating Tailed Beast State and settling in Toad Sage mode. Izuku and their classmates gaped at Naruto. For Izuku, this was the third time seeing this form of Naruto's, and he began to wonder why he had deactivated it. He hadn't noticed the exchange between him and Aizawa, so he was confused. Shoto had wasted no time in freezing up the huge Yakuza all the way to his crown only for him to break off from the restraints with a shake. The heroes clenched their teeth at the Yakuza's strength as he groaned, stretching his neck from side to side before he got a desired crack. Sighing in contentment, he rubbed his neck. I feel more awake now, geez. He pulled back his fist and dropped it towards the heroes. Dust arose when his fist had dropped, and it was swept off by the wind from Ryukyu's grown wings. She had transformed into a dragon to match the Yakuza in strength and size. The students gazed up to her in awe. That explains that dragon hero title of hers. Sasuke mused, and Naruto, who was also amazed at the sight, nodded. A blast of flames pushed the huge villain back, causing him to release his hold on Ryukyu. Thank you, Endeavor. The flame hero crouched on her shoulder with his arms outstretched in front of him, facing the Yakuza. No problem. He turned to Sir Night Eye. The Endeavor and Ryukyu agency will handle this. You go on ahead. Don't let them hold you back. Sir Night Eye and the rest of the company nodded and ran into the compound. Naruto gave Sasuke a nod of his, and they fist bumped before he followed after them. Naruto-kun, Izuku called out to the blonde, who slowed down so he could catch up. Deku, why did you deactivate your tailed beast mode? He asked, and Naruto sighed. I'll tell you later. They got into the middle of the compound, however. They were waylaid by an angry Yakuza mob. They did manage to get through, but at the cost of some battle strength. They ran down the halls of the building with Sir Night Eye leading the way. He stopped at a small shrine with an ornamental vase on it. This is the secret passage. He stepped forward and began to push at the boards in the right pattern. Sir Night Eye mused as he worked it. Wow. Bubble Girl gasped lightly. It's like a ninja residence. Izuku beamed Naruto a knowing smile, and the blonde just shook his head in amusement. The passage door finally opened up, revealing 3-armed Yakuza who were already lying in wait for them. Naruto backhanded one who had popped up in his front view, sending him crashing face first into the wooden flooring. His partners cringed at the sight and were immediately taken down by Centipeder and Bubble Girl. Yodai and the policeman accompanying them also cringed and grimaced as they followed the group to advance down the secret passage. The image of Naruto's expression backhanding that Yakuza flashed before Izuku's eyes. It was the most serious look he had ever seen. He even looked angry. Naruto really isn't playing on this mission. Is that guy going to be okay? Yodai asked Naruto nervously. We'll need him alive. He's fine. Naruto answered placidly, not even sparing Yodai a glance. They turned into another hallway with unfurnished walls and stone flooring. Night Eye led them all the way down the hall when he stopped abruptly. "A dead end?" Yodai exclaimed. Rocklock growled and turned to the Foresight quirk user. "I thought you said you knew the layout." Then Mirio stepped forward, taking off his helmet. "I'll check it out," he said, and the dark-skinned hero was silent. Everyone watched as he began walking towards the wall. Kirishima suddenly let out a gasp, as if remembering something. "Togata-senpai, if you use your quirk, your clothes might dash. That won't happen." Tamaki intervened. "His suit is made from special fibers from his hair, so instead of falling off, they slipped through with him." Kirishima and Izuku both watched in amazement as Mirio put his hand through the wall, and his suit did not fall off. Meanwhile, Mirio looked up ahead and saw that the path continues on. He quickly turned to the others. "It's just like Sir Nightai said. The path continues. It's not a dead end," he said, bring relief to everyone. Kirishima and Izuku did not need to be told twice. They leaped forward, pulled back their fists, and smashed the wall, making a way for them to proceed. Everyone looked on with impressed smiles. "Not bad, kids." Rocklock praised them both as they ran past the opening. Naruto smiled and fist bumped Izuku as they followed. "Thanks to my training with Naruto, my arms are getting stronger," he mused with a giddy smile on his face. Suddenly, the ground beneath them became unsteady, and the path began to change. "Damn it! What now?" Rocklock cussed as he struggled to maintain his footing. "It's Irinaka joy. His quirk lets him enter non-living things and control them," Yodai informed them. "But since when was he able to control a scale this large, he's not supposed to control anything larger than a fridge. Well, with the right boost, that kind of stuff's possible," Fat Gum assumed. Mirio huffed and began running forward. "Mirio, wait." Sir Nightai called out to him. "The layout's changed, but I can still slip through and get to the goal on time. I have the directions in my head," he said back to Sir Nightai. His raised voice echoed down the hall as he ran off. "So he's slipping through?" Irinaka observed from the walls. He chuckled darkly. "Okay, let's see how you handle this alone." Back with Night Eye, everyone struggled to keep footing. Aizawa couldn't freeze this quirk because he couldn't see the user, and it didn't take long before the floor opened up and they fell right through. They landed in another different area that seemed to be a floor below the one they fell from. Rocklock growled impatiently and balled his fists. "Bastards! They're trying to hold us back." Fat Gum added, "Oi, oi, oi, oi. Look what we have here. Some government agencies just dropped from above." A blonde Yakuza with a blade chortled as he and two other Yakuza gave the heroes sneering looks. Back outside the Yakuza entrance, Ryoku and Endeavor teamed up to put the giant down, while the students took care of the Yakuza advancing on them in both sky and on land. A certain Yakuza had a quirk called Hotspot. He has the ability to share the quirk of the person he touches to others that also have touched him. The duration of the shared quirk is limitless as long as they stay within his vicinity and the user is still conscious. The quirk merely shares another with you, so you can still use your own while sharing the other. His sharing limit is 2 persons, but with the boost, he was able to share to the Yakuza mob. He had shared the flight quirk of another Yakuza to the others, making it possible for them to attack from above without getting hit. Sasuke and the other students dodged a high attack and at the same time fought the ones on land. He decided to clear the air first so he could relay his strategy to the students. Using Chidori, he struck the ground, creating a shockwave powerful enough to push the surrounding foot Yakuza back. Then he neared Nijire, Achiko, and Tsuyu. "Nijire, use your shockwaves to slow the flying Yakuza down," he instructed calmly. "Roger." "Achiko, gather as much rubble as you can and make them weightless. And Tsu," he turned to Froppy, "prepare your tongue." "No problem, Kero. Leave it to us." With that, they were able to make a slingshot. As Nijire used her shockwaves to distract the flyers, Achiko and Tsu were able to knock them down with pieces of rubble. Tsuyu would take hold of them with her tongue whilst they are weightless, and once Ochako releases her quirk, she would sling it at a target above. Sasuke, Shoto, and Bakugo then took care of the foot Yakuza. Though they kept coming in numbers, they still had an upper hand in strength. "Hey, Sasuke, you go help the others inside, I can handle this." Bakugo told the Uchiha, who gave him an impassive look. "Don't be hasty, Bakugo." "Are you kidding me?" The explosive blonde flared. "You've put me through some hell of training, and you still want to diaper me." Sasuke just blinked at him, a bored expression on his face. "That's not what I said," he lamely retorted, causing Bakugo to shoot him a puzzled look. Turning away from the blonde, he looked into the Yakuza household entrance. "I was planning on going in later anyway, and leaving everything to you." A surprised sound emitted from the back of the explosion quirk user's throat. He wasn't left a chance to say something as Sasuke looked back at him. "Keep a calm head on your shoulders, and take good care of everyone. I leave it all to you." "He's leaving everything to me?" And he was gone in a flash of blue lightning, leaving Bakugo to his thoughts. "Don't be hasty, don't make rash decisions." The blonde chuckled. "Sasuke speaks in strange ways, and only he could get him." The jerk already planned on leaving everything to him. He tried to ignore the warm feeling already forming in his chest. Naruto clenched his teeth as he seethed, hating the nerve of these guys, though he knew something like this was going to happen. "Stop blocking the way to Eri." "Oi, oi, oi, oi. You better watch your mouth there, Blondie." One of the Yakuza jeered, causing Naruto to growl and attempt an attack, but one look from Aizawa told him it wasn't a good idea. "Don't use your bullets on them." Yodai cautioned the police, who had their pistols raised. "Oh dear, looks like they already know. Good for them." The Yakuza deadpanned before charging at them. "But it makes it easier for me to go wild. Drop that sword." Aizawa stepped in on time and disarmed him before freezing his quirk. The Yakuza leaped back and shot Aizawa an incredulous look. His eyes widened when he saw the man's eyes had gone crimson. "I can't use my quirk," he said as he stared at his hand in shock. A bulky Yakuza then raised a gun at the heroes. "A quirk inferior to Ares. We have heard of it, but never got to know who wielded such power. It's futile using your gun." Fat Gum told them. "Bullets and knives would just sink into my body." Saying that just proves you're scared of death. The blonde Yakuza shot back. "He's looking down on us." Fat then smiled menacingly and got into an attack stance. Time to show him the strength of the pros. Suddenly, octopus tentacles rushed forward and grabbed the three Yakuza, slamming them back against the wall. The pros and students looked incredulously at Tamaki, who had rushed into action. "Save that strength for the goal. I'll handle these ones," he declared, shocking everyone there. "We've wasted enough time. Go on, I'll be fine." "What are you saying?" Kirishima asked. "Let's work together." Setsuno Toya. Larceny Hojoyu. Crystallized Tabe Sorimitsu. Food, don't worry. I've looked over the documents with their info. He revealed a tentacle that had snagged their weapons. Transform it into a lobster claw and crush the weapons to pieces. I'll take these guys on. But Sun Eaters. Kirishima pressed, not comfortable with leaving a comrade behind. "Don't waste your time here. You need to go on ahead before they escape, Fat Gum." Tamaki interjected. "We'll leave it to you." Fat Gum said placidly, and Naruto's eyes widened like saucers. "Let's go." Aizawa began leading the way out. "Finish them off before the effect runs out," he instructed Tamaki, before knocking one particular Yakuza unconscious. Naruto and Izuku froze in their place, hesitant to leave. Naruto trusted in Tamaki's skills a lot, even though he didn't know him that well, but he couldn't help but worry for him. "Please go so you can help Mirio," Tamaki pleaded to them as he kept his eyes on the villains. Naruto's breath hitched at the mention of Mirio's name. He too had gone off on his own. Was he going to be okay facing the boss alone? He's probably going to try too hard. He's always doing that. He's an idiot who likes to go the extra mile for anyone in need. He gets too excited at times too, but that's what makes him the Mirio everyone adores. I don't want to lose him, so please go so you can help him." After inhaling and exhaling a great amount of air, Naruto nodded at Sun Eater. Roger, he barked in response before following after Sir Naitai, and Izuku trailed after behind him Mirio. Tamaki's doing his best. So just hang in there and get to Eri before us. I know you won't let Tamaki down. 'Cause you're a hero who doesn't let anyone down. Teach. These heroes are so annoyingly persistent. Irinaka groaned, seeing as Sir Naitai's group advanced forward. Well, it's not like it could be helped. Master Overhaul spoke of something of this sort happening, so I've still got a few tricks up my sleeves. As he monitored through the walls, his eye pinned on one blonde boy. I'll just have to cut down their strength by a boatload. Flashback, I know that no matter what I put up in front of those heroes, they'd be sure to bring it down. Chisaki stated as he played with the syringe in his fingers. Chrono stood by his side, his hood up looking as mysterious as ever. Irinaka sat there in front of them. He had been the first to suspect the police being too close to them. He had reported his suspicion as soon as possible, but to his disappointment. The young lord had already been informed of this by his right-hand man, Chrono. He wouldn't show it, but he was very jealous of the mysterious Yakuza. He felt that since he was most supportive of Chisaki's dream, he should be considered the young lord's right hand. He dismissed those thoughts, so he could listen to what Chisaki was about to tell him to do. He would not fail. He will make sure of that. I want you to do this, Irinaka, because I trust you will do excellently. Irinaka felt joy surge through him at that, but he masked it and only nodded as the young lord continued. Among the heroes that will attack soon, there is one whom I am wary of. He began. Ha! Irinaka tilted his head, shooting Chisaki an incredulous look. You Master Overhaul? Just who is he? He is known as the hero-killing beast, or Uzumaki Naruto. Irinaka stiffened. Oh, that one. He went silent for a bit as his memory did good work to remind of the powerful being. It appears he was misunderstood because he is currently on the side of the heroes. Overhaul paused for a while. And I met him face to face? You met this Naruto? Ah, I knew straight away that he was indeed the one when I laid my eyes on him. That day Eri escaped and heroes had contact with her. He was there. That is why I'm certain he will be present. What must I do, Overhaul? I want you to separate him and that erasure quirk user from the group. Those two are their tickets to victory. If they are separated, the rest will find difficulty in getting to us. You can leave it to me, Overhaul. I won't let you down. I know you wouldn't have flashback. Yendi Irinaka chuckled, already seeing his victory as he watched Naruto. I have 2 good cards in my arsenal. I'm sure it will keep him busy at least. Amajiki-senpai, Kirishima panted as he ran. I can't help but worry about him. Yeah. Izuku agreed, and Naruto smiled sheepishly, noticing the way Fat Gum's expression soured at Izuku and Kirishima's exchange. His underclassmen don't believe in him at all. Well, even if he says he's okay, he hasn't shown much to support that, so it can't be helped. The fat hero mused. But his sudden outburst shocked the 2 young heroes in training. Once you've left him to guard your back, you'll trust him to do it if you're a man. I'm sure he'll be fine. Kirishima suddenly blurted quickly, changing his view on things the second he heard the word man. Izuku's expression morphed from shocked to horrified. That just makes you seem like someone who's easily swayed. I'm worried, Fat Gum admitted, but all I can do is trust him. We can't waste a second of the time Sun Eater got for us. Yash! Kirishima barked, pumping his fists with vigor. He's too into this. Rocklock rolled his eyes at the hardening quirk user's enthusiasm, and just as they were about to turn a corner with the rest of the group, the walls shifted and formed and obtruded from the side, pushing on Eraserhead. The other side opened up. Naruto could already see the motive behind this, and he moved. Aizawa was shocked, but he wasn't surprised either. So I was a target. Well, that makes sense. Eraser, Fat Gum had attempted to leap to the rescue, but Naruto beat him to it by a mile. The blonde was fast enough to push Aizawa out of the way, but took his place. Naruto, Kirishima called out to the blonde. Izuku clenched his fist as Naruto disappeared behind the wall, but he did his best to remain confident. Naruto had already relayed his suspicion of Aizawa being a target due to his quirk to him. Though he was reluctant to be separated from Naruto, he remembered his advice to him and was able to let go. "It'll be fine, Deku. You are strong," Naruto had told him with an encouraging grin. "I promise, Naruto," Izuka said to himself. "I'm gonna do my best." Irinaka chuckled darkly. That foolish boy took the bait so easily. I knew everyone would protect that Erasure Quirk hero, and I knew he'd be the first to react. Yes, it's all going according to plan. After a rough ride down a tunnel, Naruto went plummeting down to the ground, landing with a thud. "Ow!" He groaned as he rubbed his head, which was sore after having landed on it. He sat upright, taking a look around him before flinching after hearing a sound close to him. His eyes widened when he saw familiar red hair. "Aijiro!" The redhead just laughed nervously. "Hey, how did you get here, Databeo?" he asked with a raised tone. "Well, when you jumped in to save Eraserhead, I kind of tagged along," he said, rubbing the back of his neck, nervously avoiding eye contact with Naruto. "I'm sorry I just jumped in. It just happened I couldn't control myself," he muttered, feeling guilty for adding to Naruto's trouble. The blonde gaped at Kirishima, amazed at his bravery. He shook his head in amusement later on at his apologetic state, and stood to his feet, chuckling as he went. Nantakata. Aijiro gazed up at the blonde who was currently backing him with a strange look, however. His expression fell into astonishment when Naruto grinned at him. "Looks like you'll be fighting alongside me, Aijiro." The redhead couldn't help the toothy smile that crept on his face as he joined Naruto on his feet. The blonde looked straight ahead into the darkness, donning a serious expression. "They're out here somewhere. Just get ready for what's coming, Databeo," Naruto instructed him. "Hi!" A low groan emitted from a corner in that room. "When do we attack, Tengai?" They already looked pumped up for a good death match. "Patience, Rappa. Let's just observe them for a while longer." Tamaki held the 3 members of the 8 bullets of Hassaikai in his grasp for a while longer. He was still a bit nervous, admitting to himself that he had acted in a rush of emotions, but there was no turning back, and he had them in his grasp, so he was going to take them out. "I still can't use my quirk," Susanoo griped. "It's so gross." Sun Eater pulled back a free arm, forming it into a tentacle fist, as he got ready to knock the daylights out of them. "Sorry, but you'll be going unconscious now." He closed his fist on Susanoo when he suddenly jerked to his feet and pushed at the tentacle fist with his face. Tamaki gasped as he could see the tentacles bleed. He looked closely at Susanoo, who was looking annoyingly pleased with himself. A knife poked out of his mask. "Since you're fighting people who are like trash, you don't know what we keep under our masks." He cackled and freed himself from his restraints. His bulky partner stood to his feet with crystals growing out of his body. With the spread of his arms, he broke free. "Looks like the quirk from earlier has worn off. The fact that you can't kill us puts you in a handicap very nice." Susanoo cooed after using his quirk to steal a clamshell that Tamaki had transformed his fist into. "We've thrown away our possessions and lives. When I was caught by a hero and I tried to jump to my death, I felt so hopeless. We're people who couldn't see the point of living. You can't understand that." Tamaki gazed up at Hojo's tall form looming over him. The young lord picked up that trash and found a new use for it. Even trash has its pride. He pulled back his fist plated roughly with crystals. "If someone has expectations for us..." Too quick for Tamaki to dodge, Hojo closed and his fist on his face. "Then we need to meet them," he roared as his fist connected with something, however. He soon realized that he had not made it to Tamaki's face. His eyes widened at the sight of Sun Eater's transformed hand, which had stopped his crystal punch. He uses arms that are pure muscles to absorb the shock, and then makes multiple layers of shells to protect from my crystal damage. Nevertheless, he pulled back his fist to attempt another crystal punch. But that's it. Tamaki remembered how Mirio was such a loser back in middle school. He was the pariah of their class, and yet he was always so cheerful. who lacked confidence in himself, admired Mirio and kept undervaluing himself, resulting in his terrible performance at Quirk Practicals. He told Mirio himself that he saw him as a son. Don't undervalue yourself. I know you're an awesome and cheerful guy. I can do my absolute best because you're here, Tamaki. Have more confidence in yourself. Tamaki took those words to heart, engrossing himself in training, and soon he got his desired result. With it, he was able to combine the manifestations of all the animals he had consumed. He stopped Hojo's punch again this time, shattering his crystals. Vast hybrid. Hojo's eyes widened at Tamaki's shell-covered face. He opted to leap back, but it was too late when Tamaki began to wave his powerful tentacles. Chimera Kraken. Oi, 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 oi. Is this how it's gonna be? Susanoo said as he struggled dodging the arms. He ducked as Hojo got thrown back and shielded his head from the arms. Then he called out to his sleeping partner. Oi, Tabe. Time to eat. Immediately, the one in question jerked to his feet and began to eat at Tamaki's tentacles. Susanoo cackled at the sight, and Tamaki cursed. This guy was taken out by Eraserhead for this very reason. But not to worry, I can surpass his movements. He mused and continued his attacks until Susanoo took of a piece of his face shield, and Hojo leaped in with a crystal punch. However, Tamaki had made another shell just in time to shield his face from the punch again, but it didn't seem to be enough as Hojo punched a second time, and he was thrown back into the wall. You said you wanted a 3-on-1, Sun Eater. Look at you now. Did you even think you'd get a complete shutdown just by waving your arms like that? He taunted the manifest quirk user as Tabe kept feeding on his tentacles. I'll manifest the neurotoxin present in an octopus saliva in my arm. Eat it, and you won't be able to move anymore. He strategized in his head, but Susanoo beat him to it, stealing his tentacles with his quirk. It was way too big before, but thanks for making it smaller. Tamaki gasped when Hojo appeared out of nowhere and punched him in the belly into the wall. He grunted as his body came in contact with the hard surface. Their teamwork is so fluid. We're trash, but we have strong bonds as trash. Hojo began to say, You'll be arrested soon. Even if you beat me now, you have no future. Tamaki managed to grind out. We haven't had a future in a while. The crystal Yakuza said darkly. One was unable to fit into society and was thrown away. One was betrayed by his lover and made to bear various debts. One was used as a tool by a man obsessed with money, and when it was discovered that his gems were nothing but worthless fakes, he was called useless and beaten half to death. To us that man said, Come join us. You aren't someone who should rot away in a place like this. So, who cares about what happens after this? For the man who gave us worth, I'll kill anyone who gets in his way. Tamaki saw that Hojo was planning to punch him into the wall and kill him as he increased the crystals on his arms and fist. Tell me, hero, if you can take a punch like this against the wall? Hojo sneered at him. Tamaki could see that their teamwork was perfect. That was why beating them alone wasn't a good idea. He needed assistance now. The manifest quirk user sighed in relief, sensing another individual nearby. Took you long enough. Just as he was about to get punched, he flicked a piece of crystal with his claw-transformed toe, hitting the larceny quirk user in the eye, blinding him temporarily. Next, the sound of a screeching eagle resounded, and Hojo's crystallized arm shattered before he got kicked back and crashed into the wall behind him. Nice sob stories, but really, were you expecting pity or something? Sasuke's cool voice spoke as he sheathed his sword. He looked back at Tamaki, who was panting for breath, looking quite beaten up but still ready to fight. He watched as a crystal shield on his belly dropped to the ground as he pulled himself off the wall and stood to his feet. Good job holding up until now, he told him. Thanks. He rasped, and Sasuke nodded. And thanks for blinding the guy. He would have taken my sword by now. I don't think that would give you any trouble. Tamaki quietly said, causing the Uchiha to side-eye him. So he ate my crystals and manifested them to shield when I punched him that time? Hojo mused as he struggled to his feet. He looked over to Sasuke. That one. He used some powerful lightning quirk to destroy my crystal. In one blow my crystals are weak against his lightning. Oi! 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 All this time, you were just stalling so your brother would get here. Susanoo barked, causing the two to share puzzled looks. Brother? What is he saying? Tamaki asked slowly while Sasuke just rolled his eyes. These are the three losers who always stick around each other, aren't they? He asked in a bored tone, and Susanoo growled. Oi, we might be trash, but we're not losers. We're taking you both down, you hear me? It's still 3-2 we have an advantage in numbers. You can say all that when both your eyes are open and your team's muscle isn't on his last legs. Sasuke quipped, and Susanoo gritted his teeth in annoyance. I'm gonna clamp that smart mouth of yours. Sasuke just ignored him and looked over to his partner. You ready, Sun Eater? The purple head nodded and transformed his arm into tentacles. Few minutes later, the 8 bullets lay huddled together, unconscious. Sasuke observed the three for a while. Poor them. They were nothing but just trash used as pawns. If this was his world, they would be called sacrifices. They die like dogs just so the orchestrator can escape, so that the goal can be reached. The octopus venom I put into them should be working right now. Tamaki informed him, pulling Sasuke out of his limbo. They're not going to die, but they won't be able to walk for a while when they wake up. No matter how much Tamaki suppressed it, Sasuke could still hear the slight strain in his voice. The trembling knees didn't go unnoticed either. It was quite clear that Tamaki was tired and needed to rest after having fought 3 goons by himself for a while. Sasuke sighed before nodding and standing from his squatting position. We don't know what's in these masks yet, so I took them off. Tamaki turned to the door. It's been a long while. I hope we bought the others enough time. I'm sure we have, Sasuke said as he watched the manifest quirk user limp towards the exit, observing his struggled steps before he fell. He was quick to catch him in time. You're exhausted. Rest up a bit. No, He sighed. I want to get to Mirio. Sasuke stiffened at that, then chuckled to himself. So Tamaki had friendship complex too. Fine then, but I can't guarantee we'll move any faster since you're hurt. He slung Tamaki's arm over his shoulder and supported him. Thanks. Tamaki mumbled as they left the room together. Naruto had gathered enough natural energy and activated his Toad Sage mode. His amber eyes searched through darkness for a few moments before he stiffened. Kirishima immediately caught on and rushed to Naruto's side. Blame me if it falls off. He hardened, making an X out of his arm to shield himself. There was an angry growl before a bulky redhead Yakuza came charging at them like a freight train. He pulled back his huge fist, and Kirishima grinned confidently. That fist don't, however. Things had not turned out as he imagined as he got thrown all the way back and crashed into the wall on receiving a single punch from the Yakuza. Naruto's eye widened at the sight. Ijiro, he cursed when he narrowly dodged a punch aimed at his head. He could feel the heat from the waves of air, following the huge fist against his face. It even cut his skin a bit. Next came a barrage of rapid punches, to which Naruto blocked and dodged. He didn't take damage, but damn, he had to admit that this could be one of the hardest punches he had blocked. He looked down at his forearms, now emitting steam after the Yakuza stopped. He could hear him chuckle, his huge fist also steaming. You could bring a gun or a knife into a fight. That would make things easier and you'd have a sure win, but that isn't fighting now, is it? He spoke. I believe it's more enjoyable to kill each other with the energy inside you. You get what I mean? He didn't give Naruto a chance to respond. As he began to punch again, the blonde blocked the heavy blows for a few moments before he was able to slap one of his huge fists down and attempt giving him a punch of his. The hell did you just do to Red? He roared as his fist came down, but he cursed when it hit something other than the opponent in front of him. What the A barrier? The huge Yakuza growled. Why do you always have to get in the way, Tengai? Calm down, Rappa, a man smaller than the bulky one. Also wearing the signature bird mask and a yukata emerged from behind the redhead. He touched his temples and rubbed on them. The one we are up against isn't someone to be careless with. Opening one of his eyes, he took a peek at Naruto. So this is the hero-killing beast himself, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists and shot a pointed glare at the two. After observing them in these few moments, he noticed that he had not seen them in the data books given to them by the police. Maybe they're underground guys? He looks quite young. Did we get the right one Master Overhaul spoke of? I don't give a shit what that overjerk wants. I want to fight, and I was enjoying myself when you had to butt in. It's Master Overhaul, not overjerk. Besides, you need me here. It's quite obvious, isn't it? Rappa seethed before turning towards his partner and punched on the barrier he had used to protect himself. Kirishima staggered to his feet, his body stung with pain. He took one look at his arms and cursed. They were broken and bled really badly. He hissed when more hard skin fell off. Ouch! I couldn't take all of it. If another barrage of that comes, I won't be able to take it. He muttered to himself. I thought I'd gotten stronger. Damn it, I can't. Red! Naruto's voice pulled him out of his limbo. Don't give up or back down for anything. If you lose your heroic will, then you've lost. You're unbreakable, remember. The redhead's eyes widened in realization as Naruto continued. You have an unbreakable body. Make your spirit, your heart, and your will unbreakable, Dabi. Naruto then turned back to the Yakuza, a menacing grin gracing his face. Let's blow these small fry away and get back to the others. Tengai put up his barrier once again. They are planning to attack us. Rappa isn't that great. So you understand? Rappa asked Naruto in delight. What a great kid. I'm starting to have fun. Tengai. He started to knock on the barrier. Get rid of this. It's not like I need it anyway. Don't wallow in your own desires. Remember what Master Overhaul said. Though our opponent is strong, we will win together with our teamwork. Rappa's posture drooped as he sighed before trying to punch Tengai again. You're such an ass. He roared when the barrier protected the smaller man. What are you planning to do, fighting maniac? Tengai asked coolly. I never wanted to team up with you in the first place, but Overjerk just had to put you up with me without even asking. Rappa griped, and Tengai sighed. How many times do I need to tell you it's Overhaul, not Overjerk? You think I don't know? I just don't care. All I want to do is fight to the death. Then do what you want if you can take care of them yourself. The calm Yakuza relented as he began to dissolve the barrier. You understand? Rappa was delighted, and he quickly turned to Naruto and charged at him with a punch. Naruto blocked right on time. The punch was so fast and heavy, it pushed him back a bit, but he held his ground. He gritted his teeth as he lowered his arms and raised his head, revealing demonic crimson eyes. Tengai gasped a little and stepped back. Oh, it's him all right. Kurama, no. Naruto chided the fox beast in his subconscious state, and he scoffed. You better get serious, or I will. Kurama warned. Naruto sighed, switching back to consciousness. His eyes took the normal toad sage form. He took a few moments to observe the two. That guy's punches do some damage. They're so powerful, and the other would just put up that annoying barrier of as if I get too close. I'll have to up my game if I want to really land a power punch of my own. Kirishima gazed on at Naruto, feeling pathetic, that he couldn't do anything. Naruto, he called you Rappa, right? Naruto asked in a lively tone. I've got to say, you pack up a mean punch, but I'm warning ya, I've got some of mine too. Why don't we settle this? Fist to fist, Databeo. You really are a great kid. Rappa roared with delight. He turned to his partner. What about the barrier? I won't put it up. Hell yeah, he cheered. You guys are all great guys. He and Naruto charged towards each other. Their forearms clashed. Kirishima continued to watch as Naruto took on Rappa. He clenched his teeth in apprehension as he watched. Naruto's protecting me. He's not being a wimp like Am. He charged and head on. What am I doing? Feeling like I've gotten stronger. Jumping out like that with my ultimate move and having it rip through easily. Ending up just getting in the way. Naruto continued to dodge and block all of Rappa's punches no matter how fast they got. The speed was something he could keep up with, but his forearms started to sting a little, and his sleeves began to chop off. All he needed was one punch on this guy, and it was over, but the attack didn't leave him an opening. This hurts. He's getting faster and faster. He could hear Kurama growl within him, and it took all he had to suppress him while focusing on the fight. Earlier, Aizawa had warned them to abstain from going all out on the mission, being that they are still secret to the villain world, and all their abilities shouldn't be known. Plus, the damage they could cause on the mission could ruin it for everyone. Use it only in an emergency, Aizawa had said. We can't transform now, Kurama. We'd ruin the mission for the others, and Chisaki might escape. Rappa was relentless in his attacks. Naruto began to notice how excited he was getting. He took a deep breath, and using both arms, he pushed Rappa ways back. Yes, I love this. You're so strong. Rappa chortled as he skied on the floor, leaving some distance between him and Naruto. Naruto began to pant, having been forced to move very quickly to avoid the punches. We can't say the same for that kid, Tengai chipped in, looking as calm as ever. He's so weak. That aside, he's rather pathetic. Look how he's shaken with fear. Oi! Naruto called out to Tengai. The hell are you saying? Kirishima gazed at Naruto's back as he spoke. He gasped at the next thing that left the blonde's mouth. Red Riot is strong. Naruto thinks I'm strong? He's a guy who'd rush in to save anyone no matter how deadly it is. He's no coward. Unlike you, who keeps hiding behind a barrier. Take a good look at yourself before judging others, Baka. Rappa roared with laughter as a vein popped on his partner's forehead. He got you good there, Tice. You take joy in riling up your enemy, don't you? I'm only saying what's true. I believe in Red Riot's unbreakable will. Naruto grinned. He's indestructible, believe it. Naruto... Kirishima was moved to tears and his eyes widened when Naruto turned his head, looking back at him with a very bright, encouraging grin. I believe in Red Riot's unbreakable will. He's indestructible, believe it. Flashback. Naruto opened the door to exit his room and noticed his pink classmate was at the other side of it. He blinked for a few moments, a little surprised to see her before he grinned. Mina, how are ya? I'm good, she answered with a small smile and a shrug, causing the blonde to raise a brow. Weird. She was always so hyper. What's with the sullen look? Are you busy? She asked. I was on my way to train with Deka, he replied, carefully not wanting to disappoint her, but her smile brightened. Then that's perfect. I'll walk with you. I'm not saying much. Yash! Naruto grinned. Ikuzo databeo. Mina giggled at his over-energetic antic there before she began to talk. You know, Kirishima and I went to the same middle school. For real? Naruto asked in a surprised tone. And now you're in the same high school? That's awesome. I know. He's changed a lot since then, even though he's still a nervous wreck sometimes. Aijiro gets nervous? Naruto asked incredulously. He does, but he's always putting up a tough front. Damn, I never noticed that. Guess I never paid attention. Naruto felt bad about that. He was always with Izuku and no one else seemed to matter. He's always admired you from afar. Huh. Apart from Crimson Riot and Bakugo, you're another person he looks up to. He didn't want anyone to know about it, though. You keep a close eye on him, don't ya? Mina blushed at that. Well, we're horn buddies, she said. Kirishima's been training to get stronger because of you. I've never seen him try so hard. He really is strong, taking down that Nomu himself. Naruto remarked, smiling fondly at the memory. He is, but... She halted her steps and turned to look fully at Naruto. The blonde could see the worry etched on her face and his brows knitted as he gazed at her with concern. He was looking really worried, shaken up about something this morning, and I think it had something to do with work study. Naruto's eyes softened at her as she made him promise. He just needs someone to believe in him. Can you do that, Naruto? Flashback. Here I come. Rappa announced himself as he charged towards Naruto, who was ready to match off with him again. However, He didn't get to clash with the fighting maniac, as Kirishima jumped in right on time, taking Rappa's heavy blows. Tengai gasped, and Naruto's eyes widened, and he beamed at the smaller red head. "Keep up your unbreakable," Kirishima told himself. "If it breaks, harden again, just keep hardening. Naruto believes in me." Rappa relentlessly kept up with his punches, going even faster, as he was getting even more excited. Yes, this is even more fun. Tengai acted fast and put up a barrier before Kirishima could land his punch on Rappa. "Poor child, it was all in vain," he said as Kirishima began to fall back, having lost a lot of strength and energy, but Naruto caught him and beamed a menacing grin at the Yakuza. Kirishima could feel a breeze tousle up his hair and could see a bright light in his peripheral. "What is?" A bright blue spiraling energy ball formed in the palm of Naruto's hand as he smirked at them. It wasn't in vain," he said as the Rasengan increased in size, causing Tengai to open his eyes wide for the first time there. Mamasaka Red just proved that he was strong. Sage Art, giant Rasengan. He slammed it onto the barrier, shattering it on contact and blowing the Yakuza away. Kirishima smiled tiredly at the sight before shutting his eyes. Naruto grinned widely, panting a few breaths, and then he smiled down at the redhead in his arms. "We did it, Jiro." Naruto snapped his head up at the strained voice. His eyes widened at the sight of Rappa limping towards them. He could hear the ragged pants coming from the bulky Yakuza as he approached them. "It's not done yet. We're not finished. You key men aren't done with me. Aren't you tired, man?" Naruto asked with a frown, obviously annoyed with Rappa's persistence. "You're hurt pretty badly, and so is my friend. We can go get some first aid then." Naruto blinked. The hell did this guy just say? Tabeo? "What? You think I'm planning something?" Yeah, I do." Rappa sighed. "I can't lift my arms, so don't count on that. Plus, don't think our fight's over. It was a draw." "Rappa," Tengai managed to shout out at the fighting maniac. For some reason, his usual calm tone was thrown out the window. He was shaking all over, and it wasn't just from Naruto's Rasengan. "You fighting maniac, stop this at once. Master Overhaul put me in charge to keep you under control when I've dash." He was knocked down by Rappa's huge fist. Naruto could see that it took every muscle fiber in his body for him to lift that arm, yet he was still able to hit the barrier Yakuza. "Mention that name one more time, and I'll punch you into a bloody pulp. You piece of shit. I was having a blast with that blonde guy. He was strong. I want to fight him again," he said boisterously, and Naruto smiled sheepishly at him. "And that other guy too, he was strong. I like you. I want a rematch." The blonde didn't know what had gotten into him. He started grinning like an idiot before laughing boisterously. He stood to his feet with Kirishima in his arms. "Get yourself healed first, big guy." "Yes, I'll get healed and try killing you properly next time. You realize you're going to get thrown in the slammer, right? There is no next time." He quirked a brow and smiled amused at Rappa's childish antics. The muscular Yakuza huffed and began to lead the way to the first aid room. Naruto looked down at Kirishima. A pleased smile graced his face. "Jiro, you called yourself pathetic. You thought you were weak, that you were afraid, but you just proved yourself to everyone that you're not like that. You showed everyone that you have an unbreakable will, and today, you haven't only been acknowledged by me, but also by the enemy." He grinned as Kirishima mumbled about protecting Naruto and everyone. "Red, you just brought out the hero in you, Databeo." Chisaki and Chrono walked down the hall on their way to the secret exit. Everywhere rumbled and shook, and the young leader smirked. "Looks like Irinaka's doing his job. I'm sorry to say this," Chrono said as he held Eri, "but it's over for the Hassaikai." "Not really," Chisaki disputed and held up the finished product. "With this, the Hassaikai will rise out of the ashes. We may be falling out now, but with just us and this drug in the black markets, we will rise again." He pocketed the syringe and put his hands in his pockets as he sauntered. I am the only one who holds the boss's wishes to heart, and I am the one who knows what is needed for the Hassaikai to rule the underworld again. With these drugs. The drugs heroes are afraid of, I can bring the Hassaikai to the top, and other villain organization will fall to their knees. With all for one out of the way, it's my time to shine as the new true villain leader, the Emperor of Darkness. He sighed as the rumbling continued. It seems we have limited time, though. Irinaka only has a few minutes left of his boost. Before we make it to the exit, they might get to us, so I'll leave them to you, Temps. Toga and Jean smirked as they nodded at the command. Leave it to us, Overhaul. One has gone forward. He can be ignored, however. Irinaka observed within the walls, noticing how far Naitai's group has advanced. Those ones need to be stopped. I have only a few minutes left of my boost. In that case, I have to do it. We have fallen into heresy. We cannot stand still. Naitai's group halted as walls, floors, and ceiling began to move. The ceilings and walls. They're closing in on us. Fat Gum said, We're going to be meatloaf. Yash! That should stop the bleeding. Naruto said to himself after bandaging Kirishima up. Is he awake? I'll kill him. Rappa declared, and Naruto shot him a glare. Let him live, Baka. He barked and sighed, taking a seat by Kirishima's bed. What the hell's up with you, and fighting anyway? I've been doing it for most part of my life, okay? He answered, and Naruto went silent. He watched as the muscular Yakuza also remained silent for a while before he sighed. What the hell? I've been fighting my whole life. He said, and Naruto knitted his brows. Really? Yeah. I was born into a family of fighters, into an environment where fighting was the way of survival. If you wanted something, you needed to fight for it. My old man trained me and my older siblings, so we could take care of ourselves in our rough neighborhood. We trained diligently with him, and soon we were feared. No one could touch us. I thought I was invincible, but unfortunately, it didn't work that way outside my hood. One day, while I was coming home from school, I met a disgusting man who was beating up a lady and taking her things forcefully. I ran into the rescue, but I got beat half to death in the process. I couldn't move. I was too weak and left there to bleed out. Luckily, my siblings and some other people saw me on time. It's okay, Rappa. What you did was noble. His father encouraged him after he got discharged from the hospital. It proves that you fear nothing, that you are a true man. Rappa clenched his fists in rage. I'm going to train harder, and then I'll be strong enough to beat up people like that guy. Guys like that disgust me. They aren't true men. Rappa's father sighed, placing his huge hand on the redhead's shoulder. Rappa, it's already been made a law. We are not allowed to use our quirks freely in public. But I want Dash, Rappa. He dismissed him curtly and left. Rappa's brother looked down at him with a smile. I believe you can use your quirk, Rappa. You understand? Rappa beamed and gazed up at his older brother. He looked over to his older sister, who crouched to his height and grinned. I too believe. Rappa couldn't hold in his joy. He cheered. But what about Dad? He says I can't. You can if you're not a hero. A hero? You can apply for the hero course when you're about to graduate to high school. But what makes you think I can be a hero? He asked in a sullen tone. I couldn't even save that lady, and that guy's probably gotten away with what he did. He gasped when he felt a bump on his chest. He saw that it was his big brother who had fist bumped his chest, and he gazed at the grin. He beamed at him. Because I believe in you, Rappa. The redhead widened his eyes at this. You have the chivalry spirit of any hero in the world. Tusen wasn't able to get into the hero course, but we believe you can, because you have a big heart. My siblings' words that day were my drive. I passed the hero course and got into one of the top hero academies. U.A. Naruto nearly screamed. He couldn't hold back his surprise. You went to U.A? But that was where I faced reality. I was abominated by students because they feared me and my dangerous quirk. My punches were close to murdering anyone who got a taste of it. I paid no mind because I knew what I was there for. But one day, that changed. Rappa walked home alone from school as usual, but today, 3 of his classmates decided to join him. They asked if they could accompany him since he was alone. Rappa could see the scorn in their smiles, but he let them have their way. He was just going to ignore them. They walked quite a distance. The 3 kept talking and laughing, and Rappa wasn't even zoned into their conversation, his focus on getting to the house. They got to an alleyway, and that was when one spoke directly at him. "Oi!" Rappa quit being an anti-social ass and listened up. "What?" Rappa asked with a tired sigh as he halted his steps. His back was still turned to them, but they managed to get his attention. "We think your quirk's awesome." His eyes widened at that, and he turned slowly to face them. "You think so?" "Yeah, but everyone says it's dangerous, and that's what makes it cool," one chortled. "For a villain, that is." Rappa's heart sank, and he started to feel the world before him spin. The image of that mugger came to his mind. No, I'm not a villain. With that quirk, think of how many people he could kill. Yeah, he'd probably spend the rest of his life on the run, since he'd kill the cops too. So much blood. How much blood is that? They began to laugh while Rappa went through inner turmoil. One named Ida placed his fist on Rappa's chest and grinned mockingly at him. "Rappa, if you want to be a hero, then you must be out of your mind. In fact, anyone who believes that shit is completely nutty too. What's your thing as being the bad guy so heroes like me can cut you out of existence?" His grin, the bump on my chest, and the things he said that day were a complete opposite of what I got from my older siblings. It angered me so much I beat him to a pulp, and when I realized what I was doing, I got scared and ran away. I was a wanted criminal before I knew it, and I lived my life hiding, and in fear I felt caged. Later on, a trusted friend of mine introduced me to the world of MMA. It's hidden from the police, and you can use your quirks freely there. I got there, and on my fist day, call it fate if you want, I saw the mugger from that day. Of course he didn't know it was me, but I knew exactly who he was, and I unleashed all the anger inside of me. Rappa pounced on the mugger after he fell from his barrage of punches. He pounded his huge fist repeatedly on his face. "It's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault." He chanted like a mantra as he caused blood to splash and spill out of the man's busted face. He hadn't even realized that he had stopped moving. All he could think of was all his regrets as he punched the cause of all this before a firm hand caught his wrist, halting him. He looked up at the man who stopped him, a muscular man dressed in a black t-shirt, pants, and baseball hat. Recognizing him as the referee, he relented and let the man near the mugger. He used his backhand and patted the unmoving body on the cheek about 3 times before sighing. "Yep, he's a goner." Rappa's eyes widened. He hadn't meant to kill him. No, this was wrong, but what was this feeling? This warm feeling in his chest when the ref held up his right arm and declared him the winner. "New MMA champion, Rappa." The announcer blared through the megaphone. Rappa couldn't help the loony smile forming on his face as the crowd cheered. That was the beginning of my obsession. Fighting just takes all the regrets away, all the pain. I can just punch them all until they die. Naruto took in a breath and sighed. "You sure are strong, going through all that." "Huh." Rappa turned to face Naruto and met the placid smile on the blond boy's face. It didn't hold any form of disgust or scorn like the fake smile everyone else seemed to show him. "I've met people who've gone through worse, but that's not the point now, is it?" Naruto said, and leaned forward, resting his arms on his laps. "Just because someone doesn't understand or believe in what you want to become doesn't make you what they envision you to be. Only those who truly believe in you can help you shape your destiny. That's what I believe." Rappa gaped at the blonde. His eyes went wide as those words cut deep in him. He was pulled out of his limbo when he felt a familiar bump on his chest. He looked down and he gasped lightly. "Big bro, big sis." The bright grin from that day was all he could see before his brother's face faded into Naruto's. He too beamed the same encouraging grin. "I believe you can be a hero, Rappa." Tears began to leak out of the fighter's mask. "But I've killed so many I can't. I'm done for." You still have a chance. It's never too late. Naruto assured him, and he sighed, regaining his composure. After my siblings, no one's ever believed in me again. But who the hell knew that my enemy was going to do that? Naruto laughed at Rappa's remark. Life's funny, isn't it? He said calmly and removed his fist from Rappa's chest. Anyway, Rappa, why Ryu with these guys? Rappa's sullen countenance quickly shifted to one of contempt. It was because Overjerk beat me. Naruto's eyes narrowed, not in surprise but in interest. He had expected Overhaul to be stronger than Rappa since the boss is always the strongest. Plus, he had always been taught to never underestimate no matter how deceiving looks may be. Now, he wanted to know how strong this guy was. He came out of nowhere, picking a fight, and I happily obliged, but that was it for me. Rappa narrated. Before I knew it, I died, and when I came back, I tried again 5 more times and just kept losing. You kept losing, which means Overhaul can handle your power and speed. Naruto crossed his arms and frowned before humming in thought. Tengai began to stir awake. He looked around lazily, and suddenly his eyes widened like saucers. Naruto and Rappa were standing by each other like they were having a conversation. Rappa, he tried to move, but that was when he noticed that he was tied to a chair. The two only spared him a glance before returning to their conversation. What exactly does Overhaul want anyway? Naruto asked, and Tengai groaned. How do you expect your enemy to dash? He wants to rehabilitate the Yakuza. Rappa blurted, but he did that very purposefully. I heard him talking a while back. They want to sell something and distribute it. Something other criminals will finance. Rappa, Tengai yelled and shook in his seat. Naruto frowned and began to remember him and Sasuke's conversation on the train when they were on their way to Nitai Agency. Back then, he'd said he saw blood and cells in the syringe when he looked with his Sharingan and suspected that whoever owns that blood, her quirk is special. It's a hunch really, but I think that quirk has the power to erase another. If they shot one at Tamaki to nullify his quirk for a while, then they'd obviously try to make a finished product. Naruto made a shadow clone, and the two Yakuza gasped. The clone grinned and waved at Rappa. Overhaul should be on his way out of here already, so he'd be on the top floor of this underground house. There's an escape route there. Rappa, you traitor. You good for knock dash. He went silent as Naruto gave him a neck chop and knocked him out. Rappa's eyes widened as he looked at where Naruto previously stood and back at him. He's fast. Naruto frowned at the ceiling above like he was calculating something. I'm gonna have to take a shortcut. I've stayed here long enough. He looked over at his clone. I'll leave you to watch over Ijiro. I have to go help before it's too late. Roger. His clone playfully saluted him. As Naruto got ready to leave, Rappa spoke up. Hey, Naruto. The blonde turned back, giving him his attention. It hasn't been long since we fought and yet you've healed. Does that usually happen? Naruto raised both his previously injured forearms and smiled. Yeah, which means you're a lot stronger than I perceived. You were holding back the whole time. He deduced, and Naruto sighed before shrugging. You got me. I want you to promise me something, Naruto. If I ever get out of jail, fight me with your full power. No holds barred. The blonde blinked at him for a few moments before chuckling. Sure thing, Rappa. I'll fight you. He turned and faced the ceiling again before smiling. You know, Rappa. The fighter looked back at him. You might just be the strongest opponent I've faced. With that, he jumped into the air, breaking through the ceiling and disappearing up above. In this world, that is... He added to himself as he continued breaking, through leaving Rappa with a stunned and proud expression on his face. Rocklock had acted fast, and used his quirk to lock the moving walls in place. Don't complain of how cramped it is, he ordered as they walked past. Irinaka growled as they thrived. I can't let them go. A full cluster of debris came rushing towards the group from behind. Izuku rushed back and destroyed each cluster that came at them. It definitely took its toll on him, but remembering how everyone was working hard in his own resolve, he pushed on. This kid is too persistent. Irinaka gritted his teeth. There are just a few minutes left of my boost, so this has to be big. The debris that had been keeping Izuku busy ceased its attacks, and new walls began to emerge from the floors, blocking and separating the group once again. What's this? Another plan of theirs? A cop asked. It doesn't seem to block us from the goal, though, which means what comes after this is their plan. Stay alert, Yodai ordered. Rocklock looked around his own enclosed space. He griped as he walked around, trying to figure a way out when he smartly reacted to an attack on time. Raising his arm in front of him, a knife dug through his palm. Toga's golden irises and grin widened in delight. Lock! She gasped when she realized she couldn't move anymore. This is the League of Villains. He pulled back his fist and punched. His eyes widened when the villain's body molted away. Soon after, an arm wrapped around his neck from behind, and he felt weight add to his back. Toga smirked as she looked at the black skin pro from his rear. No, she corrected playfully. Right now I'm Toga, this organized criminal group, and should be a protected species. She wasted no time in stabbing him. Meanwhile, Izuku had smashed the wall blocking the way to Rocklock. He gasped when he saw two Rocklocks. One lay unconscious with a knife wound, and the other crouching nearby. Help! A double appeared out of nowhere. Aizawa rushed to the one with an injury, and his eyes narrowed. Midoriya, are you okay? Rocklock asked. Yeah. The green-haired boy answered. Aizawa acted fast. Using his quirk, the imposter was exposed, and Izuku gaped with a horrified expression. Himiko, Toga? Yes. Izuku, it's me. You remember me. She squealed excitedly, freaking Izuku out. And no, it wasn't just because she was stacked naked. I'm so happy, so happy. She cried as she waved her knife around, to which Izuku easily dodged. The next thing that happened was Aizawa's restraints wrapping round her and pulling her back. Her eyes narrowed at him, and she held on to it, causing her to be able to maneuver and land on his back. She raised her knife and stabbed him in the shoulder, and he quickly brought out his own about to attack, but she cut his restraints and escaped. Sensei! Izuku rushed over to Aizawa. I'm fine. Go check on Rocklock. As Izuku sat Rocklock up against the wall, he remembered when he and Naruto brainstormed about Toga. League of Villains. What are you planning? Toga began to put on her clothes. She panted. Her heart was beating so fast, and her face was going red. I'm so glad I came. She sighed with delight. Jean held on to his head and writhed on the ground. A part of his mask had been ripped off by an attack from the group with Night Eye. Rappa's double was easily done in by Fat Gum, and Night Eye had shot some bullet-like things at him. He had made a mistake to underestimate the businessman-looking hero. Now, he was suffering the consequences. He felt his head was going to split open, and he pressed his head at the sides to prevent it from doing so. He panted and gasped as fear gripped him. No, this can't happen. Nanon, a gentle hand, took hold of his and helped him up. His eyes met Toga's as she smiled sweetly at him before wrapping a pink handkerchief on his head to cover up the torn part. When you're all wrapped up, you become one, right? She said as she cupped his cheeks in her hands. I know you feel the most responsible for Big Sis Mag's death, and it's so sad. Date me, Toga, he muttered. We're only doing this so we can get back at them for what they did to us thanks to Tamaki-kun. We were able to get in. That annoying midget kept spying on us, so we had to do all that acting, she said quietly, smiling mischievously at Jean, who nodded. We're great actors, you and me, Toga. Tamaki-kun is a great leader. That's why the League of Villains is better. We can do whatever we want. She stood to her feet, pulling Jean up with her, and scowled up at the wall where Irinaka would be watching them. Grinning from ear to ear, she spoke loudly enough to Irinaka's hearing. Unlike these Yakuza, we're not so uptight. I'm sure it's because of that sleep-deprived leader that they're all dying out now. Irinaka felt the veins in his forehead begin to bulge as he clenched his teeth in rage. How dare these worthless beings? The line snapped, and he began to roar out. The ceilings and walls began to move violently, and soon the floors opened up. Everywhere was thrown in frenzy. Big bro Irinaka sure gets mad easily. Jean jeered. Wimpy guys are the most short-tempered. Toga remarked scornfully. Crush and kill them all. Irinaka seethed. I will not forgive those who make fools of us. He had hated these two the first time they came. All they needed to do was stay put and be under the Hassaikai's control, but no. It was clear they hated the Yakuza and resented joining them, but he didn't care about their feelings. What irked him was when they kept making fun of the Hassaikai. He'd spied on them back when they were with that decay quirk brat, and was sure they would be loyal to Overhaul, but if this was what he would get every day, he was going to explode. Anyway, all the while he bawled and threw his anger tantrum. Toga and Jean just made light of it since it was all part of their own plan. They didn't have the power, so they were going to leave it to the heroes. The heroes could hear Irinaka's yells and screeches. Izuku was already on alert, seeing that something big happened after the yell, meaning it was at Irinaka's doing, but alas, he couldn't figure out exactly where the sound was coming from. Wimpy guys always want to hide how weak they are. Toga taunted Irinaka again. They want to make themselves look strong, so they can look down on others from above. Then she smirked. Organized crime guys are lame, aren't they? And the mimic quirk user foolishly fell into the trap and exposed himself out of anger. He yelled even louder than before, and Izuku, with lightning speed, hopped up to the target. One for all. Full cowling. Smash. He kicked the wall that Irinaka hid and exposed him to Aizawa's quirk, causing him to fall. Sorry, Yakuza. Jean called to Irinaka in a jeering tone. He and Toga sat by a hole ready to escape. If Irinaka could see beneath his mask, he would most certainly see a smirk. I guess we'll do what we want after all. Bye. You traitors. Irinaka screamed as he fell. Night Eye knocked him out with his hyperdensity seals, and Izuku caught him before he could crash into the ground. The shaking stopped. Chrono noted. Looks like Irinaka's done. Chisaki said, Excuse me. Both turned at the voice, and Eri gasped. Togata Mirio stood before them panting, as he was almost out of breath from running for so long. I'd like to ask you some questions. You're not supposed to get here this fast. Chisaki said. I took a shortcut. The blonde quipped, looking Chisaki directly in the eye. The young leader scoffed at this. So you were pretending that day that you didn't notice, Mr. Student? I'm saving Eri. Mirio snapped at Chisaki, ignoring his tease. I'm not going to let you have her, he said in an as-a-matter-of-factly tone, and began to leave. Mirio made to chase after them, but he began to feel woozy, losing his sense of equilibrium. Are you feeling sloshed? A masked man hanging upside down, carelessly pouring beer into his mouth, slurred to him. You do. That is why your leg tree's shaking right now. Mirio tried getting as far away as possible from the drunk when 2 bullets fired at him. Having lost his equilibrium, he found difficulty in using his quirk, but he managed. Another masked man emerged from the shadows with a pistol in hand. Don't go an inch closer to the Master Overhaul. He ordered Mirio and then activated his quirk. What is your quirk? Permeation. I have the ability to slip through anything when my quirk is activated. Mirio's eyes widened in realization on what he just did. He hadn't meant to reveal his quirk at all. I'm different from the other Hassaikai members. The reason is because I share the young master's dream. I want to walk by his side when the goal is reached. Why does he have to involve his own daughter in something like this? Mirio rhetorically asked, and Nemoto blinked a little confused, but he shifted his countenance quickly and shrugged. In order to succeed, one must put emotions aside, right? I mean, you overlooked Eri's situation on first meeting her because of that, didn't you? That's right. Mirio blurted uncontrollably and cursed. What was this? He just said what was truly in his heart. I knew it. You're only here on this mission to rescue her, so you can feel better. Nemoto taunted him as Mirio began to lose his balance. You're no hero. You're just trying to save yourself. The permeation quirk user clenched his fists as Nemoto's confession quirk did its trick on him. He had to admit sadly that Namoto was right. He wanted to save Eri and console himself for the wrong he did to her, but that wasn't all there was to it. He really wanted to help her and not to save just himself from the misery, but from hers too. He felt very responsible for all that was happening to her now, because he put her aside that day. She didn't want anyone to get hurt, so she chose to go back to this hell such a kind girl she is. That's why I'm going to do everything in my power to make things right. I'm going to save her even if it costs my life. I won't make her sad ever again, he proclaimed and summoned some strength into his being. Namoto sensed his resolve and fired at him, but he used his quirk to disappear into the wall by his side. Ultimate move, Phantom Menace. With his ultimate move, he defeated the 2-8 Bullet members. Power, but you're supposed to be intoxicated. I get a taste of something worse than intoxication every day. He revealed and knocked the two out. In no time, he reached Overhaul and Chrono. He first attacked the young leader who dodged, and he permeated into the floor. Chisaki, he cried as he popped up behind and punched him. The next thing was Chrono getting smartly beat up and Eri in Mirio's grasp. Why? Eri shivered in his arms. You're not supposed to be here. He'll kill you. All Mirio did was smile sweetly at her. I'm not going to leave you alone again. Eri, Chisaki's grave voice spoke, dragging their attention back to him. His face had become quite irritated as red spots began to appear on it. Look what you've caused. How many times do I have to tell you that everything you do gets people killed? You're cursed. Eri began to tear up, and Mirio's teeth clenched. How can you say those things to your own daughter? Oh, I see. You weren't told. Overhaul sighed, taking off his gloves, before looking Mirio in the eye. I don't have any children. Immediately, everything went up in shambles when Overhaul's hand touched the floor. Mirio held on to Eri protectively, and when huge spikes appeared out of nowhere, he permeated and raised her high above the danger. Close one. He sighed in relief. I've sealed off the exits. You won't be able to escape with Eri. Overhaul informed him before attacking him with the ground. Mirio dodged the spikes forming out of the ground, while holding Eri at the same time, keeping in mind that he has a responsibility to protect her. He couldn't permeate as long as she was with him. He got stabbed in the thigh and shoulder in the process, but he held strong. How are you going to fight while protecting her, Lemillion? Overhaul taunted the phantom hero, who had sustained another injury. Chrono wakes up and points a pistol loaded with quirk-disabling bullets at Mirio. Overhaul ordered Chrono to aim at Mirio's arms while he destroys the spikes, so that Mirio would lose his balance. Overhaul deconstructs the ground, causing Mirio to be in midair. Sorry about this. Mirio apologized with a smile to Eri as he took off his cape. Using it, concealed himself in Eri. Chrono fired at him, but missed due to his target being concealed by the cape. And I thought they just wore those to look cool. Chrono said, referring to how Mirio smartly used his cape for protection. Suddenly, Overhaul realized that Mirio will appear before Chrono, and began reconstructing the ground beneath his right-hand man. Mirio did indeed appear before Chrono, using his quirk's instant transportation to do so. His shoulder knocked Chrono's arm, causing him to drop the gun. Raising his fist, he made to punch Chrono, but Overhaul launched Chrono away from Mirio by reconstructing a platform, saving him. Forgive me, Master Overhauls. Chrono apologized. Shit, he's much stronger than I thought. Despite his injuries, he seems fine. Overhaul then attempted sending a barrage of rock spikes Eri's way in order to break Mirio's morale, but Mirio popped up behind him. The young leader realizes this and tries blocking Mirio with his hand. But Mirio phases his arm through Overhaul and punches him in the face. Overhaul lands on the ground, and Mirio glares at him. My cape isn't for looking cool. It's to bundle up Eri, who's in terrible pain. Chrono gets up and tries getting the gun, only for Mirio to appear before him and knocked him out with a kick to the head. I commend you for being stronger than average Yakuza, but, Mirio stated, I'm far stronger. Chrono was thrown into Overhaul, who caught him and set him down. Mirio popped out of nowhere and punched him again, he cursed. He kept Eri aside so he could fight me better. Damn it! With his quirk, I'm not sure I'd win. Master Overhauls. Nemoto cried out, crawling out of a hole. There was thick desperation in his voice, and tears leaked out of his Yakuza brand mask as he watched Overhaul fight Mirio alone. Nemoto! Overhaul tossed Chrono's gun at him. Fired to him. I trust you. Nemoto loaded the gun and held it with shaking hands, not knowing how to go about this situation. Master trusts me to do this, but there's only one bullet. What if I miss? I want Master to succeed. I want to walk by his side, he gasped, remembering Mirio's words about Eri during their fight. Those were his true feelings. He turned the gun to Eri without hesitation. Eri gasped as she saw a pistol point at her, and Mirio, seeing this in his peripheral, quickly left the fight and leaped over to Eri, shielding her. The gray-haired girl, already knowing the ability of the drugs, and seeing Mirio smile, began to tear up. I will be your hero, Eri. I won't leave you alone again. He hugged her as he cried on his shoulder, and he willed himself not to cry. This was one of the things that came with being a hero, and he was more than happy to make this sacrifice, for a light breeze tousled up his hair, causing him to feel at peace. Everywhere was so quiet, and he began to wonder why. What had happened to Overhaul? Did he escape? He looked up quickly, and his eyes widened, and a shaky gasp followed. Uzumaki Naruto? Overhaul croaked as he laid there on the ground, gaping up at the blonde in shock. Mirio looked up at the glowing boy's grin, and tears he had been holding back spilled. Naruto? Phew, made it just in time, Databeo, he said in a jovial tone. Eri gaped at him, and immediately remembered who he was. He's that other boy from before. He's glowing. A true hero. Doesn't hesitate to give up his life or quirk if someone is in need of rescue. Naruto said, straightening and deactivating his So 6P mode. He grinned down at the other blonde who was holding on to Eri. That's why, Mirio. I believe you're a true hero, no matter what anyone says. His words proved that he had been there the whole time, from when Nemoto kept questioning Mirio. The phantom hero broke down in tears. I've been so stupid, hating someone who's been a harmless and caring friend. I don't deserve to be saved by him. I don't deserve to have my quirk protected by him at all. How the hell did he get here so fast? Overhaul asked himself in his thoughts. He's not supposed to have any sort of phasing quirk. Or does he? Anyway, that doesn't matter anymore. He's been hit by the quirk-disabling bullet. It's already finished. It's over. Chisaki chuckled, pulling himself to his feet. All your work. It's all vain. Hero's the hero-killing beast has lost his quirk. Oh! Naruto smirked and turned his head, exposing his demonic crimson eyes. Mirio, Eri, and Chisaki gasped. The blonde turned round fully facing the young leader and beamed a menacing grin at him, showing of his grown canines. So, Disa Ka? Chisaki began to step back in fear when suddenly, his face was covered with the palm of Naruto's hand. He made a muffled sound when Naruto picked him by the head and leaped into the air before smashing him into the ground. He's so fast, I couldn't react on time. Next time don't go on assuming things. Anata wa baka, he said as he pressed his head down. He leaped away when Chisaki nearly touched him and watched the young leader stand to his feet and patch up his bleeding head with his quirk. He smirked. So you healed, that's great. It gives me a better chance to torture you even more. Sure matter. At this rate, I could die. Chisaki thought gravely as he tried strategizing an easy escape. He wasn't given much room for thought as the wall beside him broke open and he was punched square in the face by another force. He didn't know what hit him, but he could make out a glowing green kid who was grinning at him earlier. Izuku and the group were thankful that the living maze had stopped, but were quite worried about the League of Villains having been teamed up with the Yakuza. Another thing was their betrayal. It left them confused. Rocklock quickly reminded them of their top priority, saying that the League should be left to the police. He offered to stay back and watch Irinaka in case he wants to do something, and Fat Gum said he'd stay to assist Rocklock, since he was wounded. Izuku promised the success of the mission to Rocklock, and the Lock hero had no choice but to believe in him. There they go, Twice noted, as he and Toga watched Izuku and the group from their hidden spot. We should also get out of the space. He looked up at Toga, who began to crawl away. Toga-chan, what do you want to do, kiss? Beat up Izuku. I want to see it again, she muttered, trailing off before adding. But right now, I want to make Overhaul cry just as much. She said that last part with contempt in her voice. Well, in that case, I have no idea, Jean said, struggling with his inner battles. Lend me your ear, Toga. What is it? She asked as he whispered in her ear and giggled when he was done. Jean, that thou make Tamaki happy, too. If Izuku's group and Overhaul happen to meet no matter what, the fight between heroes and Yakuza will be decided. She schemed. I hope that at the end of this fight both heroes and Yakuza will be beat up. Izuku, seeing a wall up ahead, leaped forward and kicked it down. I'll definitely... He advanced towards Sasaki with a menacing grin of his own and punched him in the face. Save her. President Aizawa quickly erased Overhaul's quirk and looked up at Naruto before giving him an approving nod. He turned to Night-Eye behind him. Secure those who need treatment. Night-Eye was already flabbergasted at Mirio and Naruto's work. He rushed over to Mirio, who stood by Eri, and hugged them both. You've done well, Mirio. Mirio felt pain surge through his body, and he hissed. It didn't hurt as much as this while he was fighting. Could it be the adrenaline? Naruto walked up to both of them and crouched by the phantom hero. He raised his hand over the wounds, and red bubbly chakra leaked out and surrounded the phantom hero. We're still going to need you on the battlefield, so get ready. The blonde hero smiled at that and nodded to Naruto. Aizawa and Izuku advanced towards Sasaki. Lemillion and Kyuubi have cornered him this far. Keep pressing him. Hi! Sasaki's eyes danced around in fear, and he quickly looked over to his right hand. Get up, Chrono, he shrieked. The Erasure hero, seeing ahead, pushed Izuku aside and narrowly dodged Chrono's quirk. However, he was still grazed in the arm. Those pierced by the long hand will have their movements slowed, Chrono said in a cool, placid tone very different from the one he used before. I meant to skewer both of you at once. But what else can I expect from heroes? It took him a while to wake up. Thankfully, I repaired his head when he got knocked out. Sasaki calmed his breathing as he readied himself for his next attack. I can't stop myself from blinking. Aizawa's teeth clenched as he knew the consequences of this. He struggled to keep his eyelids up, but his eyes succumbed to natural cause and shut close. Not wasting time. Sasaki slammed his palm on the floor, and Naruto moved. His chakra hands moved at the speed of light and grabbed everyone out of the way. It's all for nothing. Sasaki roared as everywhere went up in spikes, stopping everyone in their tracks. Like I let my plan be ruined by people like this. Right, Nemoto? You don't want that, do you? He said as Nemoto's unconscious body dropped before him. I won't let things end here for me. Nemoto, you did your best, but you can do better, right? He placed his hand on the Yakuza and activated his quirk. You would die for my sake, wouldn't you? The transformation began. Sasaki tore Nemoto's body apart, fusing it with himself, creating huge extra limbs and a stronger body. I'll acknowledge you were stronger than I was, Lemillion, but in the end it all comes to nothing. He proclaimed, Now I'll have you return Eri. Izuku's eyes widened at the horrific sight of Overhaul's transformation before him. He destroyed himself and his underling, and then fused them together. Izuku grimaced. He's disgusting. That was the worst feeling ever, but it's better than how I felt before. Overhaul muttered to himself. He's fused with that runny-mouth guy, so he's become stronger, Naruto said, and narrowed his eyes before looking over at Izuku. The green-haired boy also looked back at him. Be ready, Deku. This will be one of your toughest fights. Izuku nodded, already having an idea or two of what Naruto was thinking. His mind was already made up. He was going to save Eri, and Sasaki was going down. When Chisaki leaped forward to recapture Eri, Naruto and Mirio stood up in time to shield her. When Izuku dropped in with lightning speed, he kicked one of the spikes Chisaki was advancing with, and used the broken pointed edge to strike the young leader. Chisaki raised his huge arm to block. "Power and speed, that's all you've got," he said, and destroyed the fragment before causing it to spike up again. Izuku easily maneuvered out of the way before the spikes could touch him, thanks to his trained reflexes. Naruto grinned at this, proud of Izuku's improvement. Sir Night-Eye jumped into the fight, attacking Chisaki and telling Izuku to go over to Naruto, Mirio, and Eri. Izuku met up with Naruto, Mirio, and Eri. He wasn't feeling in a smiling mood, but as usual, Naruto's smile lifted his spirit. He was glad to see Naruto again, and also Mirio, who was now in better shape and ready to fight again. "Let's get out of here now that we have Eri," Mirio suggested, holding the little girl to himself. "We'll put some distance between her and Chisaki." Everyone agreed, but Eri seemed hesitant. She shivered and began to cry. People were in there and were getting hurt because of her. "Every single thing you do gets people killed. You're cursed." "I'm sorry," she sobbed and clenched her fists. Izuku gazed at her with confusion and worry when the sound of cutting flesh resounded in his ears. He snapped his head towards the direction of the sound and gasped. His eyes widened in horror at the sight. "Naruto!" Mirio screamed as one of the huge fragments pierced through Naruto's stomach from behind. Izuku gaped, and a small sound of disbelief escaped his mouth. "When did he? No one's gonna die." Naruto panted as he grasped for air. "I won't let anyone die." Mirio remembered what Naruto had said shortly after Night-Eye left to go fight Chisaki, before Izuku joined him. Old man Night-Eye's up to something. All the while they were focusing on leaving with Eri, Naruto had his eyes on Night-Eye, and with his speed, he was able to shield the Foresight user from a fatal blow. He gave a shaky laugh when Night-Eye turned his head to give him an incredulous look. "Sorry, I didn't shield your arm," he managed to say as blood leaked out of his mouth. He grinned at the man who was already tearing up despite his predicament. "You planned to hop in all along, didn't you, because you saw something bad happening with your quirk if you didn't? Well, I'm sorry, sir, but as long as I'm here, there'll be no need for sacrifices. I promised I won't let anyone die on this mission, and I can't go back on my word. It's my ninja way." Night-Eye pulled his arm out of the spike and limped towards Naruto, who was still breathing. When he first met Naruto, he resented him, but it all changed when he used his quirk on him. He had seen a bright future as long as Naruto was by their side with them. Now, that was all going to come to an end. Izuku jumped into the battlefield. His blood boiled in anger. "Lemillion, please take care of Eri." "Deku." Mirio tried beckoning on Izuku to wait. He wept in his heart. "Even I'm torn. Midoriya, but I promise to never leave Eri alone again. I'm going to keep Eri safe. Naruto will want that too, right? Right?" Overhaul had smartly put up a barrage of spikes, but with a stomp on the ground, Izuku caused it to rise from deep within and block Overhaul's attacks. Such power. It's nothing like it was before. Overhaul gaped as Izuku shot him a pointed glare. Was he holding back before? He asked himself. "This is my first time using 25% in a real battle. My body's creaking a bit since I'm not too used to it yet, but I can move. It's not impossible to move like before. Give it up. It'll just end like I said. You'll all die." Overhaul barked. "I won't let that happen. Even if that was already decided, I'll twist that future." Izuku roared back. Naruto smirked. "That Night-Eye is the greatest hero the world will come to know. Anyone who believes in changing destiny is a great hero. You impertinent." He raised up another massacre of rock spikes, and Izuku dodged them effectively. He still got grazed, though, but he ignored it and kept advancing forward. Night-Eye, who was watching this, clenched his teeth in fear. "Naruto, you can't die now. Deku needs you now. We all need you." The blonde raised his head slowly. "Die," he muttered. Who said anything about dying? Night-Eye's eyes widened when Naruto pulled himself free of the fragment. "I was just taking a breather. I'm not dying anytime soon. Not until I become Hokage. He grinned and Night Eye sighed in relief. In an isolated room, Chrono tells Aizawa, who he'd blindfolded, that the Hassaikai know all about him because his erasure quirk was a great reference during their research on Eri, and has immobilized him without killing him since there is value in letting him live, and that Overhaul is attracted to quirk erasing powers. Aizawa tries moving, and Chrono scoffs. It's futile. I've stabbed you with my quirk so you'd just be slower than a snail. Chrono takes off his mask and reveals his face, showing that he has clock needle-like hair, which he can extend to attack his foes with, and anything hit by them will have their movements slowed. I hit you with the hour hair. Your movements will be slowed for about an hour, he informed the erasure quirk user. Overhaul is someone who doesn't stop until he achieves a goal. He's been trying to lift the name of the Hassaikai in place of the boss, and Eri isn't Overhaul's daughter. In fact, she is the boss' granddaughter. Aizawa's breath hitched. So they were fooled all along? But still, why use the boss' granddaughter like this? Was the boss aware? Where was he anyway? Overhaul would do anything and use everything to achieve his goals. Chrono concluded as Zuko continued advancing strong in his battle against Overhaul. He cracked the ground to make it difficult for Overhaul to use his quirk freely. His body hurt a little as he moved. Bear it until you win. Chisaki's not gonna let up now. He won't give up on Eri even if he dies. Chisaki charged at him and clawed at him, but he dodged, leaping high into the air. I'll just injure him with one big hit on the head. He did a somersault and raised his leg, using one for all for an empowered leg drop. With lightning speed, he came down. Manchester, smash. He threw down his leg, releasing a massive shockwave. However, Overhaul dodged Izuku's Manchester smash. You may be fast, but the lines of your movements are simple and easy to predict, he said before attacking Izuku with his rock spikes. The green-haired boy's eyes widened at the sight of blood splashing everywhere and a familiar glowing boy. Nantakata, am I just going to keep getting impaled today? Naruto asked with a light tone and grin. The two couldn't believe it. Naruto, is this guy crazy? He just got stabbed in the ribs and he's grinning like maniac. You were dead a few minutes ago. Overhaul barked in fear as he watched Naruto pull himself out of the spike. His face looked anything but in pain and the wound from before had healed. His vest and shirt had torn up, exposing the healed skin. I was stabbed, not killed, Naruto quipped as red bubbly chakra surrounded his ribcage. How many times will I tell you to stop assuming? Izuku and Overhaul gaped as the hole closed up. Is this how powerful Naruto is? Why, you're a monster. Naruto just chortled and wiped the blood escaping his mouth with the back of his hand. Look who's talking, Dot. He was suddenly at arm's length near Overhaul and kicked him back into his spikes, impaling the villain. Izuku stiffened at that, and Naruto chuckled. Relax, he won't die. He bent down and took a look at Izuku's wounds. Some spikes had still gotten to him, but thankfully, he had blocked the fatal one. Sorry, I couldn't stop these ones, Tabeo. He apologized as he carefully pulled the spikes and healed the boy. Izuku was still astounded. There was so much he needed to learn about Naruto. The sound of growling got their attention as they saw Overhaul wriggle and pull out of the spikes. He's told ya. Izuku was speechless. This guy wasn't going to give up at all. He and Naruto crouched into a fighting stance and watched him repair himself, grunting and hissing in pain as he did. The two heroes got ready to attack when he only raised his hand to reveal a mouth on his palm. Izuku's eyes widened. So not only could Overhaul just gain a stronger body, he could also use the body's quirk. Someone's about to die because of you. Is that what you want? The mouth blared directly at Eri, whose grip on Mirio began to loosen as she got caught up in the Moto's quirk. I... She trailed as she turned to look at Overhaul. I don't want that. She let go of the phantom hero and began to walk slowly towards a young leader. Eri! Mirio called her, and she stopped, not knowing whether she should go to Overhaul or to Mirio. Eri, do you think any of these heroes can do anything without getting hurt? He further coaxed, and that was when the small resistance in Eri fell. Everyone waited for her hesitated answer, especially Izuku and Mirio. Their hearts fell when she began to shake her head with tears rolling down. No I don't. Izuku's fists clenched and Naruto's eyes widened at Overhaul. The young leader knew he probably won't stand a chance, so he's trying to win through emotional blackmail. Then what should you do? Overhaul asked. Go back. Eri, Mirio gasped. In exchange, please put everyone back to normal. She broke down in tears, ignoring Mirio's call for her. Please. That's right. Overhaul jeered. It's easier to be hurt yourself than to have others get hurt for you, huh? He then looked over at the heroes Naruto especially. Don't go raising any more false hope. You're hurting Eri in the process. Naruto's eyes remained glaring at Overhaul, and he sailed them over to Izuku, who was already shaking with rage. Eri! Mirio was suddenly in front of the girl and shielded her. Stop being childish. She doesn't want you. Overhaul mocked them. Even if that's so, Izuku said amidst the silence. Even if you don't want my help, you're crying, aren't you? Naruto and Mirio both gave him looks of astonishment as he grinned. I won't let anyone die. I'll save you, believe it. Mirio's eyes softened at Izuku while Naruto grinned. The phantom hero looked back at Eri, whose cheeks were stained and eyes red from crying so much. Shiny. Everyone turned to the direction of the sound, and a huge explosion before the ceiling collapsed, causing them to take cover. Kakin, Izuku's eyes widened upon seeing that his rival had taken down the giant Yakuza with his team. After Sasuke had left, the Ryukyu and Endeavor Agency had easily wrapped things up. The police put Ryaka, the huge Yakuza, under double restraints, already knowing his quirk and how dangerous it is. Isolate him before he regains consciousness. Endeavor instructed the policeman. There's a lot of commotion inside. We'd better hurry. Nijire told them as she waved her arms towards the Yakuza household entrance. We're off to a late start, but let's head after night-tie. Ryukyu added, let's get to Sasuke and Midoriya's side quickly. Shoto agreed and Bakugo nodded. Yeah, let's go. Ochako said, but before she could take another step, she began to feel woozy. Ryukyu could see Ryaka inhale life force. He's inhaling their life force? He's inhaling their life force? How? He's not even touching them. Endeavor by her side fell to his knees and tried to steady his head that was lolling to the side. Endeavor, the boosting drug Irinaka gave me finally kicked in. Ryaka said and straightened before snapping his restraints after increasing in size. I feel... Oh no! Ryukyu gasped as he charged at them. Full of energy. He punched at Ryukyu, but she smartly blocked after transforming. His quirk has been boosted. Shie and Ryaka brawled while Endeavor and the student stayed down, almost drained of life force. Bakugo growled in frustration. His head was fuzzy and his body numb, but despite that, he tried moving. I'm not going to sit here being useless, damn it. He pulled himself to his feet, widening his stance so he won't fall. He panted for breath as he stared ahead at the fight. Sasuke would beat my ass if he found out I was slacking. Shoto looked up at his classmate in astonishment. Bakugo, you're forcing your body up even when it doesn't want to. You don't ever give up, do you? The hell are you doing there sitting like some old geezer, icy hot? Bakugo barked at the half and half. Stand up right now. Endeavor's already doing enough to make the agency look bad, and you want to surpass the old man. Shoto's eyes widened, and he struggled to his feet. Nijire had already taken to the skies, and on Ryukyu's command. She blasted her shockwaves at Ryaka, but he seemed unfazed. Instead, he smiled creepily and stretched his arms up at the shockwave quirk user. Come on, let me feel you up, cutie pie. Nijire's face twisted in disgust, and she shot even harder shockwaves than before at the giant. EW no. Uraraka, Kakin, the two in question swiveled their heads at the sound of their names. Midoriya? Shoto muttered. I came to call for backup. Izuku pointed behind him. Our objective is directly beneath that intersection. The pros are pinned and need reinforcements. Everyone, Ryukyu called out, and they immediately rushed to action. Ryukyu's shoulder barged Ryaka, causing him to fly back and slide on the ice ramp Shoto had prepared for him. Glide in the air due to Achiko's quirk after she touched him, and get pushed by Nijire's shockwaves as Tsuyu dragged him along with her tongue. How come these broads can still move? Ryaka asked, completely surprised. Because every day we're told to go beyond. Plus ultra. Ochako answered the villain. Endeavor, who couldn't move, watched on, also surprised at the kid's quick responsiveness. He had always hated that school motto, but Shoto, he was overcoming because of it. Now for the big finish. Ochako put her fingers together, releasing her quirk. Bakugo, the explosive teen who was following them from above, gladly rocketed towards the giant. Shiny, he cried as he appeared with the Ryukyu and Endeavor team behind him. Everyone stared in awe while Naruto's sweat dropped with a sheepish smile. This kid, what an entrance. Mirio gaped at the sight. Kak and Irinaka, Todoroki, everyone. Deku smiled, glad that they joined in. Ha! Deku. Achiko looked confused. Midoriya? Then who was the Deku we just saw? Tsuyu asked. Ha! The hell's going on? Bakugo looked annoyed and confused at the same time. Toga began to molt back into herself, shedding off Izuku's disguise. Phew! Glad that worked. Please put on some clothes. Atsuhiro said uncomfortably, You're getting me flustered. Anyway, what was your plan again? Twice raised a finger as he began to explain. It was easy. First, I made a copy of Mr. with all the info I had memorized about him. Then, I used Mr.'s quirk to create tunnels in the ground to escape to the top, and finally, Toga disguises herself as Izuku and leads all the heroes to Overhaul. Wow, that actually worked out nice. Atsuhiro mused, clearly impressed. Yeah, but you see, Mr. Till now we haven't been able to get our hands on the crux of the plan. Jean said, pointing down at Eri. Huh, the crux is a kid. Yeah, and you'll be the one going to get her. Atsuro-kun. Wait, no, I can't. Sure you can. You're a copy, which makes you most suitable. Jean egged him. But I thought this plus chaos thing was for revenge for my arm. Yep, you're a copy, you got this, Jean said, and pushed the compression villain down the hole leading to the battlefield. What the hell? I thought they were nice. Atsuhiro cried as he slid down the debris. The League of Villains. Ryukyu gasped, surprised to see they also had a hand in all this. She grabs hold of the villain. Izuku tells Achiko to go take care of Sir Night-Eye, who she then spots bleeding. She and Tsuyu rush over to his side. Give Eri back! Overhaul yelled and started rampaging. He raised the ground beneath him, creating a rock pillar, and the room went up in spikes. Everyone did their best to stay out of the way and take cover. Mirio held on to Eri and lifted her away from the spikes, making it easy for Overhaul to scoop her up and grab her. Eri! Mirio leaped onto the debris to get to her reach, but Overhaul had taken her too far from him. Overhaul aimed his rock pillar towards a hole made in the ceiling above and rushed for the surface. Naruto saw this and shot Izuku a look instantly. The boy nodded, no words exchanged. Naruto grabbed Izuku by the hand, and in one go, he flung him high enough to reach Eri. Go save her, Deku. Overhaul turned, seeing something red in his peripheral. He glared at it, finding it sickening. A piece of Mirio's cape, the one he had wrapped protectively around Eri, had clutched onto the rising debris. Eri was surprised to see it there. She gaped at it, remembering how the owner risked his life and body for her. She also gazed down at the other heroes, trying to save her no matter what. Let me be your hero. She remembered Mirio say, I won't make you sad anymore. He was trying to save me. Everyone is. She reached for the cape and grabbed hold of it before looking down at Izuku, still airborne, arms spread wide, ready to catch her. A wide smile spread on his face. Eri teared up at the realization. Let me go into his kind arms. She grabs Overhaul's shoulder and starts emitting a strange energy that affects the young lord. The little horn on her head begins to increase in size. She pulls herself up as his grip on her loosens, and his fusion with Nemoto splits. He gasps in shock, knowing exactly what little Eri was capable of. The mutation quirk. Rewind, he watched with horror and anger as she leaped into Izuku's waiting arms. They embrace each other, and Izuku promises to her, "I'll never let you go again." Izuku Midoriya grabs hold of Mirio's cape, ties it to his neck, and holds Eri tight. "Return Eri at once." Overhaul demanded and charged at him, sending rock, spikes his way relentlessly. "I can't dodge midair." He cursed as he tried maneuvering, but he promised he'd never let Eri go, and he was going to keep that promise. He remembered Mirio's question of what kind of hero he wants to be. "I want to be a hero that nobody needs to worry about. I want to be a hero that saves everyone," filled with determination. He unconsciously activates one for all 100% and prepared to attack Overhaul with a kick, while Overhaul launched reconstructed stone pillars at him. Izuku raised his leg and delivered a deadly leg drop. New Hampshire, smash! He disappeared, and the ceiling above them collapsed as a shockwave ensued. The collapse of the ceiling and the resulting shockwave that he caused launched him and Eri out of the basement as a result of using one for all 100% S-wind pressure. "Oh my God, this is high. He composed himself as he held tight onto Eri. "I travel way too far and too fast for a normal 20% smash. My legs." He realized they didn't hurt and aren't broken. However, he still worries as he and Eri are still airborne. He thinks of doing a Detroit smash to break their fall, but luckily they land into the palm of a large glowing hand. Izuku held Eri tight. Not sure what was happening, he looked behind him and was face to face with a fox beast. Its head was impressively large, and its glowing gold eyes stared at them. From Izuku's point of view, the beast stood more than 10 feet tall as his body grew from the inside of the basement. 9 huge glowing tails waved around in all their glory. Izuku's eyes widened. This is everyone. Even Toga and Jean, hiding nearby, gazed up in awe at the glowing beast as it roared with life. The green-haired boy looked closely at the beast's face and saw a familiar blonde boy. "Naruto, good job. Deck and now Eri's safe." Naruto grinned, and then his face fell into a serious tone. "You're not done yet, though," Naruto said, pointing over Izuku's shoulder. The boy looked back to see that Overhaul had healed up and fused with another underling of his, Ryaka, and this new form made him resemble a stone dragon. He narrowed his eyes at the sight. "You heroes don't want to understand, do you?" Overhaul's body doubled in size, and he looked more horrific than before. Eri has unlocked her power and doesn't know how to control it. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. She reverses humans. She could literally revert a human back to a monkey or nothingness, depending on how she controls it. That's why she's cursed. Even holding her is dangerous. He ran it, suddenly charging at them, but Kurama flicked him away. "I've had enough of that stupid brat," Kurama griped, and Naruto sniggered as he set Izuku and Eri down safely to the ground. "It can talk!" Izuku squeaked, surprised that the tailed beast had a verbal ability. The beast looked quite disgruntled at his outburst and glared at him. "You're lucky. I don't really eat humans." He huffed. "Gomenisai." Izuku profusely apologizes, bowing to the beast, and Naruto laughs. "Hey!" Kurama, give him a break. "Debeo? Kid." Izuku heard the beast's deep superior voice call him. He slowly got up and looked at Kurama, who was staring directly at him. "That brat. He said something about this girl's quirk being able to rewind humans." Izuku nodded. "It's possible that she was able to reverse the negative effects of your smash power back in that basement," Kurama stated as Izuku's eyes widened as he too began to see what the Bijou was saying. He backed up a little as Kurama leaned down to him. "It's also possible that you can use 100% power to fight without getting hurt, since she'd just keep reversing the side effects." Kurama is right. Eri must have healed me back when I used the New Hampshire back then. He crouched to Eri's height. "Eri, is that your quirk?" he asked, and she looked away. A shrill roar caught their attention, and Izuku looked up to see Overhaul had repaired again. He stood to his feet with Eri on his back. "Your power is a blessing." Eri's eyes widened at this statement, and she clutched onto Izuku. "Eri, please lend me your power." She nodded and began to emit her energy. Izuku took in calm breaths. One for all. Full cowling. Snapping his eyes open, he clenched his teeth as the overwhelming energy surged through him. 100%. "Hey, Naruto. This is kind of like you and me," Kurama pointed out, and Naruto smiled at that. With the girl reversing the recoils and damages, the green kid doesn't need to worry about going all out. This will be interesting to watch. Neither you nor Eri understands the true power behind that quirk. Overhaul said, "I was able to extract her power through extensive research and bring it to its best. The result is the quirk-destroying drugs. I want to make a world where people can be human again, and Eri is the key." Overhaul reconstructed the surrounding area and attacked Izuku with stone columns. However, thanks to using One for All at 100%, Izuku was able to move even faster and dodge with ease. He suddenly disappeared and appeared right in front of Overhaul, delivering a kick packed with massive strength, and sent the young lord flying into the air. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this," Kurama muttered, and Naruto blinked. "What is it, Kurama?" "I don't think that girl really knows how to control her powers yet. I don't think she even knows what she's doing now. More so, I can feel the energy of her quirk getting stronger. Green Kid could get in serious trouble if he stops. She might go overboard." He elaborated, and Naruto looked worriedly at Izuku. Izuku himself could feel Eri's power getting stronger due to her being unable to control it. "She doesn't know how to control her quirk, just like I did." Himiko Toga watches from her hiding place and is just in awe of everything she is seeing. First, Naruto's transformation, and then Izuku's strength. She was mesmerized. Smiling to herself, she sighed. "Damn, you guys are just something else. I wonder where Mr. is." Twice asked, looking out for Mr. Compress, back in the basement. The Mr. Compress clone being held down by Ryukyu molts into a puddle as a result of being too pressured by the dragon hero's weight. Ryukyu sends the weightless Ochako and Sir Night-Eye to the surface, telling Ochako to get Sir Night-Eye to an ambulance. She begins to wonder where the villain has gone to, as Overhaul is airborne as a result of Izuku's kick, injured and weak. He quickly repairs himself, and Izuku is immediately at his front once again. "Stay out of this, you fake heroes," he yelled as he clawed at Izuku, who easily evades and starts to pummel his monstrous stone body. The body shatters in the process as Overhaul finds it difficult to counterattack. His blinks at Izuku, who draws near to him, with a scary, menacing grin on his face. "How can I be a hero that saves everyone?" His eyes glowed viridian, and Overhaul's eyes widened at the sight. "If I cannot save the one little girl in front of me." Ochako and Sir Night-Eye have reached the surface and watch Izuku and Overhaul's battle. "What did you say your vision was, sir, about Deka dying?" Ochako asked worriedly, and Night-Eye sighed, already questioning his vision, as everything began to change. "I'm not so sure myself. Detroit, smash!" Izuku reaches Overhaul and punches him in the face with enough force that not only sends Overhaul reeling, but also breaks off his plague mask. His great stone body breaks apart, and he falls to the ground. In the underground Shie Hassaikai household, Chrono wonders why Overhaul is taking too long to defeat the heroes. Maybe he's been defeated. No, that's not possible. Chisaki will always go to any length to achieve his desires. He's been like that since we were kids. He takes a look at Aizawa, who is still struggling to move, and concludes that the finished product and serum will always be more important than Aizawa's quirk. He takes out a short blade about to stab the man when an electrocuted kunai pierces into his shoulder, and he drops his knife hissing in pain. A kunai? He hisses and looks towards the door to see that Sasuke Uchiha had thrown his kunai at him. "Don't worry, I made sure not to throw too hard," Sasuke says. "Kurono Hari, right?" We know all about your quirk, so it's best you just surrender here. Tamaki warns him, and the cops behind him rush towards Chrono after telling him to surrender. Tamaki. Mirio calls out to the manifest quirk user, who looked tiredly at his friend running towards them. He was so glad Mirio was okay. Mirio, he's hurt. He had to hold back 3 8-bullet members. Sasuke turns and delivers an injured Tamaki to Mirio, who supports him and grins, proud that his friend finally stood for himself. Tamaki, you're amazing. Amajiki-senpai, Togata-senpai, Uchiha. Tsuyu appeared from behind them looking happy that they are all fine. We need to go to the surface now, Kero. The 3 guys gnawed at her. Izuku lands with Eri on his back and asks if she is all right. He gasps and falls to the ground as he is weakened. Oh no! Eri's not able to control her quirk. Naruto's eyes widen at this sight. He attempts to go help, but Kurama stops him. Who knows what will happen to you if you touch them? Besides, help is on the way. Overhaul lies on the ground, weakened and grievously injured from the punch. He remembers one of his moments with the Hasaikai's boss, the man that looked after him. He was ambitious back then, he still is, but the boss never understood him. He had gotten into a fight with someone who had badmouthed the Yakuza, and the boss wasn't really happy about that. However, he was still grateful to him. Thank you for standing up for the Hassaikai. He willed himself back to consciousness and began to repair himself once again. Unknown to him, Eri's quirk had gone out of control, and it spreads to him and defuses him and Ryaka. Eri screams as she tries her very best to keep her powers under control, and just in time, Sasuke appears with Aizawa in his arms. Since everything had been explained to him, and Aizawa earlier by Mirio, Aizawa was quick to freeze Eri's quirk, and both she and Izuku fell unconscious. Naruto rushes to them and holds them. A tired Izuku moans and mutters that they finally won, and Naruto smiles agreeing with him. Ah, you did it, Databeo. And so, at 9:15 the mission was finally complete. Following the downfall of the Shie Hassaikai, Overhaul and 10 members of the Yakuza organization were being transported toward the villain hospital in Takadana with heavy police escort. The police made sure to confiscate all the quirk-destroying drugs and the Yakuza's personal belongings. Toga and Twice reported the development to Mr. Compress and the others. The League of Villains used the highway to intercept the convoy in a truck. Atop the truck stood Tamir Shigaraki, who had his eyes set on Overhaul's ambulance. Mr. Compress and Dabi opened the rear doors to reveal themselves to the police. What the hell? Stop swerving. Lizard, I get motion sick. Dabi barked and Iguchi clenched his teeth, annoyed at Dabi. My name is not Lizard, it's Spinner. I learned driving from gaming, so you can't expect me to be the best at it. He retorted. Plus, attacking the police has nothing to do with the will of Stain. It's not. Tamura agreed with Iguchi. But I assure you, it is a necessary sacrifice. Dabi blasted fire onto the police car in front of them. However, his flames do not affect the police car as they are smothered by sand thanks to Sand Hero Snatch. The Sand Hero stood out of the car's window glaring daggers at Dabi, and the blue flame wielder rolled his eyes. Of course heroes would accompany them. Tamura ordered Spinner to slow down, as the Sand Hero transformed his arm into sand and struck the truck. Tamura jumped off the truck and attacked the hero, only to be quickly engulfed by Snatch's arm. You can't use your decay quirk on sand. Snatch revealed and attempted to finish him off. Seeing that Tamura was in trouble, Mr. Compress threw a marble underneath the police car and decompressed it into a large boulder. The rock flipped the car over, freeing Tamura from Snatch's grip. Tamura is able to jump onto the front of the heavy escort vehicle, disintegrate the window, and turn the steering wheel sharply, tipping over the vehicle while Mr. Compress boulder caused the rest of the police vehicles to crash. Snatch is able to save the driver, and he lands safely in the road. Suddenly, Dabi appears behind him with his flames burning in his hands, ready to finish him. That's what you get for going out of your way to help someone. He taunts Snatch, who growls at him. You're the one responsible for the recent string of burnt corpses. Dabi just chuckled and grinned. People know about me? I'm glad, he said in a pleased tone that annoyed the sand hero. He raised his sand as he seethed. You're heartless. He attacks Dabi, who uses his flames to stop his hand. Meanwhile, Mr. Compress was able to sneak up on him and compress snatch, and the flames into a marble. Dabi looks at the marble for a few seconds as he is lost in thought. I don't think he'll make it, since he can only transform the top half of his body into sand. He shrugs. With the heavy escort vehicle toppled over, Spinner parks the truck right near it. Tamura kicks the immobilized and tied up Overhaul onto the road. Overhaul lazily glances at Tamura's covered face. So, is this where you kill me? He asks straightforwardly, and Tamura quickly denies. No. He shakes his head. Actually, I have a better plan, and I'm pretty sure you'll hate it. Tamura takes off his mask, and Overhaul's eyes widen at the sight of the villain leader's face. I hate you, you know, because you're arrogant. Yes, Mr. Compress agrees as he approaches them. He takes off his mask too, and smiles, showing Overhaul his new robotic arm that replaced the one he had destroyed. I hate you too. He smiles at Overhaul as he compresses his left arm from his body. Tamura checks the contents of the container, but sees that there are 2 boxes, wondering which one has the finished product, but sees that it does not matter. Hey, give that back, Overhaul demanded of Tamura, who had made to carry both boxes. You're a hypocrite. You say you want to erase quirks, but you use a quirk to achieve it. How ironic. Tamura replies and crouches near Overhaul's bed. Remember that little contest we remembered very well. It's obvious who the winner is. I am the true villain leader, and it's not you. He chuckles as he touches Overhaul's head. He smiles and Overhaul gasps, having other arm, and disintegrates it. Then, taking out a knife, he amputates the arm so he doesn't end up killing him. The next rulers of the underworld will be us. He concludes as he chucks away Overhaul's arm while laughing maniacally. See, now you get to be quirkless, the very thing you wanted others to be. Happy that he has given Overhaul a taste of his own medicine, he says, I'm so happy that I got to prove you wrong. So happy that I got your life's work. Be happy too. I left you alive, so you can sit and watch with envy for the rest of your life. He stands to his feet and leaves with his crew. Overhaul, who is horrified by Tamura's actions, screams in frustration and horror, as Spinner reminds Tamura that reinforcements are on the way. Yes, we will be the next rulers of the underworld. After Overhaul's defeat, the air became clear as everyone was happy with our victory. I got a huge scolding from old Man Aizawa for going overboard like that. He was slow for about an hour, but now he's okay. I went to pay Aijiro a visit. He was doing fine, and Fat Gum was really proud when I told him about all he did. Sir Night Eye was fine too. He lost an arm, but he was still feeling okay. Mirio was super worried. He couldn't stop crying his eyes out, and Sir Night Eye kept telling him to laugh. That was really funny to see, Databeo. Eri was taken to the hospital too. She was feeling really feverish from overusing her quirk. Everyone was worried, but I knew she'd get better. Eri's strong. She's been through worse than this. She'd certainly make it out, Databeo. Rappa was arrested along with the other Yakuza, but instead he was taken to a rehabilitation center. After I'd spoken up for him, the Hero League and higher-ups realized that they needed guys like Rappa. It might take several months, or even a year. I'm not even sure if I'll ever see him again, but I'm happy he's finally going to live his dream. It was thanks to Deku fighting and blasting Chisaki Madare that there wasn't much damage. Deku even made it without injuries. The doctor was surprised. I was really proud of Deku. Everyone was, well, Katsuki was furious, but I could tell he was happy for him. So that's everything that happened. Tashinori Ajiken, you proud? The blonde asked with a grin. Tashinori chuckled. Of course. I'm proud you all did even more than I expected. Then he sighed with a pleased smile. Arigato, Naruto. Huh, you've raised him well. Naruto frowned a bit. You sound like he's my kid or something. All might burst into laughter as the blonde pouted. Really, Naruto? Thank you. He not just him, though, his classmates are also adapting. It's all thanks to you. Naruto blushed and scratched timidly at his cheek. He had always been shy of receiving praise. It was nothing. You did a lot today. Strange things, I'll add. Strange? You talked to a villain, and he changed his ways. Oh, that. How did you do that? I don't know, but it's kind of second nature to me. He shrugged. More so, you bowed yourself in front of the Hero League and higher-ups so they would pardon him. All Might continued to reveal all he did. I felt that had to be done. Rappa was unlucky and he was wrongfully treated most of his life, even when he meant good. Naruto blurted, "You saw yourself in him." Tashinori said, giving Naruto a pointed look. The blonde boy opened his mouth to say something otherwise, but then willed it shut. "Yeah, I did," he said quietly after a few silent moments. "You're a good person, Naruto," Tashinori told him. "To hell with anyone who thinks not." Naruto chuckled lightly. "It's all right if there are people who can't help but judge me, I mean. It's just a little hatred. Nothing I can't handle." He grinned and Tashinori smiled softly. Tashinori quietly remembered the conversation he and Naruto had earlier that evening in his office and smiled. He also remembered his little chat with Night Eye when he visited him at the hospital as he sat there in his room. "I guess I was wrong after all. Destiny can be changed, and those two just prove it to me today, All Might. You know Izuku was supposed to die, and out of anger, Naruto would kill Overhaul and kill Eri by accident. But those two, they were hell-bent on proving me wrong." He chuckled. "Isn't that humorous?" "Yes," All Might said to himself. The power to change destiny is indeed the greatest power a hero should wield. "Naruto!" Naruto turned to the voice calling out to him and beamed. "Mirio!" The other blonde grinned back at Naruto. Together, they walked the way to Naruto's room. Mirio kept Naruto updated on Eri's well-being. He told him that Aizawa was planning on taking Eri, and when she gets better, then Naruto joked about Aizawa being a dad, and both laughed. "Hey, Naruto," Mirio then said, his voice sounding suddenly quiet, causing Naruto to halt his steps and look at his friend worriedly. "I have a confession to make." "What is it?" Mirio sighed. "I never really liked you before, Naruto," he confessed, looking down at his feet. "To be honest, I never really had any opinion on you. I was just pretending to get along with you because Sir wanted me to. I was wary of you, your power, what you could do and what you already did. I'm sorry." Naruto just smiled sadly at his blonde friend. "Deja-budo, you don't need to be sorry," he said. Mirio then gaped at him when he said, "I already knew." "You knew?" Naruto chuckled and shut one of his eyes as he nervously rubbed the back of his head. "Honestly, I was surprised that you just liked me after knowing what I did on the spot, but then I realized it was an act. When you were getting worked up about Eri, you gave yourself away. People tend to spout out their true feeling when they're troubled, and that's what you did. I'm sorry if you felt bad. Naruto shook his head. "I didn't. I've handled worse." Mirio sighed, mostly in relief. "You know, you made it easy for me to pretend to like you," he revealed. "I think I even started to like you, and I didn't even know," he said. "Naruto, let's be friends, but for real this time." He drew out his fist for a fist bump, and Naruto was so happy, he bumped his fist together with his. "Yash! I've always accepted our friendship, even a long time ago, Mirio," Naruto said to the phantom hero who grinned. "Yokata! Ja! Let's celebrate our friendship tomorrow with some good old lunch rush ramen. Yeah! We'll both see who can eat the most bowls. I'm sure I'll win Databeo." Naruto's eyes widened, but he soon burst into laughter, and so did Mirio. He had not expected the phantom hero to use his verbal tick. "Well, I guess I should be going to bed. Work study tomorrow." Naruto nodded at him. "Good night." Mirio raised a brow in confusion when Naruto walked past his room door. "Naruto, where are you going?" he asked, and Naruto smiled. "I'm just going up for a bit. He said Naruto stared up at the starry sky, just admiring how the shiny dots spread out on the big dark blue blanket above. He sat on the roof, reminiscing of home. How were things going back there? How has everyone been doing since they left? Did they give up and forget about them? Has Hinata forgotten him? Though Naruto liked it here, he really missed his home, Konoha. He couldn't leave now. Though aside from Sasuke being unable to activate his transportation jutsu, he had this feeling in his heart that he wasn't done here. He didn't know why he felt that way exactly. Maybe it should be the chakra he had sensed. I thought I'd find you here. Naruto snapped his head to the side and nearly jumped out of his skin. Sasuke sat by his side, also gazing at the stars. How come he didn't even sense him? Was he that distracted? You should be more vigilant. Someone could kill you when you're like this, the Uchiha said, and Naruto scoffed, rolling his eyes. We're not in our world. Sasuke, no one does that here. May I remind you that someone tried impersonating me, and you would have fallen for it. I can sense the enemy's evil intent, so shapeshifters can't trick me plus. He smiled teasingly at the Uchiha. It still creeps you out, doesn't it? Shut up. Sasuke retorted while Naruto chuckled and sighed and leaned back with his hands to support him behind. So, what are you doing out here, Miss Home too? Sasuke stayed silent before affirming the question. He didn't want to openly admit this kind of thing even to Naruto. He was least expected to miss home since he was always away from Konoha, and he found this a bit embarrassing. However, instead of getting teased by Naruto or something like that, the blonde empathized with him. I know you really care about the village, and honestly, it's my fault we're here. It's not your fault, it is. If I didn't let that alien put his nasty hand on me, then I wouldn't have gone berserk and tried to destroy the village. Naruto intercepted and took a calm, deep breath before sighing out slowly. You know, because of that, I think you'd make a great Hokage. I'm serious. Naruto pressed. You fought me while I was rampaging. No one just does that. The blonde frowned when Sasuke visibly stiffened. That's right. I've been trying to figure out why you rampaged back then. Sasuke mused and Naruto began to feel uncomfortable. I don't know, the guy just slapped me on my belly, and I lost it. He slapped you on your belly? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Yeah, around my abdo-weight. What are you thinking? Naruto asked his dark-haired friend who sighed. We don't know too much about the Otsutsuki, but I do know they have a lot of strange jutsu. That slap on your belly must have activated a jutsu that caused the Nine Tails to rampage. Naruto touched his belly as his brows knitted into a frown at the revelation. No wonder. I felt some different chakras seep into me before I rampaged. We should prepare for our visit to Tartarus. Sasuke added, I wanted to tell you this earlier, but I couldn't because of the mission. While I patrolled at the Endeavor Agency, I remember what you told me about the direction of the chakra you sensed. Naruto nodded slowly in anticipation. And Tartarus is east of here, which means our enemy could be a foe. There's a high chance of him being an enemy than an ally since that place is mostly made up of villains. The blonde could feel the saliva in his throat bulge in his throat, and he pushed it down. He was bothered by the fact that Sasuke had mentioned him an enemy, and this was because he was quite impressed with the reserves this person had. Though his sensory powers had amassed, he could only sense it because of its huge quantity. Whoever this person was, he was a threat. We both know Tartarus technology is weak against chakra, and the guy might make his escape move during our visit. Sasuke elaborated and Naruto nodded. He'd make his escape on sensing us, right? He sighed. I'll be ready. There you are. Naruto and Sasuke turned back to see that both Izuku and Katsuki had just arrived. The green-haired boy looked very happy, while the sandy blonde tried to mask it with his usual scowl. We'd been looking for you guys. Izuku told them as he took a seat by Naruto. Correction, you were. I already knew they were up here. Bakugo grouched, but still took a seat by Sasuke. Wow, this is nice. Izuku beamed as he gazed at the stars. I don't think I've ever come out like this to relax. It's so nice out. Maybe you should bring cheeks with you next time. Keikakin. Izuku blushed, but then he knitted his brows and cupped his chin. Actually, that's a good idea. Maybe I should. Tonight does have a nice feel to it. You know, Aries safe. We defeated Chisaki. Everyone's okay. The local heroes were talking about the mission so much. They said you were a big help. Izuku chirped, and Naruto just smiled with a raised brow. They were? I didn't know. Izuku gazed at Naruto for a while. Do you miss your home? He suddenly asked. Oi, Deka. Bakugo snapped in an attempt to chide Izuku, but Naruto intervened. Aye. It's fine, I do miss home, but to be honest, I don't want to leave yet, he said, defending the flinching green boy from Bakugo's fury. Why not? Sasuke, Bakugo and Izuku all asked him simultaneously, causing the blonde to blink in surprise. Well, first, he began. I like it here. I like everyone here. You guys, Class 1A, 1B. Even that copying quirk guy Mirio, Nijire, Tamaki, Old Man Toshinori, Old Man Aizawa, Mouse Gramps Nizu, Short Gramps Gran Torino, Lunch Rush. Sasuke and Bakugo blinked at him, while Izuku smiled sheepishly. Naruto noticed their looks and stopped, chuckling nervously. I ran my mouth, didn't I? Anyway, you guys made me feel like I belong here even after what I did, and then there's this nagging feeling in my heart that keeps telling me that I'm not done here, and leaving would make feel guilty of abandoning you guys. So, what do you think it is? Bakugo asked, and Naruto quirked a brow. What? What do you think it is that makes you not want to leave? The taller blonde just smiled and scratched the back of his head. Well, we'll find out sooner or later, wouldn't we? They sat together in comfortable silence as they stared at the sky. Yes, Naruto could feel that his work here wasn't done, and what the future here would hold was not good, but he knew that the new generation of heroes would rise to that challenge, especially these two. He was quite sure of that. Silence. There was nothing but silence until a dark chuckle echoed in the empty room. Fingers flexed, neck stretched, and pure gray eyes snapped open. There was a sigh before another chuckle. Yes, a cold, dark voice, spoken lips spread wide in a grin. It's about time. I feel so alive. Thanks for watching part 3 of What If Naruto and Sasuke Teleport in My Hero Academia Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to Anime23 for more exciting What If scenario and anime content. Hit the notification bell icon so you never miss an update. See you in the next video.